State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphates, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, cola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels. Tobacco, cotton, and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you.
Welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News Today. I'm Stella Opara. And coming up in the news, Donald Trump says he will attend federal appeals court arguments on presidential immunity. India's top court quashes release of men in Muslim women's gang rape, says lawyer. Rwanda signs multiple deals with Jordan during King's visit. An Israeli strike on Lebanon kills senior commander in elite Hezbollah unit. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. Donald Trump said he will be attending an appeals court hearing regarding the scope of his presidential immunity in Washington, D.C. in comments on social media. Prosecutors have accused Trump, the front-runner for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, of attempting to obstruct Congress and defraud the U.S. government through schemes to reverse Democratic President Joe Biden's 2020 election win. Trump has argued that the case should be dismissed on the grounds that former presidents cannot face criminal charges for conduct related to their official responsibilities. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan rejected that claim on December 1st, prompting Trump's appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Trump's appeal suspended his trial, which is currently set to take place in March. Last month, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to immediately decide former President Donald Trump's claim that he cannot be prosecuted for trying to overturn his 2020 election defeat, allowing a lower court to continue reviewing the issue. Now, President Said Abdullahi Deni has been re-elected as the leader of Somalia's semi-autonomous region of Puntland after months of electoral disputes. He was voted back with 45 votes by members of Puntland's parliament. His closest challenger, Guled Salah Bari, received 21 votes, while Afsha Ol-Majama, a former Somali foreign affairs minister, finished third. Mr. Deni was immediately sworn in for the second term. Like the rest of Somalia, Puntland holds indirect elections where clan elders pick MPs, who in turn elect the president. The vote followed campaigns marked by disputes and deadly violence. Last year, at least 26 people were killed in Garowe in clashes between forces loyal to Deni and the opposition over a proposal to hold a direct election, which has since been shelved. In another story, India's top court has quashed the release of 11 Hindu men who had been jailed for life for gang raping a pregnant Muslim woman and murdering her relatives during Hindu-Muslim riots in Gujarat state in 2002, a lawyer in the case said. The court directed the men to surrender to prison authorities within 2 weeks. The victim, Bilkis Bano, was 3 months pregnant when she was gang raped and 7 of her relatives, including her 3-year-old daughter, murdered during the riots that killed more than 1,000 people, most of them Muslims. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was Gujarat's chief minister at the time, and his Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party still rules the state. The men convicted in 2008 were freed by the Gujarat government in August 2022 after the prison they were being held in recommended their release, considering the time served and their good behavior. However, in its verdict, the court held that Gujarat did not have the authority to reduce the sentence since the trial was moved to Mumbai, making neighboring Maharashtra state responsible for the decision. Now, in Gambia, a Gambian former interior minister has gone on trial in Switzerland, charged with crimes against humanity. Usman Sonko fled there in 2016, shortly before Gambian President Yahya Jammeh, accused of heading the repressive regime, lost power. Mr. Sonko, 54, was arrested after non-governmental organizations presented evidence of his alleged involvement in killings, rape, and torture. Switzerland is trying the case under the principle of universal jurisdiction, which allows countries to prosecute people on their territory, even though the events may have taken place elsewhere. Mr. Sonko is the highest-ranking government official ever to be prosecuted under this principle in Europe. Human rights groups believe the trial, taking place in the southern Swiss city of Bellinzona, could be a warning to repressive governments everywhere that the arm of the law can be very long indeed. This is only the second time that Switzerland has ever tried someone under universal jurisdiction for crimes against humanity. You're watching Biscon Television for news. We'll take a short break now to come back with the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to the rest of the news. Rwanda and Jordan have signed multiple bilateral agreements as the two countries seek to broaden ties. The deals were signed by Rwanda's President Paul Kagame and Jordan's King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, who arrived in Kigali for a 3-day working visit. The pacts cover collaboration in health and medical science, as well as economic, trade and agricultural cooperation. The two countries have also entered a tax agreement meant to eliminate double taxation and prevent tax evasion and avoidance, Jordan's palace said in a statement, adding that the two countries will also expand their ties in politics, defense and counterterrorism. The two countries have increasingly cozied up to each other in recent years, announcing an early round of deals in February last year and the reciprocal visa waiver agreement last August. An Israeli strike on South Lebanon has killed a senior commander in Hezbollah's elite Radwan force, 3 security sources told newsmen. The security sources identified him as Wissam al-Tawil, the deputy head of a unit within the Radwan force. They said he and another Hezbollah fighter were killed when their car was hit in a strike on the Lebanese village of Majdal Selm. Israeli bombardment has killed more than 130 Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon since cross-border shelling began in the aftermath of Hamas' attack on Israeli territory on October 7. Hezbollah's Secretary General Syed Hassan Nasrallah warned Israel in two televised addresses last week not to launch a full-scale war on Lebanon. And finally, Israel is carrying out an unprecedented wave of deadly strikes in Syria, targeting cargo trucks, infrastructure and people involved in Iran's weapons lifeline to its proxies in the region, sources told newsmen. The sources, including a Syrian military intelligence officer and a commander in the regional alliance back in Damascus, said Israel had shifted strategies following the October 7 rampage by Hamas fighters into Israeli territory, the ensuing Israeli bombing campaigns in Gaza and Lebanon. Although Israel has struck Iran-linked targets in Syria for years, including areas where Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has been active, it is now unleashing deadlier, more frequent air raids against Iranian arms transfers and air defense systems in Syria, the sources said. The commander in the regional alliance and two additional sources familiar with Hezbollah said Israel had abandoned the unspoken rules of the game that previously characterized its strikes in Syria and seemed no longer cautious about inflicting heavy casualties on Hezbollah there. According to newsmen, the intensified air campaign has killed 19 Hezbollah members in Syria in 3 months, more than twice the rest of 2023 combined. More than 130 Hezbollah fighters have also been killed by Israeli shelling of southern Lebanon in the same period. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Tony O. Elumelu is one of Africa's leading investors and philanthropists. He is the founder and chairman of Hares Holding, his family-owned investment company, committed to improving lives and transforming Africa through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the African economy, including financial services, hospitality, power, energy, technology, and healthcare. Tony is the chairman of Pan-African Financial Services Group, the United Bank for Africa (UBA), which operates in 20 countries across Africa, the United Kingdom, France, the UAE, and is the only African bank with a commercial deposit taking presence in the United States. UBA provides corporates, commercial, SME and consumer banking services to more than 35 million customers globally. He also chairs Nigeria's largest quoted conglomerate, Transcorp, whose subsidiaries include Transcorp Power, one of the leading producers of electricity in Nigeria, and Transcorp Hotels plc, Nigeria's foremost hospitality brand. He is the founder and chairman of Hares Oil and Gas, an upstream oil and gas company whose assets include Nigerian Oil Block OML-17, with a current production capacity of 50,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day and 2P reserves of 1.2 billion barrels of oil equivalent, with an additional 1 billion barrels of oil equivalent resources of further exploration potential. Hares Oil and Gas is committed to creating resource-based added value on the African continent. Nigerian-born and Nigerian-trained Tony began his career as a copier salesman. He spent most of his career life in banking, rising from the position of an analyst to become the CEO of Pan-African Financial Services Group, United Bank for Africa. In 2010, Tony left banking to the next chapter of his life as an investor and a philanthropist, channeling his passion, commitment, and dedication to realizing the development of the African continent. Tony's investments span a wide range of sectors and are spread across 20 African countries and beyond. Tony is married to Dr. Awele Vivian Elumelu. They are blessed with 7 lovely children. A year after earning his master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos, Tony applied to join All States Trust Bank. Despite not meeting the qualification criteria, by a stroke of luck, the CEO of the bank came across his application letter and he was handpicked to interview. He subsequently got the job. At 26, Tony was offered the opportunity of a lifetime to become a branch manager at All States Trust Bank, making him the youngest bank branch manager in the country at the time. This opportunity influenced his life, prompting him to give young employees the same opportunity he was given. Tony's success in this role ignited his passion for investing in the lives of young people. Tony's accomplishments became public when he achieved the seemingly impossible. He was relatively unknown in the Nigerian banking industry when he acquired a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his cycle of peers the endearing nickname, the Cowboys of Banking. Audacious at 34 and the country's youngest banking CEO, he renamed the struggling bank Standard Trust Bank, STB, and pursued an aggressive strategy that catapulted STB from obscurity into becoming Nigeria's fifth largest bank within 7 years. In 2005, Tony made history again when he led the biggest merger in sub-Saharan Africa at the time, combining Standard Trust Bank plc with the older, more established United Bank for Africa, UBA, which at the time was Nigeria's third largest financial services institution. In less than 10 years, he transformed UBA from a single country bank to a Pan-African institution with over 1 million customers, operations in 20 African countries, and offices in Paris, London, and New York. This action sealed his reputation as a business turnaround expert and one of Africa's most influential business leaders. In 2010, Tony left UBA to replicate his turnaround success across various industries. Armed with the knowledge, expertise, and understanding of economic opportunities that exist in Africa, he founded Hares Holdings in 2010. Hares Holdings is a family-owned African proprietary investment company committed to improving lives and transforming Africa through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the African economy, including financial services, hospitality, power, energy, technology, and healthcare. Today, Hares Holdings and its investee companies employ over 30,000 people while empowering thousands more across Africa. Tony also set up the Tony Elumelu Foundation, TEF, in the same year as an extension of his unwavering belief in the youth as catalyst for Africa's transformation. The Tony Elumelu Foundation has become the hallmark for Africa's sustainable development and the leading champion of youth entrepreneurship on the continent. It lives its mission, empowering young African entrepreneurs through its flagship entrepreneurship program, a 10-year $100 million commitment to identify, train, mentor, and fund 10,000 young African entrepreneurs across 54 African countries. Since inception, the foundation has funded just under 10,000 entrepreneurs and created a digital ecosystem of over 1 million Africans. Tony's businesses and foundation are inspired by his economic philosophy of Afri-capitalism, which positions the private sector and, most importantly, entrepreneurs as the catalyst for the social and economic development of the African continent. He galvanizes support for the foundation's mandate by addressing world leaders at public and private gatherings, as well as serving on sector and issue-specific global, regional, and local councils and committees. Some of the boards include the Global Advisory Council of the Harvard Kennedy School Center for Public Leadership, World Economic Forum Community of Chairmen, and the Global Board of UNICEF's Generation Unlimited. He was named in the 2020 Time 100 Most Influential People in the World and honored with Belgium's highest national honor, recognized for his business leadership and economic empowerment of young Africans. To celebrate the Diamond Jubilee anniversary of Mr. Tony Elumelu, an event was organized with his wife, Dr. Awele Elumelu, family members and beneficiaries of the Tony Elumelu Foundation from different parts of Africa in attendance. Leaders of the corporate entities from Nigeria and other parts of Africa, particularly United Bank for Africa, UBA, which has branches in over 20 countries of Africa, also joined in celebrating the Delta State's Nigerian-born global entrepreneur and uncommon philanthropist. The main item on the menu were remarks by all the beneficiaries of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, where they stated how Mr. Tony Elumelu, through the Tony Elumelu Foundation, positively changed their stories from abject poverty to unbelievable prosperity. The beneficiaries who came from South Africa, Togo, Ghana, Benin Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia and other countries said they have been turned into multi-million naira business owners, employing thousands of people.
Daddy, 10 years ago, I was considered highly risky because I was trained as an artist and I was getting a lot of ideas that the company I worked with thought I was overambitious. I found my way out of the work because I was always pleading for staff and wanted the HR policies implemented. In 2018, the only risk my dad could offer me was his backyard, where I started my dream of a poultry farm with 300 chickens. 2 years after that, I found the Tony Elumelu Foundation on the internet. I applied for it. Lo and behold, that was the only selection I'd got in the past 10 years. Thank you, Papa. My poultry farm was producing 2,000 eggs every week. But after training from the Tony Elumelu Foundation with the 5,000 seed capital received in 2021, Papa, today we produce over 12,000 pieces of eggs weekly. We have employed 6 full-time staff and we pay them every month. We have over 20 young men and women along the value chain that we also employ as casuals. Thank you, Papa. Thank you very much. On your 60th birthday, all the vendors in Accra selling my eggs, the bakeries, the hospital canteens, the school canteens, and all others who consume our eggs on a daily basis say thank you. Africa is shining because of your efforts. Thank you, Papa.
We are bridging the nutrition gap that exists between other exists as a result of switching from breast milk to solid food. We are providing a semi-solid food that is healthy and affordable for babies. I'm so excited this morning because, sir, finally I got the chance to stand in front of you and say thank you. Thank you for the seed capital. Thank you for the training. Before I got into TEF, I was a local businesswoman. I was producing from home locally and manually. After TEF, I became corporate. We got a structure and we got a production machine. We are no longer producing manually, but we have a production machine. Not only that, our revenue moved from almost nothing to thousands of dollars and then hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you, sir. And from that, you have given me a platform. I was opportune, and my company was opportune to be present at the Intra-African Trade Fair in South Africa, thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation. I also got selected as part of the Women in Africa Entrepreneurship Program, which just ended last year. Thank you very much, sir. We are so grateful from Renfoot Enterprise and from Cameroon and to all African entrepreneurs. We call you our father. You gave birth to us. You gave us hope. We say thank you very much and happy birthday to you, Mr. Tony Elumelu.
In 2016, I just lost my job as a consultant in the environmental aspect. I had an office from home, and it was difficult to actually convince people to take into consideration the environmental impact aspect of their businesses. And a lot of people were asking me, do you think just by giving advices, people are more interested in money and they don't care about the environment, and not knowing that the climate change is a global, have a global effect? So I decided with this that I need to get licensed, but getting licensed in our area of domain is very costly. Cameroon, yeah. So it's very costly. However, when I saw advertisement for the TEF program, I questioned myself if the foundation was going to finance people who are just providing services in this area. But I was lucky enough, I was told that it's possible. So when I applied, and I was shocked, that same year I was selected. So out of the 93,000 that applied, I was chance to be selected. And not only that, a year later, after receiving the training, which helped to learn how to manage, negotiate, to hire. So I bring some staff. We have those who are responsible for marketing and customer liaison. And because of that, we had our first client, which was Dangote Cement Cameroon. Then later on, a lot of multinationals followed up. So we're helping them to manage the impact their businesses pose on the environment. And when COVID came, it became difficult because we also do training. So because of the training we received, we diversified the services. We included cleaning and disinfection. And that department alone now today has 4 permanent staff and then 6 working temporarily. And every month I'm very happy when our client pay us and we pay them and they are all happy. So this is thanks to the foundation, the training we receive. And together, CSS International is going to fight the fight because we know we have at heart the climate change and we are doing all our best so that the small enterprises that are coming up, they take into consideration how their business will not have impact to the environment. Happy birthday. Thank you, sir.
And I call you the Lion of Africa. I call you the Lion of Africa. I call you my mentor. Menina Farmers, I'm the CEO of Menina Farmers Incorporated. Menina Farmers started some years back, 2015, when we just had the idea in our head, passing around, no office, no business plan, not even attractive to any banks to give a loan. So we applied for the Tony Elemilu grant. We went through the training. The training alone made us attractive because we learn how to prepare business plan, we learn how to manage human resources, and moreover the mentoring and the networking. You know, so when we went back, we got the grant. We went back, we invested into lowland rice. We began to buy rice from smallholder farmers, most especially women. We were buying rice for them and milling it, and then selling it to WSP, World Food Program, and they were distributing it to school-going kids. You know, I can remember we had we sold about 60 metric tons of rice, of meal rice, to WFP that year. And that was totally, we also got attracted to Solidarity West Africa. And they came in, they partnered with us. We established a huge oil palm nursery that we are giving to smallholder farmers, and we are also supplying the government of Liberia, and the government giving it to other smallholder farmers that are in need. And we also won a grant from the UNDP, and they entrusted us to produce cereals and give it to farmers. You know, we also supplied the Ministry of Agriculture with 100 metric tons of rice. You know, so that you are making impact in Africa. On behalf of Menina Farmers, the board of directors, and the staff, I want to extend happy birthday, blessed birthday to you. Thank you.
Before I encountered the Tony Elumelu Foundation, I was a 17-year-old confused uni student who had just started a business. It helped me to be resilient. It helped me to identify purpose. And, since then, TJL Signature has been able to train over 2,000 young children and women in underserved communities. We've taught them some of the skills that we use in producing our different accessories. We have also been awarded by the 25 Under 25 awards as, I was the youngest recipient of the award because of our contribution to youth empowerment in Nigeria. Also, we have, thanks to the training and the funding we received, we have expanded our service reach to countries outside Nigeria, to Ghana, to the United Kingdom, to the United States. We're selling and earning foreign investment in Nigeria. There's so much to say, but I just want to say thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the organization. You'd agree with me that Sir Tony Elumelu doesn't look 60. He's very youthful. You see some of his pictures and he's looking like he's 30-something. And, on this 60th birthday of yours, I just wish you a very happy birthday, sir. I pray that you continue in your youthful nature, and I pray that you reap the rewards of the seeds that you've sown in our lives. Thank you very much.
A fashion business. I was selling fabrics in a store and on Facebook. And in 2018, I have been selected in the TEF program. So I have been trained and I received a seed capital of 5,000, yes. And with this money, I've bought about stock. And I also bought a professional sewing machine because one of our aim was to provide a professional tailoring service. But in 2020, due to COVID, our country just entered in total lockdown for 2 or 3 months, something like it, and everything just closed. We closed our shop. We reopened some months later, but in 2021, due to the impact of this situation, we closed again, we reopened and closed again. But with the professional sewing machine, I have started sewing by myself. I've watched a video on YouTube and try to learn, and now I am sewing, and by the end of the year, I would like to relaunch, to reopen the business. So I want to say to you, sir, to all the members of the foundation, thank you. Thank you for trusting in us. Thank you because it always gives us resilience, because we don't leave. We continue to fight. We're trying to find solution to continue our business. So, sir, thank you, and happy 60.
I am a beneficiary of the 2019 Tony Elumelu Foundation Seed Capital. My business is currently employing 21 young men and women who are taking care of families. These are breadwinners. And through the Tony Elumelu Foundation program, our business was gained investor confidence. We've signed new contracts, and for that, we'd like to say thank you, sir. I would like to wish you a happy birthday, and in my language, I would like to say Kale Balika. It means, may the sun keep shining on you. God bless you. Zambia. Yes.
In 2019, I first applied for the TEF program. I was not selected. In 2020, I applied again, but due to coronavirus, it was postponed. And then in 2021, I still tried my chance, and that year, I was selected. And I would like to emphasize that year, I was double luck, because that year, I was selected with my brother, and he's behind you there. So I would like to thank you because thanks to the financing, I was able to acquire more materials, reach a more suitable space, and recruit more people. And thanks to the training we received during the journey, we were able to refine our strategies. And today, I'm happy to tell you that our sales have tripled. And all this would not be able without the foundation and without you, Mr. Tony Elumelu. So I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much for what you do for African youth. You know, thanks to this man, Sukot will rise by lifting others. Takes all its meanings. May God raise you up more. Happy birthday, sir.
Just an idea. So in the year 2018 actually, we applied for the Tony Elumelu Foundation. We were shocked we got in, and we got the grant, the seed capital of $5,000, with which we were able to actually come from an idea stage to a legally registered entity. We registered our limited liability company. We got our first prototype. We employed a mechanical engineer to make sure our designs were functional and that we could impact our girls and have the data to back it up. So fast forward to now. We have impacted 35,000 school-going girls that go to school every month without fail due to these dispensers that were just an idea, but the Tony Elumelu Foundation bought into us and we got the grant, we got the training, that when we were in trouble again in 2020 because of COVID, we had a whole year where schools were closed in Kenya. So our revenue stream was nothing. Girls are at home now. So we had to go back to the drawing board. We relied a lot on the teachings and the trainings we had to kind of bring another revenue stream that would enable us to survive during COVID. So I want to say that after that, thanks to the partnership of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we got into the Women Entrepreneurship for Africa program, where I got selected for the accelerator and the growth stage, where we got funding of up to $40,000. And actually, at the end of this year, we'll have impacted 105,000 school-going girls who will go to school and break that cycle of poverty. And our message from Dial-A-Pad is, you have shown us what democratizing luck can do for wealth creation in Africa, and you have gone before us, and we are going to trailblaze right after you and democratize access to quality education for every school-going girl in Africa. And from the thousands of girls who sent me here with greetings, we want to say thank you so much, and asante sana, Bwana kubariki, amen.
There was also poetry recitation by some talented young entrepreneurs discovered in the creative sector. There was a Diamond Jubilee Anniversary Goodwill message by former President of the United States of America, Bill Clinton, who eulogized Mr. Tony Elumelu's entrepreneurial and philanthropic acumen, which he advised other well-placed Africans to emulate.
Tony, Hillary and I are glad to join your family, friends, and admirers from around the world in wishing you a very happy 60th birthday. From your successful career in business to your amazing work with your foundation, you've accomplished so very much throughout your first remarkable 6 decades. It's been inspiring for us to see your passion for philanthropy up close and to watch you as you empower a rising generation of entrepreneurs across Africa. So on this milestone, we want to say thanks. Thank you for your friendship, for your good work, for your unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. Have a great celebration today and many, many more. You deserve it, and the rest of us need you strong, healthy, and young in spirit.
The vote of thanks was given by Dr. Awele Elumelu, wife of the celebrant.
Thank you, everybody here. I mean, I don't know what to say. I guess we're all here to celebrate Tony. So if they've said it all, you said it all. There's nothing more I can say. He's what you all say he is. He's what the children say he is. He gives of himself, not just on the office front, but on the home. And I don't know how he does it. I always say to him, I don't know how you do it. As you see him in the office, he is so busy, but he will never not have time for us in the house. Never. So, I just want to say thank you very much I'm thanking them, but I'm thanking you as well, on behalf of myself, on behalf of the children, on behalf of everyone here, for what you do for you make each and every one of us feel like your own personal person. So thank you very much, and God bless you always.
From Biscon Communications, it's 60 hearty cheers to Tony Elumelu.
Ogun State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphates, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, cola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels, tobacco, cotton, and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Ogun State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphate, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, cola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels. Tobacco, cotton, and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the high points of the news. On the national scene, President Tinubu reduces entourage on foreign trips to 20 officials. Federal government orders probe of Nigerian private universities over fake degrees. In business news, Dangote said for production as crude supply hits 6 million barrels. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump presses immunity claim, says he could prosecute Biden if re-elected. And in the world of sports, Fiji international rugby player Ratuni Yarawa was sent to prison for a series of sexual offenses. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu has approved cost-cutting measures that involve slashing by 60% official entourage on local and international travels. The special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngelale, revealed this while briefing State House correspondents at the presidential villa Abuja. Ngelale said the directive applied to the offices of the president, vice president, first lady, wife of the vice president, and all ministries, departments, and agencies. Ngelale noted that the office of the first lady and that of the wife of the vice president is now limited to 10 staff members on official trips within the country. The Vice President will be limited to 15 members of staff on official trips within the country. The presidential spokesman said ministers are now limited to 4 persons for foreign trips, while heads of agencies can only travel with 2 persons.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has, by his most recent directive, approved a massive cost-cutting exercise that will cut across the entire federal government of Nigeria and the offices of the President himself, the Vice President, and the office of the First Lady. It will be conducted in the following fashion. 1, the official trips that will be undertaken within the country, that is, when Mr. President or the Vice President travels to any state within the country, the massive bills that accrued due to allowances and ESTA code for security detail coming from Abuja, going and traveling into those states, will be massively cut due to the directive of the President that the security outfits within states, whether it be police, DSS, or branches of the military, will frontline his protective detail when he travels to those states. The numbers that the President has now approved for official travel with him that will apply to his principal staff are as follows. On international trips, the President has directed that no more than 20 individuals be allowed to travel with him. That number will be cut down to 5 in the case of the First Lady. 20 for the President, 5 for the First Lady. Additionally, the number in the entourage on official international trips for the Vice President will be cut to 5. The number that will be limited, the number that will be placed as a limit on the wife of the Vice President is also 5. In terms of local trips, the President has approved a new limit of 25 members of staff to accompany him on domestic trips within the country. The office of the First Lady is now limited to 10 staff members to accompany her on official trips within the country. The Vice President will be limited to 15 members of staff on official trips within the country, while his wife will be limited to 10 members of staff on official trips within the country, the same as the First Lady.
The development came 4 weeks after the Tinubu administration came under harsh criticism for conveying a massive entourage to the COP28 Climate Change Summit in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Now, the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Education, has set up a committee to look into the activities of private universities established in the last 15 years. The Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, said this will show if private institutions under investigation have in place prescribed facilities, adequate management structure, and adequate funding of programs, among others. He also noted that the Inter-Ministerial Committee set up to look into the activities of illegal universities will also examine the veracity of the allegations of degree certificate racketeering within both foreign and local private universities in Nigeria. The minister said this during the inauguration of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Degree Mills in the country. The minister listed the functions of the committee as follows: review of the role of any MDA or its officials, including identifying such officials in facilitation of the recognition and procurement of the fake certificate in question. Review of existing policies and procedures related to accreditation and certification to identify weaknesses contributing to the issue. Examination of the rules, procedures, and processes for recognition and accreditation of foreign universities and programs by the Federal Ministry of Education. Now, away from that, the Supreme Court has reserved judgment on the appeals by the All Progressives candidates, Social Democratic Party and Labour Party and the candidates in the Delta State governorship election. The Court of Appeal in Lagos had affirmed the election of Sheriff Oborowori as the governor of Delta State, dismissing the appeals by the governorship candidates and their parties. Oborowori polled 360,234 votes to defeat his closest opponent, Ovie Omagege of the All Progressives Congress Party, who scored 240,229. Ken Pella of the Labour Party came third with 48,027 votes, while Goid Ogboru of the All Progressives Grand Alliance came fourth with 11,021 votes. The five-member panel, led by John Okoro, after listening to parties' arguments, reserved judgment on the matter. Now, Chief of Naval Staff Emmanuel Ogala has reinstated officers and men of the Joint Task Force, Operation Delta Safe, South-South, the mandate of President Bola Tinubu, and the duty of protecting oil and gas facilities to achieve an increase in daily oil production in the country. The Minister of State for Petroleum, Senator Heineken Lukobiri, said the daily oil production release was about 1.7 million barrels in December 2023. Oil remained the mainstream of Nigeria's economy since its discovery in 1956, and Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ogala charges the men of the Central Naval Command to step up security surveillance of national assets, particularly along the waterways of their spheres of operations.
Year 2024, we intend to increase capacity by another 50%. That is what we want to do, and we are determined to do that because we have dedicated officers and ratings who are committed to doing their job. The environment we are operating is a very complex environment. Complex in the sense that these criminals have a lot of resources. They also have a lot of reach. They can employ all forms of propaganda to give a bad image to those who are fighting them, in this case, Nigerian Navy. So we are not surprised by their pushbacks and all the antics that they have been employing to give Nigerian Navy a bad image. Our work will speak for us. We'll continue to do our best. We'll continue to arrest these criminals and deal with them squarely.
You're watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is Business News. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Business News on Biscon Television. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has faulted what it describes as an armed invasion of Dangote Industries Limited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in relation to the ongoing probe of forex allocation to 52 firms. According to a statement signed by MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir, the association said it received the news of the invasion of the Dangote Industries Limited by dozens of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission operatives with great shock. The association noted that while it is not averse to the conduct of due investigations into the activities of the companies, such inquiries should be done appropriately and devoid of the sheer brigandage that was seen on display. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery on Monday announced its readiness to commence production of refined petroleum products as it received the sixth batch of 1 million barrels of crude oil required by the plant for its initial operations. Dangote Refinery appears set to commence production of refined petroleum products with the receipt of the sixth batch of barrels of crude supplied by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. It said the fresh 1 million Agbami barrels of crude oil was the last cargo to complete the initial scheduled 6 million barrels consignment to be delivered to the Dangote facility for the commencement of operations by the world's largest single-train refinery. Exactly a month ago, Dangote Refinery received the first 1 million barrels of Agbami crude grade from Shell International Trading and Shipping Company Limited, one of the largest trading companies in Nigeria as well as globally, trading in over 8 million barrels of crude oil per day. And that's all for business news.
Welcome back. Now to foreign news. Donald Trump has warned that he could prosecute Joe Biden if he returns to the White House as Washington Appeals Court judges questioned the former U.S. president's claim that he is immune from criminal charges for trying to overturn the 2020 election. Trump's lawyers faced a skeptical reception as they sought to convince appeals court judges that former presidents should not be prosecuted for actions they took in office. Trump is due to go to trial in March on federal charges of election subversion. With the Republican state-by-state presidential nominating contest due to kick off next week, Trump used the hearing as an opportunity to claim he is the victim of political persecution. If the case is allowed to go forward, Trump said he could prosecute Democratic President Joe Biden if he wins the November presidential election. Trump, who lost to Biden in the 2020 election, has opened up a commanding lead over his rivals for the Republican presidential nomination since the first criminal charge against him was announced last March. He is expected to easily win Monday's contest in Iowa. We take another break. When we return, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the weather sport. Fiji international rugby player Api Ratuniyarawa has been sentenced to 2 years and 10 months in prison for a series of sexual offences. Ratuniyarawa, 37, admitted 2 counts of assault by penetration and 1 charge of sexual assault at a hearing in December in relation to 3 young women. The Fiji Lock had been due to feature on the bench for the Barbarians in their match against Wales at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff on November 4, 2023. Cardiff Crown Court previously heard the offences took place between October 31st and November 2nd last year. Ratuni Urawa, who lives in Northamptonshire, denies 2 further charges of sexual assault relating to one of the 3 women. The sentencing hearing was told Ratuni Urawa had travelled to Cardiff ahead of the Barbarians March to attend media commitments and training for the fixture. We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Join us again.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News today. In the first story, popular Nigerian street artist Habib Okikiola, widely known as Portable, is over the moon after acquiring another Mercedes-Benz worth millions of naira. The vibrant street artist took to his Instagram page to share the exciting news with his fans, expressing gratitude to God for the accomplishment, saying, "One door closes, 3 more open." The social media announcement made earlier today saw Portable exuding joy and thanksgiving as he revealed the latest addition to his fleet of vehicles. Accompanying his announcement was a video showcasing Portable striking poses beside his new sleek ride, providing fans with a close look at the impressive Mercedes-Benz. In another story, controversial activist Very Dark Man is already gearing up for the upcoming birthday of a famous blogger, Tunde Ednut, as he gives him a cow. Very Dark Man, who took the fall last year after Tunde Ednut's Instagram page lost over 7 million followers for publicizing him, seems to be reciprocating the kindness ahead of his birthday. The popular socialite claims that Tunde Ednut advised against purchasing cows just yet due to the expense of caring for and feeding them, while the D-Day is still far off. Nevertheless, he announced that he had paid for the cow, which should be picked up on Ednut's birthday a few days later. Ednut has taken it upon himself to celebrate his birthday in style every year, receiving gifts of cash, cows and other stuff. And so we've come to the end of Showbiz News for today.
Hello and welcome to Movie Trailer. Slum King. Slum King is a compelling tale that unravels the life of Edafe Majemi Jesu Omukoro, a young boy who bore witness to the brutal massacre of his family by armed robbers at the tender age of 11. This tragic event throws ambition upon a previously indifferent Edafe, igniting in him a fierce determination to escape his lovely status and attain power. Cast include Teniola Aladeshi, Olarosimi Fakunle, Toby Bakare, Jide Kene Ashifi, and many more. Malaika, a barren woman, attempts to remedy her situation with her friends and family whilst battling intense anger issues. She goes through a spiritual journey where she sees the light of her behavior. Cast includes Tony Abraham, Odunlade Adekola, Muyiwa Ademola, Taiwo Ajayi Lycett, Uzo Azikwe, and many more. And that's all we have for you today on Movie Trailer.
Welcome back. That's a wrap on Biscon Television News. But before we go, a recap of the high points. On the national scene, President Tinubu reduces entourage on foreign trips to 20 officials. Federal government orders probe of Nigerian private universities over fake degrees. In business news, Dangote set for production as crude supply hits 6 million barrels. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump presses immunity claim, says he could prosecute Biden if re-elected. And in the weather sport, Fiji international rugby player Ratuni Urawa sent to prison for a series of sexual offences. And that's it on Biscon TV News, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abolari. Before we go, we'll leave you with this last line. No shortcuts exist to the top of the pantry. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us.
my Lord spiritual, the head of the armed forces collectively represented here today, the Rear Admiral, our distinguished guest lecturer on this occasion, Admiral Francis Akman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, you must be wondering why India would take an interest in maritime domain awareness. India has one of the largest numbers of seafarers in the world. India is one of the largest fishing countries in the world. And India has an ocean named after India. So the Indian Ocean is there. So there are many reasons why you should be here today. So we thank you, Your Excellency. Let me just say that, you know, today it's an important day for us at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Our latest center, the Center for Ocean Governance and the Blue Economy, is coming on board, and I am happy to let you know that our good friend, Dr. Jamo, has been establishing institutional foundations for the maritime domain. He's doing this here today. Tomorrow he will be at the University of Lagos to also do a similar thing. It's the first outing of the institute, the center that they have at the University of Lagos. But here for us, our center would never have been thought of without your inspiration, your motivation, and your support. So let me make very public the fact that you have supported us all the way and that you continue to support us. Which all goes to show that, you know, you cannot do anything on your own and you cannot do anything in isolation. We all are working together for the good of our country, and I believe that together with NEMASA, we would conquer the maritime domain, together with the Navy and the Armed Forces and all the guys that are represented there. But let me just say one or two things about the NIIA's latest landmarks and invite you to celebrate the occasion with us. I'm sure for those of us who were visiting us after a long time, you would have seen as you stepped into our premises, the General Leo Irabo Early Warning Systems Center. Now, this is the latest in the NIA's annals. We want to be part of the contribution to the collective solutions that the world has been looking for through bilateral and multilateral collaborations. We want to lay a foundation for preventing conflicts and problems and wars, preventing insecurity, and dealing with the kinds of issues that only think tanks like the NIA can do. So we approached the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Leo Irabo, a couple of months ago, and we sat down together with him, and what we have today is the Center for Early Warning Systems. Now, this center is going to be officially commissioned on the 25th of April. And on that day, we will have at the NIA a coming together of the UN, the AU, the ECOWAS, and several national and global actors in this area. I'm also glad to let you know that the NIA now has a formidable desk on sports diplomacy. And our sports diplomacy desk has done so much to strengthen that soft variable of diplomacy that the world has always tended to overlook, but it's so critical. Not many people know what Cuba, what the United States, and many other countries have done with sports. And we are quite glad that we're in the forefront of pushing the agenda of sports and these frontiers in the field of diplomacy. Very soon we are also going to add science diplomacy to the things that we are doing at the Institute, because we believe that you cannot begin to talk of, the revolutionary changes that we all have in mind when we speak about the IT solutions to the things that we are doing, and not have that as one of your instruments of diplomacy. So you will soon see science diplomacy on board here. I'm also glad to tell our brother, our partner, and our friend, Prince Adebayo, that there's a lot that we'll be doing together in the coming days. Let me also specially welcome Chief Umwe Chamberlain Obaseki, the Otaifo of Edoland, who is honoring us on this occasion. Now, you know, royalty is part of the maritime domain, and very soon we'll remind you that the beads that you are wearing have also come from the corals, which come from the sea. Now, for us, maritime matters are very important matters. We have struggled for the resources on land and over land. We've gone to the cyberspace, but we have all of us suddenly come back to the very realization that at the foundation of all of these resources actually would be the things buried in the oceans. And that's why people fear that if we are not careful, another world war, God forbid, might be precipitated by the kinds of conflicts that have come over control of navigable waters. You will find that here in Africa, the maritime sector is an integral part of a new scramble for Africa. Whether it's in the Gulf of Aden or you're looking at the Gulf of Guinea, wherever you turn to, you find that the whole world is now focused on Africa, and everyone wants to have a piece of the action. Here for us in the Gulf of Guinea, we have all kinds of friends, and we've had all kinds of problems. But the complexity of the maritime domain are things that we don't ordinarily think about. And that's why we thought that to launch this center, we must get fully into the fray and bring all of us together to thinking and reviewing and reflecting on issues of the maritime domain awareness. I'm sure that Admiral Akpan, a man that I have known for over 1 decade now, he's one of the, what is 1 decade? Over 2 decades actually. This is the man who intellectualizes the maritime domain. When he was our defense attaché in South Africa, he was leading, the Southern African countries to think about these issues of maritime domain awareness, and he led in several areas that he'll be telling us about today. Now, he has also written an important book, An Admiral's Compass. This is a book that puts together his several thoughts, on the complex issues of the maritime domain. And because he has served at the highest levels in Nigeria, in the military and in the diplomatic circles, he's the one who is able to link all of these issues to a security architecture. I'm not going to preempt his presentation today, but I'm going to say that we are very delighted to have a naval officer of the highest caliber, one of the brightest minds that Africa and Nigeria, that Africa has known, doing this for us. Well, the other day we were, for those of us who were there, we were welcoming the Right Honorable Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister of England, and this same thing happened. Just to remind us that when we have thought of every other thing, the little things that count most, are things we still continue to have problems with. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all here and to tell you that the NIA will continue to count on your support in all areas as we come to you. Please remember that what the Prince is doing today, what NIMASA is doing today, what the Navy is doing, what the Presbyterian Church is doing, and what Admiral Akpan is doing all of these things would not be possible if you don't support us. So welcome to the NIA and our brand new institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Don't show too much sympathy to me. That it was when I was to talk that things like this happen to me, and it's always a good sign. When I ran for election, that was when the server did not work. Yeah, so we are still here. But what we are doing is very important. You see, these little things remind us of the fact that things we can fix are the things that unfix us. I bet we will always overcome. Today's event is very important because to discuss our maritime world is to define our future. And I'm happy today that the Institute has taken upon itself to bring me back after about two months that I was here last, talking about diplomacy in general. And I'm also happy that NIMASA is here because that is the implementer, regulator of all our maritime wisdom as legislated. And I'm happy that I did some work when we were looking for a way to do the Cabotage Act. I wish Senator Uba could make it, but he couldn't get the flight to come. So I'm happy that the maritime architecture we have now is a better pathway to where we should go if we are going towards the blue economy than what we had before. And I'm happy that His Lordship is here to guide us and to pray for us. I was many times a guest of the church in the course of my looking for power to help Nigerians. And since they say power comes from God, so we politicians started going to the church. You know, yeah. So I thank you, and I pray that God will give you many years to bring more people of righteousness in our community. And I thank the guest speaker, Admiral, for all the work you've done for the country. And I've always been friends of people who are FOC East. I don't know why. All my friends in the Navy were FOC East. So I will balance now by having somebody who was in the FOC West. So, and I thank the Navy for showing seriousness. The Navy is the most complete arm of the armed forces. The Navy is the most complete because you have to cover the air, even where you're at sea. You have to be very stable at sea, and you still have to have fighting men. And on many occasions, you have to do civilian duties, Marshal Navy work, Marshal Navy support, and also help us to train people who work in our Marshal Navy and give us a gateway to the blue economy that we're looking for. And I thank DG Nimasa for coming here personally. I know now government people are very serious. They are very concerned about their future. So they usually stay in Abuja. So for him to be here is a good thing. What I can say about today is that you will see that you have not wasted your time at all because the guest lecturer is a subject matter expert. He's also a passionate person, and he's a man of discipline, and you will see in the course of the work. Secondly, you will see that there are 5 reasons why this probably is the most important gathering in Nigeria today. One is that anywhere east of Porto Novo and west of Rio de Rey is where Nigeria needs to project its superpower potentials. We may not have a sea or a whole ocean named after us like India that has an Indian Ocean, but we are a very notable maritime power. And the amount of effort and investment, especially intellectual input, that we frame for ourselves to be able to be strong at sea will determine whether we will actually be regarded as a power. And if we do it so well, anywhere from the Casamance, just around Senegal, down to the fringes of the Gulf of Guinea, around Angola and thereabout, it's supposed to be areas where our second circle of maritime influence should be. And we need to make that major investment in the institutions that will help us. NIMASA is one of them, but the Navy, most importantly. And when I talk to my colleagues who are in politics, I always tell them that the strength of the country is best reflected in the strength of the Navy. And the Navy should not be placed in a subsidiary position where it is being played today. We actually should have the strongest Navy that we can afford. And though we do business around the sea and around the maritime assets that we have, but we should not subordinate the interest of the Navy. The Navy must take the lead. And I think that is what the government should do. Second is that our safety is also implicated. And safety of people, safety of your own goods being brought into Nigeria, safety of people and other assets you have at sea. And next to safety is the issue of security. We have a very long coastline, which we need to monitor. We have economic zones which we need to take good control of. You are familiar with all our struggles around Bakassi. And I think the fact that we went to the World Court to go and adjudicate that issue reflected the limit of what we did with our Navy. If we had used our Navy very well, nobody will even come here to talk about arbitrating anything. So I think that that is very important. Another thing that's also important is the fact that the sea is good for projection. You can project all your power, all your potentials at sea. And you also use the sea for recreation and for research and development, for oceanography study. So I think that we should pay attention. We are people who has pleased God Almighty to put near the most important junction in the sea, and we must not show any sign that we don't deserve our geostrategic location. Another thing I want us to talk about is that the Navy is not just by the border looking outside. The Navy is also our platform to conquer the mystery around the rivers that we have. You will see that in the past, up to Barrow, up to the middle of the country, we could navigate the Benue, we could navigate the Niger, we could navigate even what we used to call the Olokun River, which is now Ethiopia River, one of the deepest inland waterways in the world. So we can triple our economy in this country if we manage our inland waterways. These are very important. Even in Lagos here, many of the people get stuck in traffic. They're actually getting stuck just next to where they could have used the water to travel around. So I want us to understand that it's not an arcane subject. It's not that the Institute is bored and they're looking for some esoteric subject to discuss. They're actually discussing everything that has to do with your welfare. If you look at everything that you do, in fact, most of us who are here will admit that many of the things we are wearing on our body, the food we are eating this morning, many of them came by sea. And it's very important. So I don't want to pretend to be a guest lecturer. I'm just the chairman of the occasion. But this is to justify to you that you have come to the right place. You may have come for other reasons, but you will leave here much grateful to God that you came here. Secondly, that you should pay a lot of attention. What we are doing here is important, and it will not end here. And I thank you for the attention.
I think as Nigerians, we have to understand the situation and the circumstances we do find ourselves into. Sometimes the technology do pale. Somebody may think, why is the generator? Well, it's one of those things, so we have to take it in good faith. We are in maritime domain awareness, so we have to understand what is surrounding the domain awareness. And this is part of the challenges that you can find even at sea when you are moving. No houses, nothing. You cannot see anything, nobody to come to your rescue. In this case, I had one of the staffs whispering that the NEPA official is not available, the generator is this and that, and it's the same thing when you are in the ship. So the maritime domain awareness also constitutes a lot of these kind of challenges. Let me start by appreciating the Vice Chancellor, my brother, and who works tirelessly every day to see how he can improve the well-being of Nigerians in every strata. He has been doing that for so many decades. The last time we were together, one of his classmates told me that he used to be one of the young guests in their own class at the University of Ibadan. And he was one of those youngest professors. So he continued to, explore that opportunity to use his useful age, because when you start early, you will correct your mistakes along the line. Those who start late, they may not have the opportunities. So because he started early, so he can do and do better, every day improving on what he has done. So I want to appreciate you, President my brother. Prince Adewale, I think I've been meeting you, but this is the first time I'm meeting you closely. As the chairman, I would like to thank you and congratulate you for that. Usually, NIA used to take very careful care in terms of selecting who and who should be in their own domain when they are presenting papers. So that's why I don't joke. I have another assignment to do. I had to abandon that one and come to this place. I don't want, so that I cannot miss anything, especially when you are talking of the maritime domain awareness. So I don't want here. My royal father, Chamberlain, there's nothing we can do in maritime domain without the traditional leaders, because they know their own domain and they know what happened first. If you want to get real-time, on-time intelligence information on the happening at your coastal waters, get hold of our own traditional rulers. And that's why we are having problems, we are getting things wrong. Unless we begin to realize, bringing the stakeholders together and make sure that we don't relegate the communities, the coastal communities, then that is when we will get our own things right. I believe Rear Admiral Akpan will take that area with all seriousness and other things. We have India here. NIMASA, in dealing with non-kinetic operations, we do consider the National Seafarers Development Program, where we pick younger generations from the coastal communities that doesn't have the opportunity to go to school and send them to various institutions of learning abroad, especially India, Greece, UK. India is one of the largest countries that we do patronize in sending our own children. I think more than half of the total number of our Nigerian CPR's students, they are graduated in India. So I want to welcome you back. Other officers of the Nigerian Navy, men and women, distinguished guests, good afternoon. My task is simple. I was asked to give a keynote address on the maritime domain awareness. I will try my best to see what I can say as far as the issue of the maritime domain awareness is concerned, so that the audience who are not very familiar with the maritime domain can understand the concept of the maritime domain. Normally, sometimes back when we talk maritime domain, we consider mostly the issue of security. It's much more than that. And this is one of the key issues that the NIIA seek to achieve, to create awareness and to broaden the knowledge. That is why the creations of governance, in terms of ocean governance, in terms of their own curriculum. So I want to welcome you all and thank you very much. Let me start this discourse by a poster to the effect that there is a saying that if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it. I draw allusion to this question, to this quotation, in view of the fact that maritime domain is boundless and difficult to put a fine scope to. For boundaries of land, we can have an easy delineation.
We can build walls and manage the ingress and exit. This, for one, makes insecurity on land somewhat easier to manage than that of the sea. Although the challenges in relation to the insecurity of land, that is demography, in fact, everyone in the maritime community should have long known and accepted the boundless openness and vulnerabilities of our many ports and coastal areas. This realization, therefore, should be trigger for a more poignant, proactive, and focused attention on what transpires in the maritime domain. Back to SPOSA. While the General Court says if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it, a renowned economist and strategist, W. Edwards Deming, presented a narrative that it is costly myth to force that if it cannot be measured, it can be managed. In his words, he said, it is wrong to suppose that if you cannot measure it, you can manage it. A costly myth. One cannot agree any less with a strategist, because if you conclude that we cannot manage our coastal areas and maritime domain simply because it is open and borderless, then we have so much to lose in view of the fact that 95% of our trade and livelihood occurs and depend on these open and boundless waters. And I tend to agree with this statement because towards the end of 2020, we do experience an average attack in our territorial waters, maybe about 6 times in a week, average 1 in a day per vessel. Now today, we are celebrating over 1.5 years without attack, courtesy of the Nigerian Navy. Even though last week, the Gulf of Guinea broke that silence, far away, about close to 500 nautical miles away from Nigeria, we experienced another attack for the first time in the last 1.5 years. So that means truly, no matter what, no matter the issue of boundless maritime domain we have, there are men and women out there. When we are sleeping, when we are relaxing, when we are in the market, they sacrifice their life to make sure that they manage and police our own maritime domain. And that's what transpired, and that's what we are seeing now in Nigerian territorial water and beyond. That is the entire Gulf of Guinea. Today, the Gulf of Guinea is being removed as the most dangerous waters to trade, and we are also removed as part of those. I have been seeing right up, there is a difference between war risk insurance or the issue of dangers of our own waters. We are yet to get to the level where we can get out of war risk insurance. We are still making consultation with the international communities and the Lloyd's of London to make sure that Nigeria is being removed from that particular list. But what we are removed from, the risk aspect of it. That risk aspect of it concerns the trade between, or the contract between ship owner and the CPRs. If Nigeria is tagged as a high-risk area, the CPR, even if he signed agreement with the ship owner, he has the right to say, I'm not going to Nigeria. And irrespective of the contractual agreement, the ship owner cannot challenge the CPR. Secondly, if the CPR's salary is $10,000 US, if you are going to areas where it's being taxed as the high-risk area, it means you have to pay double. You have to pay him double as an incentive, irrespective of whatever challenges he pays and whatever insurance they are going to pay on his own behalf. So that has been removed also. This is reducing the cost of shipping and the cost of freight. So until when we get to that level, I just want to make this clearance because I have seen right up saying that we are out of war risk insurance. We are not yet out. were at the risk, out of risk area, and were no longer the most dangerous waters to trade in. Now, the foregoing background is simply to intimate you on how and why we should perceive the significance of maritime domain awareness in relation to achieving the effective security architecture in the African maritime space. But what exactly maritime domain awareness means? Maritime domain awareness, according to the International Maritime Organization, is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime domain that could impact security, safety, the economy, or the maritime environment itself. It is therefore incumbent on all African coastal nations, including Nigeria, to take the subject of maritime domain awareness seriously, especially about matters of their national security, strategy, and economic development. One core and simplified way of appreciating maritime domain awareness is to state that the maritime domain awareness is the sharing of information and security, safety, responsibility among agencies, entities, and nations affected by the maritime domain. A maritime domain in itself includes every territory area or sphere of influence referring to the both spatial infrastructures and facilities of the maritime sector. It involves all components of maritime activities: infrastructure, people, institutions, vessels, cargo, and other conveyances. Accordingly, maritime domain awareness is the conscientious responsiveness of these components. The concept of maritime domain awareness provides many opportunities for the comprehensive understanding and inventory of the maritime sector for planning, strategy, and policy development. Thus, it provides the baseline information for early risk detection and intervention planning. The outcome of domain awareness exposes problem, risk, and vulnerabilities, infrastructure, deficiencies, and requisite collaboration and intervention required. Understanding the maritime domain awareness is very important, and this is perhaps why several countries have undertaken specific initiatives to develop thematic policies around the concept. You can live in your own house and you don't know your own neighbors. You don't know your own who does what is doing. You see your neighbors stockpiling arms. You are just watching a car park. You will see arms carried into his house. You know he's out for something. So you have to start planning. That is maritime domain. You must understand the infrastructures around your own maritime domain. What cargo are you carrying? Who is doing business with you? What type of ship? Is it tanker? Is it container? Is it bulk carrier? You must understand this concept, and that is all about the maritime domain. The purpose of maritime domain is to facilitate timely, accurate decision making that is related to the maritime activities, providing institutional awareness of the maritime operation to ensure they are safe and secure. This helps to reduce sea blindness and mitigate the various risks at sea, such as the unregulated and unreported fishing and illegal activities like drug and weapon smuggling, human trafficking, terrorism, etc. These risks threaten the maritime ecosystem, resources, commercial, trade routes, and national boundaries. As a developing continent, it is imperative that we take a cue from the developed nation so that we can so take time to address and solve strategic problems and minimize in this regard. The U.S. President Joe Biden in May 2022 announced the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, an initiative with the regional partners and allies to promote a free and open Pacific. The Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness intends to connect regional partners and allies with American technologies to provide greater maritime situational awareness in real time, on time. This is following the trend of every other previous administration in taking collaborative efforts to improve the security architecture within the maritime domain worldwide. For a country like Nigeria, a major player in the Gulf of Guinea, it is imperative to assert that the several agencies share a synchronized role in the attainment of the effective maritime domain awareness. These agencies include the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Nigerian Immigration Services, the Nigerian Customs Service, and several other stakeholders. These agencies and stakeholders are necessarily required to share information effectively among themselves based on statutory responsibilities to improve maritime security. You cannot achieve it all alone. Once there is an issue of security threat or safety, it affects everybody. So it's a matter of all. All those players must come together under one umbrella. That's why we created what we call Shared Gulf of Guinea. Not only Nigeria, but also all other players, because the water we have here in Nigeria, if you drop pure water, nothing obstructs it. It will move from here up to United States. It will continue to move. And that is the key issue on insecurity. If there is insecurity, we have been hearing insecurity in Somalia, in the Indian Oceans, and other things like that. Nigeria, we laugh. We thought that is their own business. Today is our turn, even though we achieve what so many countries cannot achieve within the shortest possible time. For instance, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, by virtue of Section 22 of the NIMASA Act, bears, among others, duty of providing maritime security and to perform any other duty for ensuring maritime safety and security or do all matters incidental hereto. Section 22 of the NIMASA Act. The collaborative capacity of NIMASA is also statutorily enabled. The Section 23, subsection 10 of NIMASA Act stipulate that the existing powers under the Part 4, the agency may collaborate, request for all, and shall be entitled to assistance by other designated government agencies responsible for maintenance of security in the maritime zone. It is on the foregoing that NIMASA takes part of the role in galvanizing the action with other players in attainment of an effective maritime domain awareness. This can easily be seen in the setup of the Nigerian Industry Working Group, which includes Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Ministry of Transportation, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Port Authority, the Marine Police, Interpol, the oil business and transportation industry, BIMCO, Intertanko, Intercargo, the Nigerian Ship Owners Association, the Nigerian Shippers Council, and the Nigerian Customs Service, among others. The objective of this working group is to accelerate efforts to tackle maritime threats by facilitating interaction between the stakeholders, pursuing the project through mutual collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and communication, and enhancing transparency between the government and the industry in addressing the shared goal and achieving the permanent prevention of insecurity and armed robbery in our own maritime domain. Another pivotal effort towards achieving an effective maritime domain awareness is the facilitation of the Deep Blue Project, which involves the C4I Center, which the Deep Blue Project itself is one of the country's total spectrum maritime security drive by the Nigerian Navy, anchored by 4 pillars: situational awareness, response capability, law enforcement, and local partnership and regional cooperation. The C4I Center, which is component of the project, is command, control, computer, and communication system, as well as intelligence, domain awareness for intelligence gathering. The C4I Center present operational headquarters of the project is an all-embracing strategy for the participation of the agencies in the Deep Blue Project. This is where the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force have collaborated to achieve the desired objective of the project without any issues in terms of either operations or relationship. For the first time, we are seeing all the stakeholders under one umbrella. including civilians. The Deep Blue project is an all-encompassing with a lot of civilian mix. I used to call it rice and beans. You have military uniform, you have civilians cooperating together to ensure that we achieve the same goal for our dear nation. At the regional level, Nigeria has made efforts in working with other African countries in achieving the effective maritime domain awareness, following the United Nations Security Council issuing 2 resolutions within the span of 2 years, urging the regional countries to urgently tackle the menace of maritime insecurity. Nigeria, alongside 24 other countries within ECOWAS, ECAS, and the Gulf of Guinea, came together to sign a joint declaration on the 25th of June 2013 in Yaoundé, Cameroon. The declaration, known as Yaoundé Architecture, was the regional member states to collaborate, fight piracy and other criminalities in our own waters. The Yaoundé Architecture for the Maritime Safety and Security laid the establishment of Interregional Coordination Center in Yaoundé, with each regional maritime security coordination center for West Africa in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and Regional Maritime Security Center in Central Africa in Pointe-Noire, Congo, respectively. The entire structure is for the information and intelligence sharing. The maritime domain awareness with strong support of the European Union in fulfillment of the 2013 declaration to further seek international collaboration. Nigeria with ICC Yaoundé International Coordinating Center engage with major international shipping industry and commodities group, Intertanko, Intercargo, as I mentioned earlier, to develop a framework known as Gulf of Guinea Maritime Collaboration Forum on Shared Awareness Decompletion, that is Shared Gulf of Guinea, which was announced on the 26th of April 2021. The framework is multilateral initiative involving industry stakeholders and member countries in West and Central Africa. The Gulf of Guinea on the information sharing and incident reporting cooperation at sea and decompletion. The G7++ Prince Gulf of Guinea is another multilateral cooperation with regional countries on the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the background of the maritime domain awareness, the definition, and what NIMASA's role in that. I believe the paper presenter, whom I know for over close to 30 years, will do justice on the operationality of this insecurity, and he has been a power player on land and at sea. While foregoing collaborative efforts take within Nigeria and Africa is to ensure attainment of an well-built maritime domain awareness, which can impact African maritime architecture, it is imperative to note there are still challenges in putting the efficient maritime domain awareness. And most notable of these challenges, reckoned by the Center of International Maritime Security, is the vastness of the maritime domain and regular activities thereon, which makes the attainment of holistic maritime domain awareness, challenging the government entities, shippers, and practically all entities throughout the maritime ecosystem. In Nigeria and Africa, is to accordingly attain, if Nigeria and Africa is to accordingly attain holistic maritime domain awareness, there is need for a stronger collaboration, which we can hear how that collaboration will look like from the experience of the speaker, and commitment of funds in setting up the C4I centers, that is command and control centers, in more African countries to work collaboratively, more importantly, and in relation to the setting up of these centers in acquisition of maritime domain awareness technologies and artificial intelligence. The technology can help to protect national borders by identifying hidden risks and profiling vessels entering into various territorial waters. Bearing in mind all that has been done in terms of regional collaborations, I am confident that Africa, is in the right direction in attaining a stronger maritime domain awareness. All that simply must be done is to maintain a sense of continuity and constant review of operations while improving technology's devices. There is also be more transparency among the nations, as Jesper and Dana recommended and see understanding the share model when they noted that achieving awareness will require that maritime activities and actors become more transparent and what is seen is properly understood, and that is visibility and understanding be shared as widely as possible among the members of the maritime community. I cannot agree any less with the preposition and also proceed to recommend same. I also strongly believe that it is wrong to suppose that if we cannot measure our maritime domain, should not be conclude that we cannot manage it. To hold otherwise, it will be very costly for our growing economy and progressive livelihood, and it is on this note that I encourage the stakeholders and national entities to exhibit more commitment in order to advance further winning the war against maritime insecurity while fortifying our own maritime architecture. Finally, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and his team for finding it worthy to address issues that concerns our own maritime domain. This will continue to revolve into sustaining our own fragile security achievement recorded so far, which is being recognized worldwide. I want to thank you most sincerely once again, and thank you for listening, and wish you fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
I would have preferred that we started with a video clip. I don't know how Control can assist me with that. Control, can you start with the video clip for me after my introduction, please? Right Reverend and Dr. Mrs. Solomon Okoro, Admiral Ayo Lubode. Ayo Lubode is not just a naval officer of distinction. He loves what we are doing here, taking part in the academics of maritime security.
Nigeria's 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone is alive with maritime activity. But what looks innocent at first glance may actually camouflage illegal activity. Nigeria has acquired new strategic capabilities, becoming a regional maritime superpower, able to constantly monitor and track all EEZ events and identify the criminals that cost its economy billions of dollars a year. True maritime security means pinpointing the events that really matter within this huge area. That's why Nigeria chose Falcon-Eye. See how Falcon-Eye creates a unified maritime picture, detecting and analyzing illegal actions, alerting your personnel, and helping them take decisive action through interception. Here's an example of what Falcon-Eye can do. The Casper, a Liberian flagged tanker, has left Calabar en route to Lagos. This routine event is reported by the AIS automatic identification system. But Falcon-Eye sees beyond the obvious. Its constantly learning systems reveal that Casper has a history of suspicious activity. Falcon-Eye issues a system alert, flagging the vessel for further observation. 25 nautical miles south of Calabar, Casper stops AIS transmissions. Falcon-Eye's intelligence system reveals that Casper has repeatedly done this in the past. The system issues an alert. Falcon-Eye combines advanced coastal radars and unique over-the-horizon radars. It provides comprehensive coverage of all maritime events, even those taking place far beyond the horizon. Coastal command posts stream all data to naval headquarters. Meanwhile, coastal radar detects 2 unknown targets leaving the Port Harcourt Delta, potentially in the direction of the Casper. Falcon Eye tracks the vessels. Its intelligence system matches their movement patterns with past events involving criminal activity. It projects a potential rendezvous with the Casper. Falcon Eye declares a ship-to-ship encounter, assessing a 95% probability of illegal oil transfer. It's time for action. Falcon Eye provides the command echelon with all the information for effective, responsible decision-making, including presidential-level authorization when required. Falcon Eye dispatches multiple naval forces to stop the criminals. Falcon Eye plots optimal interception routes, predicts time to target, and receives real-time imagery. Based on this timely input, the criminals have been caught in the act, sending future criminals a clear message about Nigeria's deterrent capability. Falcon Eye designed and installed a comprehensive array of state-of-the-art technologies, enabling real-time detection and identification of suspicious targets, creating effective deterrence and causing a significant decline in illegal activity. Nigeria's Navy now carries out pinpoint, mission-oriented patrols, saving operational costs, defeating oil theft, eliminating piracy, putting an end to seaborne smuggling, and halting illegal fishing. Nigeria enhanced its national security and saved its economy billions of dollars. Here's how it happened. With continuous coverage, Falcon Eye created a unified maritime picture. Working automatically, it correlated real-time sensor input with intelligence to detect and analyze suspicious behavior. Input from Nigeria's regional command and control centers was integrated in the MCC at Naval Headquarters, providing full situational awareness to guide security forces to decisive action, a successful interception. That's why Nigeria chose the world's most sophisticated maritime operational intelligence system, Falcon Eye.
Mr. Chairman, members of the High Tribunal, I thought I could just whet our appetite after sitting for so long with a short clip on the Falcon Eye. The Falcon Eye is a maritime domain awareness platform instituted by the federal government and domiciled in the Nigerian Navy. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, allow me to recognize one of the eldest statesmen in the country, the pioneer DG of the Nigerian Policy Institute, now called NIPS, Elder Dr. Umar Eliazu. He stands tall at 90 plus. You're welcome, sir. A man who has authored so many books and wrote the commendation on the Admiral's Compass. Let me also introduce Elder E.D. Akan. Elder E.D. Akan was an executive director at NNPC and did a lot in post-story DPR as we have it today. I also wish to introduce my friend that is known to a lot of us, Emeka Ugu of NESH. You're welcome, Emeka. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome you and to thank you for your patience, having waited for more than 2 hours plus. No fault of ours, but of course, you know, technicalities can occur in events like this. But please bear with us as we go into the main paper of the round table, or maritime domain awareness for Africa's maritime security architecture. As a form of introduction, more than 95% of the world's trade and travels is by sea. The world's submarine cables transmit 95% of telecommunications data and earn about roughly $10 trillion per day. Not per year, per day. Submarine cables are crewable to telecoms. Any attempt, for example, to cut such cables could black out a third of the world's internet. Maritime crimes and malfeasance at sea facilitates transnational criminal networks, but most especially, they fund terrorist activities. The proliferation of small, medium, and small arms, heavy weapons trafficking, fuel conflicts across the globe, and of course, with more private armed activities at sea, the gap between states and non-state actors is widening and closing up in some aspects. In some aspects where you have good vigilance and good maritime domain awareness, it's closing up. Where you don't, it's widening. Globally, it has become evident that life today depends on the maritime domain. Today, we'll be looking at the aspect of the domain from the perspective of security and seeing what other regions in Africa have done or other areas in Africa has done to be able to ensure that we have a kind of architecture for maritime security in the continent. So much of it won't be about blue economy, because I know that the Institute will make arrangement to bring the experts on that, but we'll be touching on the blue economy from the perspective of the knowledge and, of course, how to secure it. In Africa, maritime security represents one of the number of peace and security-related policy fields in the making, and also allow for insights to division of labor emerging among stakeholders, such as the African Union, the regional economic commissions, etc. In summary, I would like to state that maritime domain awareness is all about offshore actionable intelligence, and I'm sure Dr. Bashir Jimo has spoken a lot about MDs, but I'd like to just make some emphasis. It's an initiative of the Maritime Safety Committee of the International Maritime Organization. That was as a result of course, the September 11, 2001 attack on the U.S. by terrorists. And prior to that, there was an attack on a U.S. destroyer called USS Cole in the Gulf of Aden in the Arabian Peninsula. Ultimately, maritime domain awareness, like the DG said, is to identify threats as early as they develop, distant from the shores, so as to give us enough time to analyze such threats, but most importantly, to respond to such threats. The continent of Africa has 54 countries with 39 states, 14 landlocked states on an island, the island of Madagascar. The importance of the maritime economy to littoral and the landlocked states can only be imagined. Any disturbance or persistent malfeasance to the marine ecosystem reverberates untoward circumstances to the well-being and economy of the continent. In the past 7 years, there have been discussions about political and economic appreciation of the vast ocean capital we have in the continent. This paper, therefore, seeks to address the absence of the consequence of appropriate governance over Africa's maritime domain. The topic, maritime domain awareness for Africa's maritime security architecture, will address the dire need to harness the various platforms, infrastructure, and technology for an effective continental ocean governance. Arising, therefore, from these premises are some pertinent questions. Firstly, what are the security threats, challenges, and risks within Africa's maritime domain? How can maritime domain awareness efforts be integrated into Africa? And finally, and to what extent can Africa's maritime security architecture be improved? To discuss, my aim, very short aim, and brief too, is to discuss the integration of maritime domain awareness alignments for an improved Africa's maritime security architecture. This paper will cover, to achieve this aim, the following. We'll look at some concepts. We'll look at the relationships between the domain, maritime domain awareness, and maritime security. We'll examine the threats, challenges, and risks associated with the maritime domain. We'll look at maritime domain architecture, infrastructure, in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. We'll examine the challenges and, of course, profile a few strategies in order to improve the maritime security architecture. We'll look at, briefly, maritime domain awareness. I think from the conceptual point of view, the DG has spoken about maritime domain. I won't bore you. Let's go to the next slide, please. All seas and all things, all waters relating to, adjacent to, bordering on the sea, lakes, peninsula, rivers, are all part of the maritime domain. The purpose, briefly, is to ensure that you have capability to observe what happens in the maritime domain. The purpose, capability. The need, of course, is to ensure that we have the capacity to ensure we have a conducive environment for effective trade and commerce. The essence of maritime security is for effective trade and commerce over a vast maritime domain. And effectively, we have the various tools and equipment to combat that aspect. I will go quickly to maritime security. Maritime security embraces a wide range of elements that are required to create a peaceful template that may include defense, intelligence, and economy to environmental issues. More importantly than what are the environmental issues. Environmental issues are the maritime domain. Maritime security includes the continuous surveillance and reconnaissance partnership and awareness of one's maritime domain, which encompasses the oceans, the seas, the bays, the estuaries, the islands, coastal towns, and the airspace above these littorals. One of the latest concepts is that of Madam Natalie Kling. Security, said, may best be understood from two key perspectives. Firstly, the traditional security concerns and responses to perceived maritime security threats, and later, of course, refers to the steps taken to reduce the risk of certain crimes or activities which they believe could prejudice or injure their interests in society. Maritime security are those measures taken by government agencies, owners, and operators of vessels, offshore oil installations, ports and maritime organizations like the MASA to protect maritime activities. Some scholars are of the opinion that maritime security are those tasks operators conduct to protect sovereignty and maritime resources, support free and open seaborne commerce, and combat maritime-related crimes. There is a relationship, but firstly, let me remind us of Mahan. Mahan's theory is classic, and his concept again and again, I like to mention because it is classic. Mahan states that maritime security is the assurance of unhindered ocean trade, safe navigation, safeguarding of our coastal communities and their means of livelihood, protecting the food chain and preserving the maritime contribution to economic well-being of the littoral states. Mayan's concept, for me, I think what is embodied is that for the demographics along the littorals, we need to do more, because whatever we do onshore influences activities at sea. And most of the things we do at sea influences our lives onshore. And most of the activities by nature that take place at sea influences activities of the demographics along the littorals. For example, if there's a tsunami, there's a huge displacement. For us, without mincing words, the highest density in terms of population are along the littorals. And so when there's a tsunami, there's a displacement of our own that live along the littorals. And that creates a lot of building up of what we call rehabilitation centers, are really slum breeding platforms. So the actions at sea influence actions at the littorals. So we must be bothered at the demographics along the coast, and of course our actions along the coast and our actions at sea. There is a relationship between maritime domain awareness and maritime security. I think we've touched on the concepts, and you can see that from the fact that maritime domain awareness is about information gathering, intelligence sharing, and responses to malfeasance. Maritime security, on the other hand, is aimed at the development of maritime governance capacity in areas of strategic maritime importance. The same can be described as the protection of maritime assets, the prevention of crimes at sea, the maintenance of seaborne trades and commerce, and the promotion of economic development of the nation. Overall, these efforts are for the sustainable development for a peaceful maritime sector and to recognize the critical importance of the blue economy. We'll look at the threats that bedevil the maritime domain. We'll look at the national, because most of them are transnational in nature, and we'll look at the regional, and of course we'll look at the sub-regional threats. I have, for simplicity, classified them into tangibles and intangibles. The tangibles you may also want to define as operational threats, whilst the intangible, I want us to look at them as political threats. Let's start with the intangibles. The intangibles, which are operational threats, include the irregular, unauthorized, and irregular fishing. It is important to look at this aspect because if we neglect curbing the excess of IUUs, we reduce our protein potency from the sea. If we neglect it, we lose in about $1 billion a year from our neglect of this practice of IUUs. The other tangible threats in no particular order includes resource theft, illegal oil bunkering, trafficking of drugs, human beings, narcotics, stolen activities. I think that should concern our royalty, Chief Obaseki. Diverted natural resources, piracy, maritime terrorism, sea robbery. Piracy occurs at the high sea, sea robbery in our local waters, insecure navigation routes around coastal waters, money laundering, illicit financial activities, climate change, environmental degradation, coastal erosion, and toxic waste dumping along our littorals. The extant pollution from chemicals, oil and gas exploration activities are germane to the onerous threats to our littorals. We'll look quickly at the political and institutional threats. These include, but not limited to, the endemic multidimensional poverty, high unemployment, food insecurity, political instability, and corruption. While these have been isolated from the tangibles, it is imperative to observe that they influence maritime safety and security. Now, from a regional perspective, we'll start from the east, Indian Ocean states. The movement of heroin over the ocean has increased dramatically in recent years and threatens to strengthen transnational criminal networks while incapacitating significant proportion of our working age population of the affected countries. Heroin does not affect only the eastern horn of Africa, but its influence across the continent is germane to threats. In the north, migrant smuggling across the Mediterranean Sea has over the years caught international attention, constituting to the continent a serious challenge. Equally of concern are the incident of coastal fuel smuggling serving as a major source for illicit terrorist network in the Mediterranean region. This will attract more attention in the nearest future. In West and Central Africa, a diversity of challenges ranging from piracy and armed robbery at sea to illicit oil and fuel activities, trafficking and smuggling of all sorts of goods, including various environmental crimes, which threaten the safety, the security, and sustainability of the maritime space. The improvement of the maritime forces and law enforcement within the littorals of this region manifests in the attacks becoming more brazen and occurring far into the sea for international waters. This has raised and heightened the cost of maritime shipping and insurance, which the MD Nimasa mentioned, with an overall improvement on navies, coast guards, and maritime forces. Malfeasances at sea have reduced tremendously, with Nigeria exiting out of the piracy-threatened states by the International Maritime Organization. Now let us look. Please clap for Nigeria. Maritime domain awareness infrastructure in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. The surge in reported maritime incidents in the Gulf of Aden and the Gulf of Guinea from the year 2000 has revealed how African maritime states have been unable to prevent piracy and other maritime crimes. It has further created an interest in having situational overview that display the location of all shipping and probable location of criminals at sea. This development is particularly important as some African maritime states and stakeholders have suffered from the collective inability to prevent, respond, or to even monitor or track criminal activities. African maritime domain remains largely ungoverned, allowing criminals to commit malfeasance, transgressions, unobserved, and with some level of impunity. African countries need to combat and need to confront the wider problems that the extent and impact of maritime crime is frequently transnational in nature, as comprehensively set out in Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050. I think the list is as shown on the screen. It's quite a long list, but it culminates with what has been thought about by Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy. The International Maritime Organization Florence Conference of 2000 created sub-regional maritime rescue coordinating centers. This was because of the plight of safety and water view in Africa's wide maritime domain. The essence was to have final links with multilateral agreements of the coverage of the entire coastline for Africa for search and rescue coordinated purposes. Africa was split into 5 centers with Liberia, Nigeria, Morocco, Kenya, and South Africa as the hubs. However, it also served as platforms for sharing of information derived from these centers, which complemented the important role in the fight against piracy, kidnapping for ransom on the high sea, unregistered and unreported fishing, and illegal trafficking of persons and drugs, and other criminal activities in the continent. So from a search and rescue hub, it was developed to becoming center for monitoring all, if not all, the malfeasance. In 2013, the Code of Conduct for the Repression of Piracy, Armed Robbery Against Ships, and Illicit Maritime Activities in West Africa and Central Africa was developed by ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, and ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, and of course, the Gulf of Guinea Commission. These codes were achieved with the assistance of the International Maritime Organization pursuant to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2018 of 2011 and 2039 of 2012. These resolutions encourage the member states of ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, and the Gulf of Guinea Commission to develop a comprehensive regional strategy and framework to counter the malfeasance at sea. On the 25th of June 2013, 10 years ago, these resolutions were adopted by heads of state and their representatives from 25 West African and Central African countries as the Code of Conduct in Yaoundé, Cameroon. Further to these resolutions was the development of the Maritime Organization for West African and Central Africa called MOWCA, MOCA for short, by the IMO. MOCA is comprising of 20 coastal maritime states for the provision of a stable maritime environment and corresponding centers at Abidjan for ECOWAS and Pointe-Noire for ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States. To look at the national efforts, I want to start with Ghana. Ghana, in tandem with the resolutions, developed a vessel traffic monitoring information system, VTMIS, in 2013. Thus, apart from, of course, vessel management system and traffic system, being solely for information services, it assisted agencies like Fisheries Department in Ghana, Customs of Ghana, Immigration Services, Port Authorities, Intelligence, and of course for the Navy, Search and Rescue Unit, for the planning and execution and response to maritime-related crime. Indeed, the VTMIS in Ghana enhanced continuous electronic surveillance of the entire coast of Ghana. It consists of 8 center sites, 3 remote base stations, and 10 monitoring stations, fed through 4 control sites to the National Control Center. The Maritime Domain Awareness Infrastructure in Ghana has assisted the operations towards reducing of incidents of maritime crimes, culminating with the exercise of Bangame Express in March 2021. With the use of Sea Vision, a web-based system for the monitoring of the EEZ in Ghana, it involved both naval and civilian staff attached to the Maritime Domain Alignment. The exercise Bangame Express was sponsored by the U.S. Command for Africa. It's designed to improve regional cooperation, maritime domain awareness, information sharing practices, tactical interdiction expertise to enhance collective capabilities of participating. In 2021, 32 maritime nations took part in exercise Bangame Express. They include our own, Nigeria, Brazil, Spain, Canada, DRC, and the Netherlands, among others. In Nigeria, I just showed you a clip of the Falcon Eye. It's a system that is efficiently and security-oriented. It's a surveillance, monitoring, and control solution for the coverage of Nigeria's maritime domain, including the Gulf of Guinea. It was commissioned by the President Commander-in-Chief on the 13th of July 2021. However, it was inaugurated by the National Security Advisor in July 2017. And since the system has been functioning with 13 coastal radars, 5 high-frequency over-the-horizon radar, fed through regional control centers in Lagos, Yenagoa, and Calabar, which are, of course, the operational headquarters of the Nigerian Navy commands. The Falcon Eye system has been functioning with 0% redundancy since 2017. The Falcon Eye system is fed from multiple sources to include satellite imagery system from Nigeria's communication satellite, radars, electro-optical imaging cameras, and terrestrial linked AIS. It deploys a huge maritime operational intelligence system called MOIS, which tracks, receives data, stores for over years, presents a comprehensive maritime picture, provides an alarm algorithm where suspicious and dangerous situation occurs, and analysis for further command action. The main command and control center provides desk for all maritime stakeholders, to include the MASA, MPA, customs, immigration, etc., and the center still exists. The Falcon Eye system covers up to 200 nautical miles seaward from the joint development zone between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea and the Republic of Congo. The system has aided Nigerian Navy operations to the extent, and of course we've mentioned that, about exiting us from the piracy quotient. The Deep Blue project, which the DG NIMASA has mentioned, was established in NIMASA, but there's a need to mention it as one of our national efforts. It's of course been established with the objectives which the DG mentioned, to include prevention of illegal activities in the ease and enforcement of maritime regulation, enhancing of safety of life at sea, provision of illegal activities in the Niger Delta backwaters, and of course the inland waterways. The components, let me repeat again, through a C4I operational center, we have the maritime intelligence system, helicopters, complements of the helicopters have been flown by the Navy, interceptor vessels, special mission aircraft, UAVs, armor vessels. Now, the potency of myriads of maritime domain awareness platforms in Nigeria could have been enhanced if all the platforms were integrated to a unique, formidable system. Like other crimes, we must develop the political will to collapse all the boundaries that exist in NIMASA, the boundaries of the system that exists in MPA, and every other maritime stakeholder has its own MDA infrastructure. We need to collapse them into one formidable unit, and I can assure you we'll be better off. So like other clients, we have to develop the will. Probably we'll look at that as strategies later, but we need to develop the will so that small corporate empires can become a national incredible outfit. We also have other platforms called, like the Regional Maritime Awareness Center. It was established by the United States government, and we have them installed not just in the Navy, also in NIMASA and at Nigerian Ports Authority. Next slide, please. It has and of course, like I said, it integrates radars, cameras, AIS, and marine radios to a common user interface. The Aeromax Centers has added value to the prevailing doctrine for standard operational procedures, not just for Navy, but for every other center that has been privileged to have them, including NIMASA. Other surveillance technologies in Nigeria that have been introducing in our national quest for improved system are the ATR-42 Maritime Patrol aircraft. As seen on the screen, it's acquired by the Nigerian Air Force. The ATR-42s are to contribute to the development and build-up of real-time maritime picture for Nigeria. Its concept, which include manning of the aircraft by Navy officers, is to facilitate the attainment of high index of Nigerian maritime security and strategic information sharing analysis, responses to malfeasance in the maritime domain. The aircraft can be deployed in the following roles: maritime patrol missions, search and rescue, identification of vessels, and environmental control missions. Now, the total radar coverage of Nigeria TRACON project was completed in May 2010 with the successful integration of 5 radar sites into a radar network. Thus, for all intents and purposes, our airspace is covered by an integral air traffic safety network. This is a strategic partnership between the navies of West Africa and Central Africa in information intelligence sharing, in line with their Yaoundé Code of Conduct. To that extent, and to this extent, several piracy attacks have been countered through appropriate response and others thwarted through proactive measures with presence of both naval surface and air assets at sea. Now let us look at the West Indian effort. Of course, the area surrounding the Gulf of Aden. The next slide. The West Indian effort. Now, the Djibouti Code of Conduct is concerned with the repression of piracy and armed robbery against ships in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. The code, which was adopted by 21 countries, including South Africa and Madagascar, also provides information sharing among member states with the network centers at Mombasa, Kenya, Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and Sanaa in Yemen. In 2017, a revised code of conduct was adopted known as the Jeddah Amendment to the Djibouti Code. Key to the code is the inclusion and intention of member states to take on national strategies that will enhance the development of the blue economy. In July 2021, the Sea Vision was used again by the U.S. African Command with 15 member countries of the Code of Djibouti. The exercise Cutlass Express allowed the deployment of a web-based situational awareness tool called Sea Vision that enabled participants assigned to the Joint Operations Center to view and share a broad array of maritime information that improves maritime operations. The Sea Vision was developed in 2012 for your information by the United States Department of Transportation for U.S. Naval Forces Africa in response to the need for enhanced maritime domain awareness. Presently, next slide, the Sea Vision has now evolved into a global platform and information sharing tool. During the exercise Cutlass Express in 2021, the participants were able to, among other things, conduct several maritime security exchanges to include vessel queries, shipboarding, airborne maritime patrol operations, search and rescue drills. It also gave the participants the wherewithal to improve interoperability and gain valuable experiences working with neighboring countries through information sharing and building a maritime security picture in order to obtain full maritime domain awareness. Let us share the South African experience. South Africa has the largest exclusive economic zones, 1.5 million square kilometers, by virtue of her geographical position, and the largest coastline in Africa, 3,200 kilometers, extending, of course, from the west, Namibia, to the east, Mozambique. Thus, it must have a unique capacity for a greater strategic and coordinated approach to delivering more effective maritime surveillance within its ocean areas of the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. You remember also that it is bordered by the Indian Ocean to the east and the Atlantic to the west. You will find that where the two oceans meet is an imaginary line. You will see the line between the brackish waters of the Indian Ocean and the clear blue waters of the Atlantic Ocean. To complement the maritime surveillance system, there are fixed and land-based radars with automatic identification systems and the long-range identical tracking systems. The Institute of Maritime Technology in South Africa, a division of the Armament Corporation of Southern Africa, has developed the VisaNet remote sensor and track data VisaNet ocean shipping traffic. The monitoring system for the Navy and Defense Intelligence. This generates a common operational picture by integrating data collected from multiple sensors around South African coastline through the modifications of the integrated Transnet National Ports radar sites. Again, like I said, other sources being used in this system include South Africa's Space Agency satellite system, South Africa's Maritime Safety, just like NIMASA, among others. It has over 14 shareholders benefiting from the gamut of information to include all countries in the South African Development Community, just like our ECOWAS. The system provides decision-making support tools for effective governance of marine resources, prevention of crime, and the improvement of maritime security. Let us go ahead and share the experience of the 5+5 defense initiative of the Mediterranean Ocean. The 5+5 defense initiative is a gradual and effective reconfiguration of the maritime security over the Mediterranean Sea area. The membership consists of France, Algeria, Italy, Libya, Malta, Mauritania, Morocco, Portugal, Spain, and Tunisia. Against the backdrop of the problems of homogeneity, the initiative has been effective in curbing the relative excesses of maritime malfeasance in the Mediterranean Sea, especially the issue of human trafficking across the Mediterranean Sea. The 5+5 maritime initiative will continue to be a sub-regional approach to seemingly collective efforts based on simplicity, aimed at providing adequate maritime awareness information over its jurisdiction. One of the notable achievements of this initiative is the engagement of the member countries in the utilization of the Partnership and Cooperation Program made available with the European Security and Defense College, reinforcing networking and augmenting bilateral knowledge and exchange of experience of the utilization of the ideals of the Mediterranean Sea. To state that the Mediterranean Sea is not properly watched is to make an understatement. Every aspect of the Mediterranean Sea has either a radar, either a submarine, either a tracker, either a satellite over the whole of the Mediterranean Sea. And then you will ask, why then has the malfeasances of human trafficking across the Mediterranean not been curbed? The question is that it is the capacity to respond to the various signals sent across the regional membership of the 5+5 initiative. 5 North African countries cannot afford to have all their ships at sea to prevent the smuggling of immigrants across the Mediterranean to Europe. And so those and many others will climax as the challenges towards integrating maritime domain awareness infrastructure in Africa. We'll look at the holistic knowledge. The lack of holistic knowledge of the ocean, both physically and biochemically, is attributable to sea blindness. The next slide, please. We're looking at the challenges. The ocean governance policy remains woefully understudied compared to other fields or scales, like banking, finance, gender issues, social sciences, etc. The lack of legislation, except for Southern Africa, Operation FASICA, for the establishment of maritime domain awareness, ensuring that individual institutional platforms and alignment are integrated to a national entity for the enhancement of maritime security objectives. Soon as we can integrate the national alignment, then the sub-regional alignments can, of course, be easily integrated. The lack of culture of information sharing due to francophone, anglophone, and lusophone dichotomy, thus hindering the functions of the regional coordination cells as envisioned by the African Integrated Maritime Strategy 2020. I think this aspect has been watered down by the lot of protocols and, of course, unhindered cooperation between West African and Central African states and, of course, countries in SADC and in the East and North Africa. The dependence on advanced countries for the activities and exercises that serve as rallying points for coordination of efforts of the NDA. I think we must begin to reduce the dependence on foreign assistance and begin to develop capacity within our region and, of course, our nationals and sub-regions. The lack of knowledge of the potential of the blue economy to the overall economic development of the continent and the absence of the realization that in tandem with the African Union Agenda of 2063, the blue economy is yet to be perceived as the future for Africa beyond the shores of the coastal states to include the adjacent landlocked communities and countries. Next slide, please. We'll look at the strategies to see how we can improve maritime domain awareness for a sustainable and a better maritime security architecture in Africa. The development of the knowledge of the sea to reduce sea blindness must be a deliberate continental policy. Adopted continentally, we should be able to adopt same nationally and, of course, sub-regionally. This must be through the introduction of the curriculum in schools and institutions of higher learning. Africa cannot afford to neglect the huge resources in our 26,000 nautical miles of coastline and, of course, as an ocean of prosperity, both the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. Next, the lack of knowledge of ocean governance in most African countries makes it impossible to monitor the various territorial waters and inclusive economic zones. It's expensive to build navies, it's expensive to build coast guards, but we need to start. In the spirit of the new Partnership for African Development for the evolving blue economy, the continent must believe to look inwards for maritime security solutions. The complete reliance on foreign nations to organize exercises for fleets in the continent must be reduced. I'm not saying that we should be totally independent from now, but we need to reduce that dependence and be able to develop capacities within ourselves as a continent. The African Union Agenda of 2063 sees blue economy as the major contributor to the growth, and the 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy recognizes the vast wealth creation of our oceans and seas and rivers. The multinational cooperation among the navies of Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, and Benin in successfully interdicting the MT Maximus among other collaborative resources across the continent is a clear example of the need for us to have more cooperative efforts within ourselves, within the sub-region, and within the continent. In conclusion, please go to the next slide. We have looked at comparatively, and thanks to DG Nimasa, some of the concepts and definitions to have a grounding of what we're going to discuss. We look at a short clip of Falcon Eye. Indeed, we examined the various threats that we face. Most importantly are the environmental threats. That is the most important, apart from what we experience from the tsunamis to the demographics along our littorals. We must take seriously the issue of environmental degradation in our state. As we speak, all the oil pollution that we have experienced in the past 50 years or 60 years of oil exploration are still there in the Niger Delta. They are still there. They've deprived the littorals from their natural occupation of fishing and farming. They hardly have water to drink. They hardly have crop to plant because the soil has been degraded to a large extent. That's why I say that for blue economy, it is the act of revamping the littorals and demographics in the littorals. For blue economy, is the act of preserving what is on the littorals, prowl on the coastline, and of course, inshore to sea. Sea blindness is a very terrible disease, but it also leads to wealth blindness. Sea blindness is the lack of knowledge, imperial knowledge of what you have at sea. But wealth blindness is worse. It's when you do not have the capacity to effectively cost what you have at sea. And so you give licenses to fishing trawlers. They go there, fish today and our fisher stock, and they pay pittance in terms of tax to our revenue collectors. Sea blindness leads to wealth blindness, which has been engendered through our lack of knowledge. So we need to improve on the knowledge of both. Africa, and indeed West Africa, do not like protocols. You've seen all the length and breadth of protocols I've read, and which you also know. But we need to domesticate these protocols and make it more effective. And I think one of the most effective things that happens in a democracy is to legislate these protocols, to make them, domesticate them, and make them more effective, and call and hold the various responsible stakeholders to account for any failures. Last but not the least is that we need to start more sub-regional exercises without the enigmas of the big boys. But of course, for navies and for coast guards, or combined exercises with foreign countries is a must, but we need to internally develop that capacity and strategy to exercise ourselves to be able to have maritime domain, which we can plow our equipment, put our platforms, monitor, analyze, prevent, and respond when there are malfeasance at sea. The efforts towards a better maritime security architecture is feasible in the future. This discussion was not happening decades ago, but it's also very, I'm very enthused that even the institution, the Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, I thought it wise to create a maritime desk and a maritime security desk because of the enablement at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crushed proportionately most of our resources on land. The next place we need to venture to is at sea. And we can only do that with the tenets of the blue economy, having in place the endowed maritime domain awareness to monitor activities at sea. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our speaker.
It is a wonderful thing. Sir, I hope at the end of this deliberation you make available to us the necessary materials, because this is a very great area where very few people understand. And me, I'm a legal practitioner. I've actually come in here to honor my boss, Prince Adewale, who is here. I was the gubernatorial candidate for his party in Lagos State here. And we believe that it is important to speak up. And he has spoken up. Though not a politician, but I think Prince has signaled to me that he will be a consultant to the Social Democratic Party. Thank you very much.
And this has afforded me opportunity of once again meeting Prof. Asage. I will come again. Thank you. So, as he was giving the lecture, something struck me. You know, there are many realignments in the world now, and we have been hearing about BRICS. How will maritime domain security be affected, that is our own, be affected if Nigeria decides to join the BRICS? Prof, you can teach us on that one.
Who has done a very wonderful work as far as the maritime domain is concerned. But I also expected, I am a civil society person, and I also know that civil society has also contributed immensely to national development. Unfortunately, while all of these activities have taken place that we're hearing today, the civil society has been very quiet, on issues of maritime awareness, maritime security and safety and all of that. And I think that probably that could be as a result of capacity in that sector. And so my question would be, what do we do to integrate or mainstream civil society activities to the maritime domain, just so that they can also be active in that area? As we know, the civil society can mobilize resources, can also advocate to ensure that certain decisions and policies can also be carried out at the level of the country. Beyond that, we also have some sort of fishnet alliance along the Gulf of Guinea, trying to encourage fisher folks across countries in the Gulf of Guinea to have that kind of network and ability to integrate and work together. That would be useful if we're talking about developing our blue economy and all of that. So I think, what do we do to mainstream civil society sector in this conversation and discourse? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think the question I would tackle here would be similar to what the elder spoke about. Most of the centers that are across of Africa are basically U.S. centers. They've been developed and are managed by the U.S. So with the BRICS coming in place, how do we own these centers and take them on? I think that would be a good one to have.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
To play large roles, several roles of advocacy. I've been to the National Assembly a couple of times in the last 4 years to look at the proponents of new ways, the new acts, even the ones submitted by NIMASA, of course, to advocate for the wider dimensions that it will open for the Navy as a maritime force. So I think that having had, like I said, there is a depth knowledge of literature on maritime domain. Depth knowledge. You have to research. Find out how the happenstance of maritime domain in Nigeria. Find out what are the prevailing protocols. You will realize that there are huge gaps to be filled. And I think civil society can do better. Firstly, you can hold stakeholders accountable through advocacy and through your insistence. You can hold stakeholders accountable for action they should take to maintain and provide the conducive maritime environment that we need for trade and economy to thrive. You can. Secondly, you can advocate for a merger. Let me use the lame word. A merger or integration of all that platforms that I mentioned in Nigeria to one credible, multi-functional platform. That is where I think civil society can come in. And the doors of the leadership of the maritime stakeholders are open to you. There are. You can find out from DG Nimasa. I've never had or gone there and seen restraint or people from your the civil society being held back from accessing his departments or whatever the hierarchy of the place is a public place. It's owned by you. So you have access to leadership of the stakeholders in maritime domain. Because of the narrowness and the limitation, the literature of maritime security, etc., you need to do more research. You need to ask them to open up libraries. You need to encourage them to give you more conferences. You need to ask them to tell you about their roles through conferences, through roundtables like this. They will not come to you. They are busy people. Go to them, ask for more roundtable conferences, visit the institute, open up, and I can assure you a lot of jobs for you to do. Secondly, the issue of BRICS. BRICS was normally BRICS, we were included, but I think with some form, I don't know what formula they devised, they knocked us out and it became BRICS. Well, from the four regional perspective, you find there's the influence of the Britons to an extent, in some of us that were, I don't like to use the word colonies, but for some of us that we are affiliated with the British colonizers, we still have a little bit of pattern of relationship. If you look at, there's a new ingress from the East, the Chinese, they are coming in. We have some influence of the Indians also, in terms of numbers. Look, there is no ICT you are going to develop in Nigeria today. There are no telecoms industry, there are no beverage industries, there are no food industries the biggest food industry in Nigeria are owned by either an Indian or Indians, a cooperative Indian investment. So key is, who is influencing us? What influences now is the economics of relationship with people. And so the economics of BRICS will influence how much we endeavor to expand the scope of the maritime domain awareness. There's a relationship between economy and security. Huge relationship. It spans across the politics of economy and the politics of security. There's a huge relationship. And so, for relationship with BRICS, it depends on how we intend to play it from the continental level. What is AU's stance on the vagaries of maritime security? I won't go into the other economies of it, but let's look at what is AU's stance. 10 years ago, it developed an African integrated maritime strategy for other subcontinental organizations to draw in and develop their own strategy. Have we all done so? I think the lead on this could either be ECOWAS or SADC, the South African Development Community. So we need to see from that perspective of the continental strategy how we can expand the reach of maritime domain awareness to enable maritime security architecture in Africa. For BRICS, the Indian influence, the Russian influence, we're here to see they're doing a lot of mining and what have you in Central Africa. The Indians, like I told you, on ICT, trade and investment. South Africa, I think at that time when it was BRICS, they had edged us a little on our GDP. Maybe today, if it is revisited, we might be included on the BRICS, that brings again or what have you. But like I said, I think it will be the economics of maritime security that will endear us to partnership with whoever are in BRICS or other larger bodies. I hope I've attempted to answer this question. Thank you.
Aina from far away Canada. and he has been a consistent follower of all the activities, all the programs of the Institute. He requests a comment from you on one thing, which is the Navy's statutory role and efforts to curb sea brigandry and other threats. Just a minute will do, sir. Thank you, sir.
Maritime security is a collective. It's a collective between maritime forces and stakeholders. Maritime security is not the individual responsibility of services, but in all the collectives, like I said, there is what they call the maritime community. Maritime security is the combination of the efforts of the maritime community of Nigeria, which includes the hegemony, the Navy, because they carry arms, NIMASA, MPA, Immigration, Customs, NUA, the Marine Police, and all endeavors towards ensuring that we provide a conducive maritime environment for sea trade and commerce to thrive. For the war against piracy, it's also a collegiate. There's a law, the Act on Piracy, Anti-Piracy Act. There's the development of the NSA, who in fact is the driver of the Anti-Terrorist Act, and inclusive of the Piracy Act. Because others do not have the arm of force, maritime domain awareness, like I said, if integrated, points out malfeasance at sea. The Navy responds, and of course, malfeasance are quelled. It took quite a while for Navy to get the various platforms it requires. It is very frustrating for you to sit in the luxury of your office, you can ask Ayo about that, and see things going on at sea, and you cannot respond. It's been happening. But today, I think, if I want to count back, I'm sorry I've been a strategic part of the Navy, even after retirement. I think they can boast of more than 200 boats, inshore, patrol craft. They can boast of over 20 vessels that can go for interventions between Lagos and Calabar. They have more than 6 capital ships. They've included a landing platform dock, which can carry troops to any part of the world, just like you had landing ship tanks. I think their fleet of helicopters have been buoyed by the addition of new fleets from NIMASA. So capabilities have not been an issue. And like I said, it doesn't take a piece of cake for you to be exited from the club of piracy infected states. Nigeria has been exited, and it is for good. And I can assure you, with the effort of maritime stakeholders and the Navy, that is the theme of the past. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think let me build on where Admiral made mention that the platforms we have and contributed tremendously in trying to exit Nigeria from the piracy list. Sometimes when you have military around you, the things that will come to your mind is the issue of bullet, guns, bombs, and other things. On the part of NIMASA, we have the mandate of issue of capacity building. This capacity building has to do with human element, has to do with infrastructural development. Now, he gave you an answer where you can go for advocacy, seminars and conferences. In addition to that, the agency embarked in building maritime institutions across the 6 geopolitical zones. For the southwest zone, we are building maritime institution in Unilag. For the south-south, we already built Maritime University of Kerenkoko, and we are investing heavily in Niger Delta University. And then in addition to that, in North Central, we are building maritime institution in IBB Lapai. In the Northwest, we are building maritime institution in Kaduna State University. And then in the southeast, we picked Nsukka and Anambra. So we have 2 maritime institutions there. So there is no maritime institution, there is no university in Nigeria zonal level that we did not build such infrastructure. Some of them are over 90% in completion. So I think the civil society, what they can commandeer themselves is to try and see how they can learn what is the maritime domain, the maritime security aspect, the maritime safety aspect, because it's not only meant. That's why in my own keynote address I made mention that it's a maritime domain is multifaceted area where everybody can come and play and live. You too, you have your own role to play. In addition to this maritime institution, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, in the resource center, we just created Kita Claim Regional Maritime Safety and Security Center of Excellence. We have a library there, like he mentioned. You get to the library, we have e-library, and we apply to the International Maritime Organization to link up with the e-library. So there are more information now at our own domain. What you need to do is to educate your members. They can have access to it at all the times. For those who are interested in reading, they can now have themselves tooled with the informations in these universities that I mentioned. Thank you very much.
And gentlemen, before I call on the next distinguished guest to say 18 or 2 for a minute, I want to do something that is out of, for those who are aware, the safety of our maritime domain and the administration of that sector has witnessed a significant boost in the tenure of this gentleman. If you look at the records, you will find out that we have dropped off the list of countries that have been blacklisted because of the intensity of piracy and other maritime crimes. No thanks to Dr. Bashir Jamo and his team. Please, on behalf of our great country, accept. Yes, I said safety, but we are talking security, and I think the law is very clear on who handles security. Sir. Thank you very much. It's safety and administration that I'm talking about. When the Navy comes, I will re-acknowledge, as I have done before, their role. But for now, sir, the spotlight is only for you and your team here present on behalf of NIMASA nationwide. Please, a round of applause for them. This applause will be louder. For those of us that have lost friends on the high sea, we know what you have done for this country. Well done, sir. Well done. Congratulations, and you have the gratitude of this institute and the gratitude of this country. You may be seated. Thank you, sir. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode for a few minutes of remarks. Earlier, I have stated the very sterling role of the Navy in securing our maritime space. Admiral, sir.
My big brother and friend, DG NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamo, like the master of ceremony said, Father, I'm not Catholic, but I call you Father. And indeed, Admiral Akpan, who happens to be, what do I call it, mentor, father, friend, and senior colleague. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd first of all start by thanking the Director General for giving me, you invited me in my person as Managing Director of Admiralty Maritime Services Limited to attend this occasion. This hallowed institution of intellectual learning is somewhere, I would say maybe close to maybe 30, 40 years. I had a first interaction when the Nigerian Master Mariners Association was inaugurated here. My father was the president at the time. No, well, he was, I think he was one of the founding members, but I came here. So I know this place, and I'm maritime by birth. And it's gladdening to see that you're still talking about the maritime issues. But I thought there's need to put things in perspective. Nigeria, which we all know, is a bona fide maritime nation by history, by economy, and by geography. What does this portend? We have 37 billion barrels proven crude reserve. Only 2% of that is being exploited today. We have 209 scoff of gas. Only 1.4% of that is being produced annually. Going by OPEC data, that will mean that 237 years of reserves we have of oil, condensate, associated gas. Now, let's put this whole cliche so that it doesn't look like a buzzword. Maritime domain awareness. What is the essence? I think the essence goes beyond just infrastructure. It is an infrastructure aimed at providing opportunity to extract the benefits of the sea. The sea, in terms of its economic utility, by way of transport, freedom of navigation, shipping, but the huge resources. I went to sea about 2 weeks ago, and honestly, with due respect, I've said this before to a DJ of Nimasa before, when I was seconded there for about 2 years. That's where I met him. That's why I call him my big brother. I told him, I said, sir, let's go and do board management meeting at sea, because it will change it will change the way we're talking here. At the time we had, you know, what do you call it, a situation on the 14th of February 2010, 9 or 10, where about 15-20 vessels were washed ashore, and I was at the center of that rescue operation. And some people were arguing about the resources we needed to deploy. For a mariner, for anybody who is at sea, who has been at sea, the greatest thing that we have done is that when we see ourselves as mariners, for a merchant ship, she dips and we acknowledge. She dips her flag, which is, you know, the flag she carries. And we see ourselves as brothers. So when we come on land and then we start to, you know, differentiate what we're doing, it means that we don't understand the purpose of what we are going to. Our main objective is to harness optimally, environmentally responsibly, or responsibly environmentally, I don't know which one comes first, but to exploit the resources that God has endowed to us, you know, collectively. So one thing we need to put on the table for maritime domain awareness is burden sharing. We must carry our burdens, because the infrastructure you put there, if you put it there for DG Nimasa, for example, all he's looking for is to, amongst other provisions of, you know, implementing the IMO conventions, protocols, he also wants to increase the flag registration, and he cannot achieve it if he doesn't have security of, you know, of the maritime domain. So it behoves on him or the institution to put whatever architecture support resource behind maritime domain awareness, and which he has done, and we thank you for what you have done. For Nigerian Ports Authority, it's the shipping throughput. You want more tonnage, you want more port calls. If you do not have maritime domain awareness, you can't get the port calls. Because like we all have, I mean, there's been exhausted the issue of war risk and, you know, the risk classification. When we did an assessment of the risk, vulnerabilities and threats on Nigerian waters between, say, 2015 and 20 now, we saw a clear, you know, spike upwards when the maritime security, or rather when the issues of piracy and sea robbery went down. There were more port calls. So, like somebody once said, it's good business to invest in the Navy or in maritime security here. It's good business because Chairman said it very well. All we are wearing, probably what we ate today, came by sea. 95% is the statistics globally. We need to understand this thing deeper. It's not the maritime domain, but what is it going to deliver? It's delivering the dividends of a maritime nation, which we have not optimized. I think we needed to put that on the table. In one of my appointments, I was defense advisor in India, and I thought, since the the consul is here, I'd say, "Aap kaise hain? Sab kuch theek hai?" My Hindi is still it's still there. Anyway, so I was there when India opened its maritime domain awareness infrastructure in New Delhi. That's where the center is. But they have, I think, 34 coastal stations across the country, 74 AIS repeaters, and they launched a satellite which integrates all that into one architecture. But what happened? Unfortunately, unlike us, it was out of the Mumbai bombing, a sad incident. If you remember the Mumbai bombing, where India was struck, and they took a vow at that occasion. It was said that never again will India be hit from the maritime axis. Call it on Christmas Day at 12 midnight, you dare not enter into India. These were the words of the guest of honor that day. And when you go to Delhi, you see the center there. It sees the entire Indian coastline. So we have something like that in the Falcon Eye. However, densification will only improve the imagery, and that's an ongoing project. But beyond that, I think with AI, there's a lot being said about AI now in the global space. The human capital for the civil society, there's so much that you can do. The river inlets into Nigeria, the communities that live there have so much that they can give us beyond using technology and surveillance. And if you integrate it either by way of research or by way of an annual report, this can go a long way in creating our awareness. When I was at sea last month, we were just doing an operation alongside another vessel. In 5 minutes, 5 minutes, the weather changed from 10 knots to 17 knots. And what happened? We had, a very turbulent thing. We needed to disconnect ourselves from the vessel. You see, somebody spoke about the environment here. Those are things that should be recorded. And I told them, on the rig I went to, I said, look, these things like this, we should have a way of sending it, because it was a sketch. I'm a hydrographer. I did oceanography. I understand meteorology. All weather systems developed from sea. That same day in Port Harcourt Airport, the next day I was flying out, the flight came from Lagos, turned back. So you can see, I saw the correlation. It started at sea, but it ended up on land. Now, the corollary to that is this. All maritime crimes, all maritime activities in the first place originate on land. So it means that we have a depth of work to do on land to ensure that the sea is safe. And that's where we must embrace a whole of society approach to this maritime domain awareness. In the UK, you would not find the yachties either in Portsmouth or in Plymouth Sounds doing anything without collaborating with the harbour master there, who tells them, you dare not sail out of this thing until you call on channel 16. But you try and cross Lagos Commodore's pool, and everybody is just doing what he wants. So this thing is a deeper thing, but let us not be exasperated. We are sitting here talking about domain awareness. 2011, I stood before the president then to deliver a presentation with then a retired Admiral Ogbo on maritime domain awareness. Then Falcon Eye had not come. Today we have Falcon Eye. So sometimes we are too hard on ourselves that we haven't done much. 2011 is some time, but these advocacies do work. So DG sir, I want to commend you for bringing us here. I'm sure we won't take another 12 years to achieve the next level of what we need to do, but advocacy in any form, and particularly in the maritime industry, Nigeria has not actualized the resources, the knowledge. The chairman did say something about River Etiopolokun. I mean, I'm very familiar with that because sometime in 1854, River Niger was being used for trade up to Yola. A man called Led McGregor came from Liverpool, put a steamer at the at River Non, and a smaller vessel escorted by the Navy. That was how they explored, with Samuel Ajayi Crowther, explored the Niger. There's even, I can say that there's more domain awareness about River Niger in 1854 than now. So please, everybody who is interested in this topic, we have a collective rule. You don't need to go to sea. Go to Elashe Beach. When you go and do beach, give us some pictures of what is happening there environmentally, activities. It forms a total maritime picture. Take this much time, but thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am sure by now you have all concluded that I am not just the MC but the Chief Recruitment Officer for NIA. I present to you, Rear Admiral, my latest recruit into the resource persons category for our next conference. You will soon be receiving our letter, Rear Admiral, sir. But meanwhile, we thank you and we appreciate you so much. When our Director General spends hours making up his mind who and who to invite to an event, sometimes we young research fellows get extremely tired and exasperated at him. Of course, you won't complain because he's your chief executive. But it is when events like this unfold and our resource persons take the podium that we say, okay, we now see the logic. When he mentioned Admiral's name, I have not had the privilege of having any serious engagement. But these last few minutes, as I stood behind, I said, yes, I can see the logic behind my DG's work. Thank you, sir. I think the curtain is gradually dropping on our program. But the chairman, as always, has the last word. And so, on that note, I'd like to invite His Excellency to please come and share his last words with us before the curtain finally drops. Your Excellency, sir. Thank you.
Spending enough money to face the sea, more important to us than land. If anybody grabs 1 inch of Nigerian land, you see the whole army and air force and everything, but we are not paying enough attention to the sea. The Navy, the other security agencies who have to man maritime domain control are not being funded enough. That is what I want to contribute to this forum, and to say that the NIA need to specially invite our lawmakers and let them go through this kind of program that you are presenting today. It is very important for our nation. Thank you so much for offering me this opportunity. Thank you. I have to leave the forum to go and say my prayers, but I'm back. Thank you so much, Mr. BG. I commend you for what you've been doing at NIA, together with your past colleagues who have kept this flag flying. Please keep it up. NIA is so important to Nigeria, and I hope our powers that be understand this and fund you appropriately. Thank you.
Well, let me go say admirals and save myself the pronoun. The most important thing is that you could see how everything rounds up, because he was also, apart from being a very great admiral, was also our chief negotiator for the World Trade Organization when he was our minister in charge of trade and industry, and commerce. So he did a very good job, and you will find out that we are not allowed as politicians to pay. One of our code of conduct as a politicians, never praise the military. Sort of our requirements. But you will notice that during our military rules, those states that had naval officers as governors, administrators, they were well served. And that's because of the multidisciplinary exposure, the international exposure of seafarers and Navy officers. What my job here, number one, is to save you time by not talking too much. Number two is to remind you that we have not wasted your time and to summarize what we have done, and so that when you get home and people say, where did you go and what did you gain, you can spread the message. And I will assume that I'm addressing all Nigerians. I assume that you are senators and representatives in National Assembly, and what can you do with this? The most important thing we need to understand is that it may sound esoteric, maritime domain awareness. Let me just replace one word: governance. What we are discussing is governance at sea and governance of our maritime resources, and it intersects our governance at home. So you can have sea blindness, you can have web blindness, but that will not surprise you if you already have governance blindness already. So the degree to which we are aware, we have what we call situational awareness or appreciation of our situation as a country. If we are aware of that, then we will know that everything that happens to us, on the positive or negative side, the constant is our governance. And governance, Chinua Achebe has summarized governance to mean leadership, because everything you need to make Nigeria great is in this room. And I know many of you will be asking questions, because I was asking myself, because you will notice that one of the highlights of my presidential run was to talk about resource theft. And at the MBA conference, I broke the news that a lot of our oil resources are being stolen. And I did visit, I went to many parts of our maritime corridors. I passed through your boys at NNS Thunder when I went to Focados to do, because I didn't want to be a politician who would just talk and not sit, to go to all those places. So people will be asking the question, we have, okay, we have all of these platforms. Why is it that, even of recent, we are still saying that our crude oil is being stolen? So where was Falcon Eye? Was Falcon sleeping, or was Falcon blocking his eyes? So it may be that there's a problem of political will. It may be that the infrastructure, the architecture can be there, but maybe there's not enough loyalty to the country, or maybe some other sub-optimized interest. So it means that all of us here are stakeholders. So it is good that the people in authority, the professionals, are finding solutions. But those who are in politics, like me, ought to bring leadership into it and make issue mainstream. Lucky for me, I'm having very serious meetings between the opposition people and the government, incoming government people, sometime next week. And I will be your ambassador there to say, look, I went to a conference, whatever you people are arguing about, tribe and religion, that won't help you. If you focus on the sea, where there's no tribe and there's no religion, maybe you will solve your problems there. Then we already know, we have been told about the issue that, first, we know that we are just little islanders inside the sea. Our small planet is majorly water. So there's nothing we can do that will not impact on the sea, or the sea impact on us. That's what Admiral Akpan has told us. But today's paper, let us understand, so that you don't go away and say, oh, there are many things we didn't talk about. Today's paper focused on security. So there are other aspects to it: safety, the blue economy, navigational opportunities, recreational opportunities, power projection, all those things. In fact, a lot of what we are discussing here has given a lot of assignment to the NIA. There are a lot of diplomatic protocols that needs to be developed, a lot of diplomatic engagement that needs to be developed. And you could see today that India is present here. It's an extension of diplomacy. And you can see everything you do in the world, your friend is also your competitor. So India is coming to talk to us, to see how they can work with us. They are also thinking of how to take Admiral Francis Akpan to India, to go and work for India. So that's how the world works. So we need to start to deal with it. And we have seen examples of how it has worked, 5+5 in the Mediterranean Sea, but you could see from there, they have not managed to stop the problems that is most important to them. For example, this irregular migration. But you find out that the technology is there, the whole place is covered by radar and everything. But when a violator is at sea and is seen by Greece, Greece will say, I'm not going to be the one to go and capture them, because I capture them, I have to take them to my own country. Italy will say, I haven't seen them, don't report. So there are other diplomatic moves that need to be done. So sometimes when you see something happen, don't assume that the capacity is not there. Sometimes it is leadership problem, sometimes other factors talk about it. And then Akwan talked about action on land affect action at sea and vice versa. I will also say that when developing the paper further, it should not limit it to actions. It should also extend it to events. Because there are things that are not anthropomorphic, they are not caused by human beings, like what your brother Admiral noticed. What happened to me at sea? The weather situation was an event. It was not an action of any other person. So all of these things have to do with understanding what is going on. And then the last part is governance, which is the issue of harmonization. Because when you have all this intercalary of infrastructure, there is always this territorial fight. I believe that you can see how fantastically nice the DG has been to us. But if you try to amend the law to take some of his duties and give to the Navy, you will see that it's a serious fighter. So those are the things which leadership has to provide to show that, well, you may lose it here, but it will redound on you positively elsewhere. And you will see that the coordinator of our security is the NSA. Even the NSA, in this administration, had to fight for his own life because everybody is competing with everybody. So to have that coordination is what we will assist the incoming government to do. So that from that center, if it's well harmonized and personal interest, career interest, procurement interest, all of those things are well managed, we will do better than we are doing. And then we are looking at the issue of partnership. And I've seen that our elder has talked about it. He didn't, because as a policy planner, he didn't want to make it controversial. But what he is asking us is that your partners are also your competitors. And the interest of America in the Gulf of Guinea and African does not mean 100% is our interest. And we need to be careful when we take this support to see that we do not reprioritize our interest to reflect the interest of the person who says assisting. So I think it's also on leadership. So by and large, the three things I will say in conclusion is that all these things lie in your hand because you are the voters. You are the one electing political leaders. And some of these issues should be added to the bouquet of what to consider when you are dealing with choosing leadership. Because these professionals, there's a limit to what they can do. Under our constitution, you are under political authority. And the leadership of that political authority, what they know, what motivates them, what they organize their political parties and ideas around is important. That's why people remember Nkrumah, remember Awolowo, remember all these other great leaders, Azikiwe and Ahmadu Bello and co. That is why, because political leadership is very important. Lastly, the community has a role to play. Anything that has to do with security has to do with the community. So if the communities have a better sense of equity and will cooperate with the law enforcement agencies, cooperate with the government, we will achieve a lot and the benefits will come to everybody, not only those in uniform or those in government. So I thank you for your attention.
So much, Doctor. I trust we all enjoyed today's episode of Roundtable Discussion. It is enriching and very, very impactful, isn't it? Please clap for yourselves. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, please I crave your esteemed indulgence to stand on the already established protocols. With deep sense of gratitude and responsibility, I want to say on behalf of the staff and management of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs that we extend our heartfelt appreciation to to everyone present today. If not for you, I don't think we will have such an impactful experience we just witnessed. Thank you so much. Chief among those we are thanking is Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency. Mr. Chairman, I've read a lot about you on papers and I've watched you on television. This is the first time I'm seeing you, and I can say, with your personality and your person put in front of this country, we are sure going to step into our El Dorado. Thank you so much for sparing your time for us. And again, I want to also appreciate the efforts of our ever assiduous and dutiful Director General. I call him the Capacity DG, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, Professor Egusa Emmanuel Osagai, for putting in place all modalities to make this roundtable discourse impactful and fruitful. Thank you so much, sir. Also, our Capacity DG of the Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Dr. Bashir Jamo. I can say, sir, that you are an encyclopedia of erudition, a round peg in a round hole. Please clap for him. You know, when a man is speaking, you determine and define a man through his achievement. Before Doctor stepped in as the DG of NIMASA, you heard what was happening in that particular sector and our water environment. Before he came in, we were experiencing water attacks like 6 times in a week. But as the DG of NIMASA, I think for the past a year and a half, nothing of such has happened. Please clap for him. Then our super keynote speaker, Rear Admiral Francis Akpan, retired but not tired. He's not tired. I think every university in the world will be fortunate to have him as a lecturer on maritime studies. Yes, he qualifies to be so. With short explanations on all concepts surrounding maritime administration, surrounding maritime domain awareness and all security issues and steps we should take as the tallest child of Africa to safeguard our waters. I'm sure the keynote speaker did justice with the subject. Please clap for him. So let me introduce here present and time may not permit me, the representatives from ANPW, the representatives from the India Council, special guest from the Body of Christ led by Right Reverend Solomon Okoro and his spouse, Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode. Thank you, sir. Elder Dr. Elias Uman, thank you for your presence. Elder F. Akpan, thank you. Austin Obiepe of the LDA, thank you for your presence. The former GMD of First Bank, Mr. UK Eke, we appreciate your presence, sir. Reverend D.K. Ewa and Dr. Owen Obaseki, the Otaifo of Igbo Kingdom. Thank you for your presence and your entourage. Mr. Emeka Ogu, Rear Admiral J.F. Martin, and our virtual commentator, we say thank you for making such impactful remark. And to all esteemed members of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, present and those of you, we say thank you for sparing your time for this event. For your information, the NIIA, under distinguished directors of our DG, is fully lubricated and is fully repositioned, so to speak, and very, very charged to set itself high on formulating issues relating to foreign policy and international affairs. That is why every now and then the DG takes it upon himself to ensure that we have episodes, events, symposiums, seminars as this that will enrich body of knowledge to further strengthen us as the giant of Africa and to make sure that we chart a course and a path that will be fruitful in our relationship with the international world. I wish you all safe journey back to your respective destinations. I say thank you.
Thank you, along with our esteemed participants online. We want to appreciate you all, and okay, you did. Okay, thank you very much. There was something else you did. I forgive you. You are very young. I told you that Akwa is a resource person for the NI Ocean Governance Center. You are talking about other universities all over the world wanting.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Citizens of our beloved great nation here present, Nigerians at home and in the diaspora joining us via various media platforms, friends of Nigeria across the African continent and the world, political leaders, policymakers, and bureaucrats from the national and sub-national levels of government, private sector stakeholders, the intelligentsia, opinion molders, and thought leaders from various institutions of knowledge, gentlemen of the press. When our nation attained independence on October 1, 1960, it was with fervent faith in the possibilities of a great nation that our founding fathers lowered the British flag and hoisted the green, white, green. Their dream of a great nation was edged in the lyrics of our founding national anthem, the second stanza of which states, "Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored, and these we count as gain, to hand unto our children a banner without stain." In the past week, we witnessed with great sorrow the desecration of our nationhood as Nigeria's armed forces stained the banner of our nationhood, the Nigerian flag, with the blood of our children. The Nigerian youth, to whom our founding fathers charged us to hand over a banner without stain. It is therefore with a heavy heart over the current state of our nation, but with resilient hope in the possibilities of a new Nigeria, that I bring you this State of the Nation broadcast, originally intended to celebrate Nigeria's 60th independence anniversary. But in this moment of despair and sobriety, I've titled my address, "The Building Blocks of Nationhood, a Blueprint for the New Nigeria," because the dark chapter of our history is not how Nigeria's story ends. All across the nation, there's a wave of people movement. It's a wave of citizen engagement championed by the so-called ordinary Nigerian who has proven in extraordinary terms to be by no means ordinary. It began in Edo State with an awakened and resolute electorate defying the political establishment to make their voices heard and their votes count. In the past couple of weeks, that wave has been transformed into a tsunami of people movement led by our young people who have had enough of the horrendous brutality of the now disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. I believe that this wave of people movement is a physical manifestation of the bad pangs heralding the new Nigeria. As I observe the end SARS protests, I could not but conclude that we are witnessing the crescendo of an era and the beginning of another. 10 years ago, when we convened civil society organizations under the umbrella of Save Nigeria Group, our objective was not to be the voice of the people, but to restore the voices of the voiceless in a nation where social mobilization had been frozen for too long at that time. 10 years later, the end SARS protest has assured me that a generation of Nigerians has arisen, armed with clear and unmistakable voices, refusing to dim their lights or to turn down the volumes of their requests, because we have entered the era of Sorosuke. Can I hear you say that? No more whispering in the corridors of power. We are in the era of what? Sorosuke. I salute the courage of this unbreakable generation. I salute the resilience of every Nigerian youth, named and unnamed, who has stood up to be counted in this momentous era. A solemn remembrance. We remember at this time the heartbreaking tales of extortion, torture, rape, and murder that drove our young people to the streets in the first place. We remember Linda Nkeji Igwetu, who in 2018 was reported to have been shot in a friend's car by SARS operatives the day before a passing out parade after serving our nation as a member of the National Youth Service Corps, NYC in Abuja. We remember Stella Ifelma Abugu, another corps member, reported to have been raped and murdered while being unlawfully detained by SARS officials in Abuja. We remember Saliu Ali Haruna, a 21-year-old student of business administration at Ambrose Ali University, Edo State, whose remains were found in a well after a reported raid in his hostel by SARS operatives. We remember Kazim Tiamiu, a promising Nigerian footballer who, based on eyewitness reports, was pushed out of a moving vehicle to his death by SARS operatives. We remember Femi Bello, an enterprising 300-level student of Kaduna State University, reported to have been arrested without charge and murdered extrajudicially in the custody of the Nigeria Police Force. We remember Tina Ezekwe, a 17-year-old secondary school girl who was killed by a police officer while assisting in her mother's shop. We cannot forget 20-year-old Jimo Isiak, who was reportedly killed by operatives of the Nigerian Police Force as they violently clamped down on peaceful protesters in Ogbomoso, and whose unfortunate death propelled Nigerians across the nation in their rejection of police brutality. Our hearts bleed at the memory of the peaceful protesters at the Lekki toll gate who were shot and killed on Tuesday, October 20, 2020 by the armed forces of the Nigerian state as they held up the Nigerian flag, young compatriots pledging allegiance to one nation bound in freedom, peace, and unity as they sang our national anthem in their final moments. May I urge you to please rise and let us observe a moment of silence for these Nigerians and many others, named and unnamed, who have been unjustly killed by agents of the Nigerian state. 1 minute silence. May their souls rest in peace, and may God Almighty comfort their families. You may be seated. In like manner, we also remember those unsung heroes of the Nigeria Police Force who, despite being part of an institution that has a worse reputation for corruption and ineptitude in the Nigerian public sector, they serve with remarkable professionalism and bravery, sometimes doing so at the cost of their lives. In this regard, we remember Sergeant Chukwudi Boko, who in 2017 was seen in a viral video bravely combating armed robbers at a bank in Owerri, Imo State, losing his life in the process. We remember Inspector Musa Sunday, ironically of the now disbanded SARS, who in 2016 was reported to have been buried alive by hoodlums after he gallantly rescued a man who was being attacked by the said hoodlums while he was on duty in Oshoko, Ibejuleki, Lagos. We remember Sergeant Sunday Idoko, who was killed in Ilaro, Ogun State, while firmly resisting an attempt by hoodlums to snatch election results during the 2019 elections. Once again, may I ask you to rise and let us observe a minute's silence for these hundreds and hundreds of other unsung heroes of the Nigerian police force who lose their lives yearly in the line of duty. May their souls rest in peace, and may God comfort their families. You may be seated. When a people elect their leaders, they hand over the responsibility to protect and defend them. The gun in the hand of the policeman is the closest, most visible, and most easily identifiable symbol of that handover of power and responsibility from the people to the government. The people do not have as much access to the president, governor, or even local government chairman or councillor as they do to the policeman on the street. Yes or no? I can hear you. In other words, as far as the responsibility of the government to guarantee the security and welfare of the people is concerned, the policeman on the street is the first ambassador of the government to the people. Any misuse of that power by the police, especially to repress and oppress any citizen, is ultimately an abuse of the power conferred by the people on their government. This is why the widespread protests against police brutality are justified. I acknowledge the efforts made by the government to address the protesters' demands, but the government must move from commitment to full compliance in the implementation of the 545 demands of the NSAS protesters and in overhauling our policing architecture. Above all, I strongly recommend that President Muhammadu Buhari should ensure that those who ordered armed soldiers to fire on innocent citizens are fished out and made to face the full weight of the law. The officers who carried out such wicked acts should also be prosecuted under international legal standards. Unfortunately, the protest took a sad turn from the attacks on protesters by thugs to the infiltration of protests by hoodlums unleashing mayhem in cities and communities. According to Allen Bible, no nation, no matter how enlightening, can endure criminal violence. If we cannot control it, we are admitting to the world and to ourselves that our laws are no more than a facade that crumbles when the winds of crisis arise. Furthermore, in the words of President Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ, the poor suffered twice at the rioters' hands. First, when his destructive fury scars their neighborhood. Second, when the atmosphere of accommodation and consent is changed to one of hostility and resentment. Unfortunately, this is where the peaceful protests hijacked by thugs and hoodlums have landed us. Be that as it may, governments at the federal and state levels have lent credence to the conclusion of protesters that the government itself was behind these small screen tactics to discredit the protests. By its actions and inactions, the government has burned the bridge of trust. It is my hope that this address will help rebuild that bridge and resolve the issues in the interest of the Nigerian nation. With your permission, I would like now to go ahead and deconstruct SARS beyond police brutality. Ladies and gentlemen, any attempt to resolve the issues at hand must go beyond the surface to excavate underlying factors. Our overarching challenge is systemic governance failure, which over the decades has worsened the living conditions of Nigerians. As a result, although the Special Anti-Robbery Squad has been disbanded, like the spirit of Jezebel in the Old Testament that surfaced in the New Testament, although the Special Anti-Robbery Squad has been disbanded, the spirit of SARS continues to prowl unchecked. Therefore, lend me your ears as I unveil to you the true meaning of SARS and why we must end SARS. For too long, the Nigerian people have been subjected to a less than desirable nation. For too long, the citizens of our country have been served insecurity, poverty, and underdevelopment. For too long, our people have been denied access to basic goods that make for a decent standard of living. We have been denied quality education, good health care, quality roads, access to electricity, and much more. The brutal impunity of the gun-wielding policeman or SARS operative is a symbol of this bad governance experience. SARS is also the symbol of that politician who loots public funds to build a political war chest and spend it during election buying votes, hiring thugs, intimidating voters, and robbing the people of the power of choice. SARS is a symbol of the electoral officer who colludes with politicians to rob the people of their voice as expressed by the vote. SARS is a symbol of that appointed public official who, with a stroke of the pen, robs the people of funds that are allocated to education, healthcare, and other social infrastructure. SARS is the emblem on the agbada of the legislature who robs the people through budget padding, outrageous allowances, and unaccounted for constituency projects. SARS is the symbol of the corrupt judge who compels Lady Justice to remove her blindfold to check whether the person in the dock is a poor phone thief or a wealthy pension thief, so as to sell justice to the highest bidder. Together with the murderous members of the police force who have robbed our young people of their lives with the trigger of a gun provided for them by the state, these pen robbers who deploy the powers, the privileges, and the provisions of their offices to rob the Nigerian people of our common patrimony are all operatives of SARS. They all belong to what I call the state-aided robbery squad. That's the meaning of SARS. State-aided robbery squad. Say that with me. State-aided robbery squad. That is the true meaning of SARS. State-aided robbery squad. Fellow citizens, at the root of the issues that confront our nation is a foundational problem of nationhood that has persisted from one administration to another and provided a conducive environment for the state-aided robbery squad. Until this foundational problem of nationhood is addressed, the call to end SARS will persist long after the disbandment of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad. No degree of brutal repression, I'd like to say that again, no degree of brutal repression of protesters can quench the flame of protest in the hearts and minds of the Nigerian people. To our government, I would like to say this. Your bullets may drive our citizens off the streets, but your bullets cannot pierce their spirits or puncture their resilience. This speech is about how to disband the state-aided robbery squad and rebuild the foundations of our nation from the current undesirable state to the Nigeria of our dreams. At this juncture, I would like to pause and tender our sincere apologies to a generation deprived. Before I proceed to unveil the building blocks of nationhood, permit me to address an issue that is heavy upon my heart, for we cannot proceed with laying the building blocks of a new nation without addressing the issue have failed our youth. By the older generations, I refer to the so-called independence generation, that is those who were born before and immediately after the independence of Nigeria. I refer to the parents and grandparents of the millennial generation. One can understand why the younger generation will so heavily indict preceding generations. At independence, we inherited a promising nation, but we are bequeathing a predatory nation to the young generation. We inherited a nation whose structural foundations were built on principles of true federalism, a nation in which the diverse groups had the freedom to determine their destinies. But we are bequeathing a unitary nation, federal only in name, in which subnational expressions are suppressed by an overbearing center. We inherited a nation in which free and functional basic education, as well as affordable and quality tertiary education, guaranteed the path from penury to prominence. But we are bequeathing a nation whose educational system is lying in state. We inherited a nation where a young graduate was guaranteed immediate employment with housing and a car loan. But we have bequeathed a nation in which our youth are largely underemployed, unemployed, or Yahoo employed. We inherited a relatively secure nation characterized by thriving nightlife and peaceful village life, but we have bequeathed to the younger generation a society grappling with kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and police brutality. We inherited a banner without stain. But very shamefully, we have introduced a new color to our green, white, green, blood red. This is why there has been a definite generational spin to the protests. It is why we hear rallying cries like, "You mess with the wrong generation." It is why young people are telling stories of how they went out to protest in spite of the warnings of their parents. It is why you hear the indicting lamentation. If before I was born, the generation that were there had fought for a great Nigeria, I won't be here doing this. It is why some protesters have asked why the likes of Professor Shoyinka, Tunde Bakare, Obi Ezekwesili, Patu Tomi, Femi Falana, the so-called senior activists in Nigeria, are not on the streets. To citizens of the young generation who are disappointed in the older generation, to those young freedom fighters who believe that the generation of their fathers and mothers has failed them, to those young Nigerians who have stood up to oppression, permit me to stand in the gap to apologize on behalf of my generation and the older generation to the undesirable state of the nation you are born into. I say on behalf of my generation and generation before me, we are sorry. We are very sorry for the undesirable nation you have inherited from us. We salute your courage. We applaud your resilience. We hear you. We share your pain. We share your story. We share your dreams for a better nation. And although you may not realize it, we did our best to fight for you. Fighting to ensure that you live in a nation where you can even air your views was what sentenced Professor Wole Soyinka to a 22 months in prison as a 33-year-old man. Fighting to ensure that you inherit a nation where every Nigerian has access to justice was subjected my own boss, the late Chief Gani Fahimi, to 3 decades of harassment, assassination threats, and 32 episodes in detention. It's on record that Chief Gani Fahimi in his lifetime did not name any child by himself. Every child that was born to him by his first wife were named while he was in detention. Fighting for equity, justice, and dignity was what led to Ken Saro-Wiwa's uttering his final words. Lord, take my soul, but the struggle continues. Fighting to ensure that every Nigerian is treated with respect was what deprived Dr. Joe Okeodumaki of the bliss of young womanhood and sent her to torturous detention cells no fewer than 17 times. Fighting to bequeath to future generations a nation governed by ideas rather than the barrel of a gun was what subjected the likes of Professor Patu Tomi, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, and other members of concerned professionals to repression by a brutal military dictatorship. Fighting to ensure that the generation of their children will not be beaten, tear gassed, arrested, or shot at by the police or soldiers as they were was what sent the likes of Olisa Agbakoba, Femi Falana, Shehu Sani, Yinka Odumaki, Chief Frank Kokori, the late Beck Oranson Kuti, the late Chima Obani, and many other pro-democracy activists to the torturous jail cells of a cruel military junta. To ensure that you received a better nation was what sent Nadeco chiefs, those who were prominent Nigerians by right, inclusive of the lives of Professor Bolaji Akinyemi seated here, sent them to exile where they were living in conditions that your generation cannot even withstand. As I've had to explain to my children, fighting to bequeath to them and their generation a better nation than the one I met was what exposed me to the harassments, defamation of character, arrests, and threats to life that my children witnessed their dad being subjected to as they grew up in this country. It is obvious that the fight of my generation and the older generation before mine has not yielded the Nigeria that you, the youth of our nation, can be proud of. In 2002, at Grand Slam, an event that we hosted, gathering from across the nation's young Nigerians from all across the 6 geopolitical zones in this country. I preached a message titled, Nigeria, a land filled with the crimes of blood. It breaks my heart to tell you today that 18 years later, this still holds true. The Nigerian landscape is filled to the brim with the blood of its citizens. By its brutal repression of an armed protesters, the Nigerian state has blood on its hands. That agents of the Nigerian state will resort to using live ammunition to silence fellow citizens, fellow human beings, is heart-rending. Their blood will yet speak. I'm not sure you heard that. I said their blood will yet speak. As truly as there is a God. In this time of great despair, we are united in pain with all who have suffered, in grief with all the families who are hurt with sorrow, and in a sense of shared loss with those whose hard-earned livelihoods have been damaged or burned. May God console all who mourn in Nigeria and give us beauty for our ashes. Amen. We, your generation and our generation, should be encouraged by the fact that every battle won is a step taken in the direction of a better nation. I cannot imagine how many times Papa Ayo Adebanjo and late Chief Papa Saulani Wajai will call me several times. Odawa, it's now in your hands. We have done our best. At 92 and over 90, they are still fighting. The battles won by the generation of your fathers and mothers has become the launch pad for you to fight and win this battle for the recognition and preservation of the dignity of human beings. But the fight is also a collaborative one. As some among the older generation observed the protests with a sense of history repeating itself, it was obvious after a while that it was time to deploy a diversity of strategies. The laudable creative expressions of the process were being threatened by descent into anarchy, even if stage managed as alleged. The protest had also begun to infringe on the rights of law-abiding Nigerians. It was clear that a change of strategy was required to avert the loss of lives, to safeguard the credibility of the movement, and to strengthen the gains made. To this end, we, and I better say I, so that I'm not guilty of involving others in this matter, we reached out to the presidency and challenged the government to be empathetic to Nigerians and to address the demands of protesters. We also reached out to some prominent organizers of the protest to fashion a way out of the debacle. Unfortunately, our collective entreaties to some of the young arrowheads of the NSARS protests were ignored. Our past experience with organizing protests has shown that there comes a time when strategies are re-evaluated. In 2010, when we marched to the National Assembly to protest power hijack, after registering our demands, we left the complex early enough to avoid the counter-protesters who trailed us. Subsequently, when we marched to Lagos State Secretariat, Alausa, we registered our demands, handed a letter to the governor then, and left the arena. When we marched to Aso Rock some weeks later, we presented a letter to the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and left thereafter. Similar protests held across the globe. The cumulative effect of this protest forced the National Assembly to invoke the doctrine of necessity, by which President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan became acting president and later president. In 2012, when we needed to gather to protest against a patently corrupt fuel subsidy regime, we converged at the Ganifa Army Park, a venue that was unobstructive to vehicular movement. Our rallying cry was "Kill corruption, not Nigerians." For 5 days, we brought the nation to a standstill through the massive gathering of Nigerians. However, when by the 5th day of the protest, we caught wind that the Goodluck Jonathan government would deploy armed soldiers in the early hours of the morning to dismantle our installations and potentially engineer a bloodbath, we deliberated and decided that our desire to see change was not worth the blood of any Nigerian. At the risk of being misunderstood and maligned, we called off the protest and channeled our collective energy in a more suitable direction. Our change of strategies from the oppositioner to the propositioner gave us access to the Jonathan administration to influence policy changes in a range of areas. It also won us the trust of President Goodluck Jonathan so that during the 2015 contentious elections, we were able to mediate between the contenders, and we worked to ensure that President Jonathan left office with his head held high as a Democrat. As a result, that's what we did. And they are both living witnesses of how we involved international ambassadors or ambassadors of nations and sat with them behind the scene to ensure that there was a peaceful transfer. President Jonathan, as a result of our cordial relationship, wrote a tribute for my 60th birthday, which I still cherish till today. Our proximity allowed us to protest to the president directly when the national interest demanded it. All the subsequent impact we made was due to a timely decision to change strategies to avert bloodshed. This is why I am heartbroken by the current events. Citizens of our great nation, to build the Nigeria of our dreams is a collaborative responsibility. We must not pitch one generation against another. Generational integration rather than generational shift should be our strategy of choice. As I've said in times past, the hindsight of the older generation must propel the foresight of the younger generation. The dreams of the fathers and mothers must be the backdrop of the visions of the sons and daughters. The wisdom of the elders must guide the knowledge of the youth as we build the Nigeria of our dreams. I submit to this young generation, where there are no patriarchs and matriarchs, there will be no offspring. Nation building is a continuum. There must be a unity of purpose across generations and across regions. This unity of purpose means we choose to see the plight of the Almajiris and their inability to access quality education, not as a northern problem, but as a Nigerian problem. Because we are a nation of human connection, we choose to see the murder of 17-year-old Tina Ezekwe by a trigger-happy policeman in Lagos, not as a southern problem, but as a Nigerian problem. That's why every heart, young or old, male or female, in the east, west, north, and south of Nigeria must beat with one rhythm. This is why every Nigerian voice must declare with one accord, end SARS, and the state-aided robbery squad. At this juncture, I will need audience participation to let me go home rejoicing in the Lord that you consented to what is being said today. I will make a sentence and I will lift up my hand. If you agree, just shout, end SARS. Can I repeat that? I will read a statement and I will lift up my hand. And if you agree with that statement, what are you going to say? End SARS. End the brutalization and murder of the Nigerian people by reckless police operatives and soldiers. End the oppression and subjugation of the Nigerian people by those who ought to protect and serve them. End the diversion of funds earmarked for the provision of quality education and health care for our people. End the inflation of contracts and give the Nigerian people quality roads and efficient transportation network. End the corruption that has denied our people access to steady electricity supply, end political banditry and the looting of the treasury to build political war chests, end vote buying, electoral fraud, and the killing of innocent Nigerians just to win elections, end legislative brigandage, budget padding, backdoor allowances, and the siphoning of funds through perennially uncompleted constituency projects, and judicial rascality and the merchandising of justice to the highest bidder, and the state-aided robbery squad, and SARS to the Nigerian people, and SARS so that they can have access to every resource required to actualize the Nigerian dream. You may be seated. The Nigeria of our dreams. The Nigerian dream is a hope in the heart of every Nigerian who desires a better nation. It is a longing in the heart of that Nigerian girl child who seeks to be educated despite her parents' offer to marry her off because they cannot afford to send her to school. The Nigerian dream is the aspiration of that young graduate who decides to learn an honest vocation and to create jobs rather than succumb to the frustrations of unemployment or resort to crime. The Nigerian dream is a drive that wakes that father who lives in Sangwater and who must leave home before dawn at the risk of being robbed just to beat the dense Lagos traffic where he labors at the Lagos Island to put food on the table for his family. The Nigerian dream is the hope behind the sacrifice of that Nigerian teacher who continues to prepare lesson notes to teach school children in dilapidated classrooms, to administer and grade homework and tests, and to organize extra revision classes months after a last salary was paid. The Nigerian dream is what propels the Nigerian business owner who strives in difficult environments with limited access to funds or electricity to create solutions and deliver innovative services across sectors from agriculture and finance to communication and entertainment. The Nigerian dream is the hope of every Nigerian who lost a job or a business or even a loved one to the COVID-19 pandemic, but who has refused to stay down and is now re-energized and propelled by that tireless bounce-back spirit that makes us Nigerians. The Nigerian dream is the fuel that has fanned the flames of those young Nigerians on the streets of Lagos, Abuja, Benin, Ibadan, Owerri, Ogbomoso, Jos, Makurdi, and cities across the Nigerian landscape and the diaspora, as well as on various social media platforms, all chanting the rallying cry for freedom and SARS. The Nigerian dream is that mental portrait of the Nigeria of our earnest hopes, the new Nigeria, a nation that is possible, a nation we must come together to create, a Nigeria where the right to life is sacred and no one is brutalized or extrajudicially murdered, where no one goes to bed hungry and no child is left without access to quality education, where our homes, our schools, our streets, our villages, our highways and cities are safe and secure, and Nigerians can walk, play, or travel with their minds at rest and go to bed with their hearts at peace. A Nigeria where our hospitals are life-saving institutions and every Nigerian has access to quality health care, where no youth is unemployed and our young women and men are job creators, where businesses thrive on innovation and made in Nigerian goods can compete anywhere in the world, where homes and businesses have access to uninterrupted power supply and ideas are facilitated by functional infrastructure and cutting-edge technology. We are no part of our nation, north, south, east, or west as a reason to feel marginalized, and where every Nigerian is proud to say, I am a Nigerian. A Nigeria that is a model for Africa and a beacon of hope to the world. That is the Nigeria of our dreams. That is the Nigeria of my dreams. I hope that is Nigeria of your dream. If that is it, then we must come together to build that Nigeria. Now let me touch on a very touchy issue. Nation building in a time of difficulty. In the midst of public outrage over the brutal repression of protesters by the Nigerian government, with the nation in a state of emergency, it will appear that now is not the right time to talk about building the Nigeria of our dreams. However, I believe that the ultimate resolution of the current challenges we are confronted with as a nation lies in our ability to embrace a compelling picture of our desired future. No picture, no future. I am confident that this ground zero state of our nation can become the foundational launch pad for the building of a great nation. As history shows us, the great nations are built not on beds of roses, but on the rocky grounds of adversity. That was the story of Israel, a modern nation that was forged out of 4 centuries of slavery and 4 decades of wandering in a desolate wilderness. It was the story of the United States of America, a global power founded by immigrants who fled Europe to the New World and advanced westward against an intolerable wilderness. It was the story of Japan, a war-torn country which emerged from the devastation of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings to achieve one of the fastest economic recoveries of the 20th century. It was the story of Germany, devastated by 2 world wars, but rising from the ruins of the Second World War to become the industrial model of the world. It was the story of Singapore, rejected by Malaysia and sandwiched between adversarial neighbors, yet rising to become a center of global finance and the world's leading model of infrastructural development. It is the story of Dubai, a once sandy desert that has transformed the world's skylines and become one of the most visited cities in the world. Many people think Dubai is a country. No, it's a city. It is the unfolding story of Rwanda, a landlocked country which emerged from a gruesome genocide to become Africa's pace setter in innovation and economic growth. It is why I believe this is the best time to rebuild Nigeria. The pathway from dream to manifestation, I would like to recommend the message I preached a long time ago, titled, "The Best Dreams Come to Pass When You Are Weak." The pathway from the present state of our nation to the Nigeria of our dreams is paved with transformational landmarks in 4 dimensions. How many dimensions? 4. Transformational landmarks in 4 dimensions, namely culture, structure, infrastructure, and infrastructure. Say that with me. Culture, structure, infrastructure, and infrastructure. These are the 4 strong pillars around which the Citadel Global Community Church is built as a governmental, authoritative, powerful institution, generating solutions, influencing policy, and providing clarity. And these are the 4 building blocks from which a new nation can be forged. The similarity between the vision that produced this Citadel complex in 4 years and that of the new Nigeria is captured in the text of speech delivered at the fundraising dinner for the Citadel complex on September 3, 2016. When you came in today, And if you don't have one, they will give it to you. The presented days. Every part underlined and bold in this text of speech is speaking about the union between the vision that produced the citadel in 4 years and what Nigeria can become in the nearest future. If we can only learn to do things right and to do the right things. Let me begin with the first one, our national culture. The first landmark in a journey from the status quo to the Nigeria of our dreams is the birth of a new Nigerian culture. The cultural dimension of nation building is a value system or value superstructure upon which the nation must be built. It brings to focus what I call the 4 IDs of our nationhood, namely the Nigerian identity, the Nigerian idiosyncrasy, the Nigerian idiocy, and the Nigerian ideal. To address the current issues plaguing our nation and to make meaningful progress towards the Nigeria of our dreams, we must resolve certain unanswered questions that border on the Nigerian identity. Who is a Nigerian? What is the irreducible minimum standard of decency below which no Nigerian must fall? To find answers to this question, I recommend revisiting the Nigerian Charter for National Reconciliation and Integration, which we by God's grace proposed to the 2014 National Conference and was unanimously passed by that conference. This is my second thing that you are going home with, the Nigerian Charter for National Reconciliation and Integration. This was passed unanimously by the conference. By the grace of God, we propose it to the conference, and thank God for the vice chairman of that conference is here. It was passed unanimously, and you will have it to read hereafter. You can take a copy home. We must from that deconstruct the Nigerian idiosyncrasy, those modes of behavior that have defined us over time for better or for worse, our exuberance, our ostentation, our love for pleasure, our aversion to risk, our resilient tolerance of adversity, our inclination to ethnic identities, and our religiosity that encourages us to say, live on for God. God did. We must tell ourselves home truths as to how these modes of behavior have contributed to our current state and how they could be geared towards unleashing our collective potential and building the Nigeria of our dreams. Upon further reflection, we will discover that by not positively harnessing our idiosyncrasy, we continue to court what I call the Nigerian idiot. This is what is at play when politicians corner the nation's resources through the politics of banditry, while citizens remain spectators, cheering looters on. It is what is at play when we defend the corrupt because they are our kinsmen and we sell our votes for a loaf of bread and a bag of rice. It is what is at play when our nation produces crude oil but imports refined petroleum product at a higher cost. When we favor consumption over capacity building, when we are more inclined to devouring over discovery, when we choose imitation over innovation, and when we embrace mediocrity over merit in the selection of our leaders. The antidote to the Nigerian idiocy is the Nigerian ideal. The Nigerian ideal is a quest, the quest to redefine ourselves by our most noble qualities and aspirations. It is a quest for a Nigeria where no citizen is subjected to living below an irreducible minimum standard of decency. It is a quest for a new Nigerian culture, one in which the people are bound by common hopes and common dreams, irrespective of ethnic and religious differences. In the spirit of the new Nigerian culture, government must jettison the leadership model of the biblical Pharaoh and Rehoboam, who ruined their nations through obstinacy. Leaders must begin to listen to the people and show empathy to their plight. We need leaders like Nehemiah, who quelled a protest not by the force of arms, but by the moral authority of exemplary sacrificial leadership. We need leaders like the late Nelson Mandela, who converted institutions of division and oppression to symbols of unity and empathy. We need sensitive leaders. Pain is my pain, and I will do everything in my power to lift your body. The new Nigerian culture is what has ignited in the hearts and minds of our young people a new wave of patriotism, a rejection of the status quo, and the demand for accountability among public servants. The new Nigerian culture is not defined by antagonism. I like to repeat that. The new Nigerian culture is not defined by antagonism as an end in itself, or looting or pillaging as a solution, but is shaped by willingness to take responsibility, to find new answers to old questions, to refuse to simply accept that this is the best we can do and the best we can be as a people. To this end, rather than destroy, we must build. Rather than revel in attacks on tangible and intangible infrastructure, from buses and police stations to palaces and state-owned cyber assets, we must protect our common patrimony. Instead of accepting a status quo that appears to leave us no choice but to go through the back door, we must build enduring edifices of open governance using such bricks as the Freedom of Information Act. Our conduct should at all times be moral, be ethical, and be legal, moderated by the reality there are no shortcuts in nation building. From protests to progress, we must now proceed to the next phase of citizen engagement. Please listen to me carefully. We must organize ourselves like the nation builders who teamed up with Nehemiah to build the wall of the city. With one hand, they built the wall, and with the other, they held a sword to defend themselves. In like manner, some of us must become entrepreneurs, creating jobs that will build our economy. Some of us must become public servants, making and implementing policies that can facilitate and sustain growth. Some of us must step into politics to ensure that the best of us lead the rest of us. Whichever path we take, every one of us must be ready at all times to defend our freedom so that never again will our people be subjected to such indignity. Now, our national structure. Upon the foundation of a new Nigerian culture, we must revisit conversations around the structure of Nigeria. The NSA protests have once again brought to the fore the diversity of the challenges and aspirations of the Nigerian people across geopolitical zones. Let me, at this juncture, address the young people, particularly in the North, who have taken a different position and call for reforms rather than the outright disbandment of SARS. I'm referring to those who argued or are still arguing that they need such tactical formations to combat their peculiar security challenges in the North. First of all, I say to these young Nigerians, you have the right to air your views, no matter how unpopular they may be. We hear you too, because you are also Nigerians. We do not desire a nation that is intolerant of seemingly contrarian opinions, nor a nation where one cap must fit all. Instead, we desire a nation where policy ideas are debated at the policy round table, where facts are separated from fiction, and where the best ideas are implemented for the benefit of all, bearing the realities and opportunities of each geopolitical. As Nigerians begin to exercise the powers of the distinguished office of the citizen, we must demand a government that is close enough to facilitate our welfare and strong enough to provide security. This is why I'm confident that the current wave of people movement and individual responsibility will ultimately lead the new Nigerian culture. The government must facilitate the right kind of infrastructure that can channel that culture into productive ventures. Our cities and communities must host affordable and decent housing units, functional education and health facilities, industrial facilities, sports and recreation facilities, all linked by efficient multimodal transportation networks and broadband technology, protected by intelligent security architecture and powered by sustainable energy solutions. Such state-of-the-art infrastructure We facilitate the development of our young people, the incubation and growth of enterprise, and the drastic reduction in crime rates. Within the construct of our national security infrastructure, let me use this opportunity to reiterate my call again for a new approach to youth development in the context of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC. I've said it before, and I'm saying it again. This has become all the more necessary with the recent brutalization of the Nigerian youth by the police force and the military. The NYSC provides an opportunity to achieve capacity building for economic development, to beef up our national security and defense infrastructure, as well as build a bridge of trust between the people and the armed forces. At this juncture, I reiterate my recommendation that NYSC becomes an optional 2-year program, with the first year spent on military training for our young people and the second year spent on agro-entrepreneurship. We can feed ourselves if we will use the energy of our youth. We can feed our nation and export food outside of this country. In addition, I recommend that a minimum of an ordinary national diploma, OND, obtained from a recognized polytechnic, or 2 years in a recognized university with a cumulative grade point, average not lower than a second-class lower division, be among the prerequisites for admission into the Nigerian Police Academy. This will compel an upgrade of Nigeria Police Academy to a degree awarding tertiary institution affiliated with the Nigerian University, transform the Nigerian Police Force into a Nigerian Police Service, and further build the bridge between Nigerians and the police. Now, our national infrastructure. The infrastructure question is what for years has been referred to as a national question. It is a quest for how best to coexist as a nation, irrespective of our differences and diversities. The infrastructure question has remained unanswered since the era of our founding fathers, and it explains the various conflicts that define our nation, including inter-ethnic, inter-religious, partisan, and especially now, intergenerational conflicts. It explains the ethnic coloration wrongly applied to the destruction of lives and property in Lagos State has been done by Igbos, and someone else releasing a video that the Yorubas are going to expel them from territory. What about the dash? What utter nonsense. This explains the ethnic coloration wrongly applied to the destruction of lives and property in Lagos State, the Southwest, and other parts of the country by hoodlums who hijacked the NSAS protest. I'm glad that the Ohanaeze and the Afenifere and leaders of thought have jointly issued letters that those things are not true and they are not so. Resolving the infrastructure question calls for a national redemption experience and an appropriate institutional framework. A national redemption experience is modeled in Revelation 5, 8-10. Revelation chapter 5, 8-10, he reads, and I quote, "Now when he had taken the scroll, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each having a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints." Aren't you glad we are still praying in this nation? And they sang a new song saying, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation. And you have made us kings and priests to our God, and we shall reign on the earth." A national redemption experience entails forsaking a primordial attachment to ethnicity and pledging allegiance to a higher national identity. That's why you can never, tribalism, ethnicity can never produce good governance. An appropriate institutional framework for such an experience will be the Presidential Commission for National Reconciliation, Reintegration, and Rebirth, which I've called for on various occasions. I'd like you to see what I presented to those in power last year, a video. Please play the video.
By the vehicle of an executive order and in full consultation with the National Assembly and the Council of State, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, shall establish a Presidential Commission for National Reconciliation, Reintegration and Rebirth. The aim being to set the nation on the path to and ensure her emergence and sustenance as a new Nigeria and enviable global power. Chaired by a wise and discerning individual of incorruptible, high moral standing and unquestionable integrity to be appointed by the President, the Commission shall be charged with the task of implementing a 4-phase plan that will, via 6 zonal commissions headed by zonal commissioners appointed in the 6 geopolitical zones of the nation, launch a nationwide reconciliation and reintegration drive, creatively communicate the new Nigeria narrative, and achieve a new nation. Through well thought out and carefully constructed economic master plans tailored to fit each zone's peculiarities and that will cover all the key sectors in each zone, the progressive harmonization of policies, human capacity building, and rapid socio-economic advancement, among other goals, shall be achieved. Also, with the introduction and assistance of a counterpart funding mechanism, the target being aimed at is a new generation of processed and integrated leaders who will ensure the consolidation and expansion of Nigeria's positioning as the prosperous global power she so evidently has the potential to be.
I presented that video to the powers that be as a way forward to move our nation forward. And guess what? There's no army as powerful as an idea whose time has come. The Presidential Commission for National Reconciliation, Reintegration, and Rebirth, or restructuring, must be charged with a mandate to address infrastructural issues, reconcile sectional interests, rebuild trust in the Nigerian state, and birth a truly integrated Nigeria. Furthermore, this commission can serve as a Truth and Reconciliation Commission where citizens can publicly narrate their ordeals with agents of the Nigerian state and find healing, compensation, justice, and reconciliation. Above all, this commission can design, hello, are you still here? Above all, this commission can design and implement a strategic agenda for the restructuring of our federal system. By so doing, we can convert the current ugly narrative from a state-aided robbery squad SARS to a strategic agenda for a restructured state SARS. We are moving from a state-aided robbery squad to a strategic agenda for a restructured state. In conclusion, I appeal to Nigerian youth whose patriotic spirits have been brutalized by a repressive Nigerian state. I appeal to them not to lose hope in Nigeria. One of their age mates said to me, "I'm dusting my foreign passport, I'm out of here." No, don't go. I encourage you to keep hope alive because the Nigeria of your dream, the new Nigeria, is within reach. I appeal to the older generation to speak up at this point in defense of our hard-earned freedom. This is not the nation our founding fathers lived and died for. This is not the nation we fought for in the trenches of pro-democracy movements. This is not the nation we hope to bequeath to our children. We will build this nation not upon the altar of the blood of our young people, but on their visions and aspirations. I am confident that we can end the brutalization of our people, put an end to state-aided robbery squad, and begin the process of nation building. It is time to turn the stumbling blocks of our past into stepping stones to our future. Let us therefore arise to build a great nation, that all who have died in the quest for a new nation will not have died in vain, and that the Nigerian dream will become the Nigerian reality. Nigeria will be saved. Nigeria will be changed. Nigeria will become great in our lifetime. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Nigeria, and God bless the continent of Africa.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
C.S. Lewis says, you are not too old to set a goal or too young to dream a dream. So start dreaming, because dreams do come true when you add action into it. This is Achievers Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making a mark. And I'm excited to tell you that we've got great packages for you on the show. I will be starting with our What's New African story, when we bring you trending happenings in the world of Africa. And today we'll be looking at the penguins endangered in South Africa due to the oil spillage. So let's take that report from Agape, and when we return, you'll be meeting our amazing record breaker of the week. Don't move a muscle. This is Achievers Diary.
African penguins, recognized by their chest-black horseshoe markings and their distinct beret-like calls. The birds are native to South Africa and Namibia, but can also be found in Mozambique. And the last 3 decades riddles with symptoms of climate change and human activity such as overfishing and habitat destruction have seen their numbers fall by 60%. Scientists are also concerned about bunkering and consequential oil spills. Ronald Friend, an environmental consultant, explains the ecological risks in the region. We want to protect our biodiversity and make Algar Bay an ecotourism destination. And we can't do it with the risk of oil spills, penguins endangered in oil. We are losing our status as the largest breeding colony of African penguins in the world, and that worries us. Oil spills are a threat to the coastline's biodiversity. The deep waters of Algar Bay, off the coast of South Africa, which is home to almost half of the world's endangered population of African penguins, are ideal for offshore bunkering operations in South Africa, and have served as a charge-free port for refueling and cargo ship loading stop. Since 3 maritime companies acquired license in 2016, which is a huge threat to the ecosystem. With the main operating storage tanker able to hold 100,000 metric tons of fuel, conservationists not only fear a potentially massive leak, but are also concerned about the overall impact on this marine biodiversity hotspot, which is also a major tourist attraction. They claim the bunkering takes place too close to foraging and breeding grounds, disrupting the ecosystem and exposing sea animals to oil spills. In attempting to clean themselves, the penguins also ingest toxins shown to damage their internal organs and breeding capacity. In addition, oiled adults tend to abandon their eggs and chicks. Many eventually then die of starvation and cold. Share your thoughts through our social media handle displayed on your screen. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita to be updated on fresh happenings in Africa. I am Agape Okemiri. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achiever's Diary with Nita. Thank you so much, Agape, for that report. It's such a scary one, very emotional. The penguins dying, and some are really fighting for their lives in South Africa. Such a painful one. And I know there are a lot of, spills here and there, oil spills in different countries. Let's just try to be safe and keep our animals safe too. Okay, and this is the part I love so much, where we get to have a one-on-one interaction with our record breaker of the week, trailblazers who are making global impact. And today we're switching to fashion. I'm so excited about this. This person is an amazing phenomenal. She's one person that, now you know is a she. She's one person that needs no introduction, okay? Her record started 2006. That was when she became a household name. But fashion started 2000. And in 2001, she won a prestigious award. Who am I talking about? Let's get into it, guys. Our record breaker of the week is a renowned international fashion designer who is creating contemporary women's garments inspired by traditional Ankara. Her magic and creativity with fabrics has inspired young designers to resist the status quo and add color to their arts. She founded, I'm not going to call the name, ZIC Limited. Do you have an idea? Her couture label in the year 2000 and kickstarted a revolution for African fabrics with the world in view. After her debut year, she bagged a prestigious award, like I mentioned earlier, of African Designer of the Year. You know why she's a record breaker, right? Yes, at the Nigerian fashion show, that is NFS. This launched her designs globally. In 2001, her brand were on the runways of South Africa, Italy, France, and the UK. In 2002, she staged a top-notch fashion show dubbed Jungle Resonance, which received rave review from local and international critics. By 2006, she became a household name, winning multiple awards across the globe. Because of her courage and creativity, she was presented the prestigious African Award in May 2020 by Women in Africa for Transformation Initiative. She is also a UN Ambassador of Peace. I'm so excited to introduce to you the amazing, the delectable, the Amazon. She is this lady that when you meet, she is such a delight, right? And she is super humble. I must add that to it. We've got the delectable Zizi Kador in the house. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not easy to have an international icon with us, guys.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'm really honored and humbled. Thank you.
Goodness, you look amazing, like always. Sometimes you don't even know the compliments to give fashion designers because you feel they know everything when you talk about fashion.
It's weird. You might not every designer really knows how to put things together. That's why we have stylists. But me personally, my style has always been simple. Keep it simple and you're good.
And this is elegant. This is not just simple. I don't know. Yeah, the simplicity speaks louder anyway. I love the combination of two different fabrics. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you. Well,
wow, I'm so excited. How does it feel to be on Achiever's Diary?
I'm quite, like I said earlier, I'm quite humbled. I'm always humbled at every recognition and every award that I receive because it's not something that I'll say it's by my might or my power, like they say. It's only the grace of God because I'm not the only one. And then to be recognized, it's forever a humbling experience for me on every level. So I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. I was so excited to finally have you here.
Thank you.
She is an icon's icon, you know. I love her so much. And I must commend your consistency, because that's why we're celebrating you.
Thank you.
If Zizi Kado was heard maybe 2016 or 2006 and nothing was heard in 2020, I don't think we'll be having this conversation.
Exactly.
So let's go back to consistency. What has kept you in the game?
It is having a conviction of what you're doing, being principled, believing especially in who you are and what you're doing. When I started the label, I knew where I was going. I knew the vision I wanted. I had a mission, and I look back now and I can say, you know, glory be to God, I kind of like have arrived there, because my vision then was to see Ankara, or African fabric for that matter, on the runways of the Oscars or the, you know, the Emmy Awards and things like that. And here we are.
Awesome.
You know, that was it. That was it. And I dreamt of a time where, you know, evening gowns will be made of local fabrics. Even though at that time people thought, you know, I was bonkers. People thought I was mad. People said I was eccentric and whatever it was. But I thank God now that looking back, I could literally say, you know, I'm happy that you had a dream and a vision, and in your time, yes, it came to light.
And it's being celebrated globally.
Yes,
which is key.
Yes, and you see, if I didn't have that perseverance or that conviction, it would never have happened. I probably would have fallen by the wayside or decided to do something else, because even I remember when I started, I had friends giving me friendly advice as per, oh, you know what, you travel, yes, you travel, you do all those things. Why don't you just have a boutique like everybody else? Why do this?
But you want to be different.
I wanted to be different. Exactly. That is my motto. Yeah. Dare to be different. You know, I've never been one to compromise or to conform to the society. That has always been my thing. It's, you need to be unique. You need to be your own person.
Please. Yes,
you know.
Please. Wonderful. Okay, we have to go down memory lane. As a child, were you one of those people that will get your mom's clothes and tear them in pieces, or how did the whole idea of becoming a fashion designer started?
No, I don't think I'm not one of those. I will tell you I started sewing at 6 years or 13 years. That is
for your dolls and all that.
Sometimes those are absurd stories, I'm sorry to say, but you know, we all played, you know, you all did
that anyway, but my design
exactly, you know, it's not me. I remember, I mean, everybody cooking when you're little and playing doctors, but it's not exactly what you end up doing. You know, I do know though that I started from an early age, and when I said early age, once I finished my secondary school, I was working in a boutique that was owned by an Italian couple, and so that was my first introduction to fashion.
Okay.
So I was working as a sales girl in the boutique, and I did that for a few years, and it really, you know, piqued my interest, and I was like, you know what, this is just me, I could express myself. And it also coincided with the punk years, and so that I did all the whole punk thing where you have, you know, colors in your hair, you know, different kind of earrings, multiple belts on you.
You're versatile, you're very creative, you do what I call crazy design.
Well, that's what design is, it's all about.
But at your own time, how will you describe expression of, you know, art, or expression of, you know, designs?
Well, art on its own, it's relative. The interpretation is relative. It's viewer, yes, is that viewers, yes, discretion, whatsoever, because you choose how you see it. You can interpret differently. That is what art of any sort is all about. Art is not something that you can confine and limit. And so you it's like an artist painting a tomato, and you look at the tomato and you're like, with an eye that does not see art, you say it's just a tomato.
Yes, you won't appreciate it.
Yes, but then somebody comes in and they're seeing something else. Yes. I mean, point in case, let me just digress a bit. I remember we went off to the beach just recently with a few friends, and another friend of mine saw a tree, and he was like, oh, look at the colors of this tree. And it wasn't a tree that comes to flower. It was just a tree, and I was like, oh wow, that would really photograph very well, this tree. It was a big shrubbery. And I looked at it and I said, it's amazing that you pointed out this tree, because I'm seeing this tree, it looks to me in the midst of all the other trees like a matron, like the, you know, like the kind of tree that everybody comes to when they have an issue. And he picked up on it and he went even further. And you know, people around were like, what are you people talking about?
Awesome.
But that is what art is about. Art is not something that you said it has one way. It has several ways, you know. So being able to express yourself as an artist is a beautiful thing. You don't have to limit yourself to say, okay, this is the one way that is, you know, everybody's doing it, and therefore that is how I'm going to follow. If it's with that, people like Picasso or Van Gogh would not be who they are today.
Yes, please. And I would like to know the people that influenced you while growing up, or while starting as a fashion designer.
Oh wow. Truth be told, I don't have a fashion icon. Fashion for me was it was a hobby. It was something I just wanted to do by the wayside, because I loved fashion. I loved creating things for myself. And I found while I was working as a sales assistant, I started doing my own pieces. And they were all, you know, funky. They were different. And I realized that was who I am. I was able to channel my inner thoughts. I was just able to express myself via my fashion. And so it was like an outlet and a release for me. And so when I started mine, again, it was that thing. It was never to be like everybody else. It was to be different. And in that difference was, I looked at Nigeria and I said, you know, everybody's got the same, I mean, how about we having an identity of our own as Nigerians? Because as
having a niche for yourself.
Yes, you know, you look at I mean, in the, 2010, 9, 8, 7, even way back 2000 when I started. 99, 98, it was all foreign things. People were wearing more foreign clothes than anything else. And so, and I think I traveled to Ghana at one time, and I saw the way they had a kind of identity of sort, you know, because I travel quite a bit, and you go to Kenya, the same thing. You could see a Maasai and you know where they're coming from. You see a Malian, you know where they're coming from.
Ethiopia and the rest,
I mean, you're going to Europe side, you see a Scottish man, you know where he's coming from. Wearing his kilt and all, you know. And so for me, it was like, how come we don't have that?
Something to identify
as a Nigerian, you know. And so that was what made me start creating with Ankara. And I didn't limit it then to just Ankara. It was with all sorts of fabric that we have, which was the Akwete, the Ashoke, there's even one I got from the rivers, they called it the Kurukurubite. So there's quite a few, whatever it was that we had, I experimented with. You know, so it was just me trying to be different. And I think deep down in my creation itself, I wanted to channel my heritage, which is an Igbo, from the Igbo side. And I remember, as an Igbo person, we just have this,
the wrapper you tie,
we call the atupere.
Atupere.
So will you stop bastardizing my language?
Oh my God.
It is called
Atupere.
So you have and so, you know, you have the little wrap around you, and then you have the little thing around your chest.
For epic movies and the like.
Yeah, but you see, then the even growing up, I remember that was how one of my sisters that got married, that it was a traditional way of getting married. So you have that. And then you have the other one, and you have all the jigida and everything. Beads, you know, and that was your traditional wedding outfit.
Fantastic.
Yes, you know, so it's even sad now when you go back and you see how we've kind of like lost track of all that. Yes, we've borrowed all that into what is supposed to be a traditional.
Wow.
You know.
Wow.
So
okay, as a young girl starting or having maybe inspiration or aspiration for fashion industry, what would you say are the major challenge that you must overcome?
First of all, for you to even go into fashion or any art form, art is something that is innately, it is something inside of you.
Yes, it comes from the inside.
Yes, you don't learn it. It's
creativity starts from the
yes,
inside.
it's not something you can learn. You can learn skill in terms of the making of the cloth itself, or
and how to be professional.
On how to be professional, but you cannot learn art. It is within you, you know. And so for you to wake up and say you want to be a designer, first of all, there are various aspects of designing,
yes.
But for some reason we just focus on the dressmaking aspect of it. You know, there's so many aspects of it. So you need to understand first and foremost which aspect of the fashion do you want to key into. Do you want to be a marketer? Do you want to be a stylist? Do you want to be a photographer? Do you want to be a machinist? Do you want to be a designer? A designer does not necessarily mean
you sew the clothes.
You sew the clothes.
You just sketch and you give.
You come up with new designs. Yes, come up with new designs, and then you know something that once you run it through the graders and the cutters and everybody, there is a construction that goes with it. There is a way they can go around your design. So you have to understand first which aspect of the design and you want to go into before you say, okay, I want to be a designer.
Okay.
You know, so I would say we that is one thing that we need to learn, how to differentiate as a designer. What part of designing do you want to go into? You know, so because if you're in the wrong aspect of it, then you totally lose it. You know, there are people who are just meant to be machinists, but because of, you know, the
whole hype on social media,
nobody knows who is who anymore. So and a machinist is basically somebody who puts together what the cutter or the designer
has sketched.
Yes.
That's lovely.
You know, so you being a designer does not necessarily mean you have to be everything. But then again, here we tend to be
everybody
everything, you know. But that aside, you need to be focused and you need to be hardworking. It is
hardworking.
Yes, it is. It takes a lot of time. I find people assume that you just wake up, you have a shop, you fill it up with a machinist, and therefore you're a designer. There's a whole lot that goes with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why we'll be talking about sustainability in the fashion industry. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, the show continues. Don't go nowhere.
My name is Melvin Chafenyika, a film writer, film director, and film producer. What does the word achievement mean to you? Keep watching Nita, aka Niger Opera on Biscon TV.
What does achievement mean to me? Well, that's simple. To me, achievement is when you take whatever God has given you in your life and you become selfless in it, and you bless other people with everything that God has given you without qualm, without worry, without question. You just walk by faith. And when you walk by faith and not by sight, God is able to bless you to achieve more. That's achievement. I'm Renee D. Shills, the owner of Mahogany TV and Mahogany Brew by Renee Coffee Company, right here in the USA. Keep watching The Achiever's Diary with Nita, the Niger Oprah, on Biscon TV. Right here. She'll bless you. I promise.
It's your boy S to the MRC. I want to talk about Achiever's Diary. It's on Biscon TV. Hope you agree. Saturdays and Mondays, 8:30 p.m. Nita, Nigerian opera, yeah. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Stay tuned on Biscon TV. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Better tune in on Biscon TV. Yeah, with your...
Another
issues that we're having. You see this childbirth thing. If I have my way, for the next 50 years, nobody's going to have more than 2 children. Because overpopulation is one of our problems. Again, I go back to people that cannot afford to be married, but because society, they want to please society, they go borrow money, they get married to somebody, you sit in one room or you sit in your 2 room, you give birth to the first one. Second one, the financial situation has not changed. You give birth to the third one. Fourth one, your financial situation has not changed and you're giving birth. At the end of the day, that is how we now find kids that are sent out at 8 years, 9 years to start doing house help for people. Kids that when they now go to those places, they are being raped or abused by the people that take them in their wards, their guardians. We expose our children to things that they're not supposed to. You make them grow older than they're supposed to. A child will lose out their childhood simply because you, the parent, have refused to think logically. I say it and I say it again. You cannot afford to look after yourself. You have no business bearing children. You can, anybody can hate me as much as they want, but this is what this is the absolute truth. Even the Bible said it, that he that cannot take care of his family is worse than an infidel. You cannot do that, don't have children. Space yourself. The reason why the Western world is where they are is because they plan everything. Nigeria, no. Africa, no. You give birth today, but in the next 3 months, 6 months, your mother-in-law is beginning to look at you. Your sister-in-laws are beginning to look at you. You're beginning to look at yourself. You're wondering, am I barren, am I not? 6 months, my dear, you should be making love to your husband. You should be discovering yourselves. Not thinking about procreating.
You're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Mita, and of course we're having a wonderful time talking intensively about the fashion industry with one person, of course, that I mentioned. She needs no introduction, an international fashion designer, a UN ambassador. I can go on and on, a mentor to many in the fashion industry, and she is super stylish, gorgeous, intelligent, and ravishing as always. Whenever you see her, even on her DMs, I mean, she's always beautiful.
Thank you.
I remember somebody says, I love your skin. I think I would do it. Yeah. Zizi Kador, guys, is in the house. So,
oh my God.
What do you do on a normal basis to stay fit and also to keep your skin radiant?
It might sound like a cliche, but nothing really.
Drink a lot of water?
I just started doing that. Oh. I'm one of those people that could sustain on Coke.
Oh.
There was a time
Thanks for the advert.
There was a time I'm sorry. But I just started drinking water because my daughter is always like, Mommy, you need to start drinking water. And I was told it's good for the skin and all that. And so I started drinking water now. Like I said earlier, I'm not an effeminate kind of person that way to say, okay, I'm doing all the regimes of going to the salon and all that. And no. I'm more of a tomboy, actually.
Whoa.
So
you walk out from time to time?
I don't really. It's just that I live a very active lifestyle. Okay. And that's what when I talked about earlier about being hardworking. My usual day starts most times from 8 o'clock to either 8 o'clock at sometimes it's 8 till 10, you know, and I'm very active. I'm always going about. In my studio, I do my designing, I do the cutting, and so I'm always running in between the workshop and my own atelier, the showroom, and so it's always a hectic thing. Yes, for me. So at the end of the day, I think I've done quite a few thousands on my feet.
Wow.
You know, so I would love to have a time where I would. You know, as you get older, the advice to to exercise. But I do love dancing, so I dance.
That's a part of exercise.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful part. It keeps you fit. Oh my goodness! What song do you listen to when you want to dance?
I do a lot of Nigerian music now.
What are your favorites? Burna Boy. What are the guys you listen to?
Don't ask me their names. I just love the music.
All the guys.
All the music, I love it, but I'm not particular about anyone. And I'm also into like lounge music or
Old school.
old school, you know, for dancing. But for if I just want to chill out, I do a lot of I do a lot of classicals like symphonies from Bach and Mozart and things like that.
Wow.
Yes, I'm eclectic.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
So what kind of movies do you relax with?
I do a lot of comedies. I find laughter is the best medicine.
Of course it is.
I stay away from too dramatic things. And I think also that's in my life too. I stay away from dramas, and I find that the best medicine is laughter.
Wow, fantastic. And we're talking
There's
about
laughter.
sustaining oneself in the industry. If you are to advise someone who is struggling, they're looking for a balance, what would be your advice? Because I remember this morning you mentioned you have a me time. I'm just wondering how you can balance the two and have phones are switched off. The day of social media that everybody want to do paparazzi. I wake up like this, Instagram and all that.
I think I call those those kind of lifestyle attention deficit, lifestyle. I mean, when you're challenged confidentially, when you're challenged within yourself, then you begin to seek unnecessary attention. That does not make sense. And the social media is not going to give you that. If you're empty inside, there's no amount of likes or whatever it is that you get that's going to fill up that hole.
Very true.
It is only you and you yourself that can fill it up. So for me, social media is not a thing that
you should rely on.
No. The only reason I think I'm on social media is simply because of my business.
To market your brand.
Yeah, but as a person, I don't believe me as a person should be forefront. My product should speak for me. It is not me being flaunting myself all the time on social media. But then again, it works for some people.
Well, I like what you're doing right now, advocating, lending your voice. And one that struck me was about the lady whose husband is about abusing her child. I mean, tell us about that, please.
Well, you get a lot of those stories on Facebook and things, and as soon as I let that first post I did, I think it was 2 years ago, and now I get a lot of people sending me DMs, stories and things like that, and it is disheartening when you're in a society where, in my opinion, I think the title MRS kind of like supersedes any other thing. So people tend to want to do crazy things just because they want to stay married. Because if you look at all the incidences that happen in homes, molestations, abuses, and things like that, it is all most of the time the women know about those things. They know, but because
they don't want to believe.
It's not that they don't want to believe, darling. It's just that fact that a typical Nigerian feels that if you are not married as a woman, then you are nobody. Which is what I'm trying to say. Marriage is not a total sum of anybody. It is not. It does not. If you're empty, you're empty. Whether you get married or not.
Especially marrying the wrong person.
Especially marrying the wrong person. And then there's something even is when you get two empty people that come together and they start producing this, other human beings. What do you think they're going to instill in that child? Nothing. Absolutely. So we're just recycling. I don't. For the lack of better word, I'm sorry. It's painful when you think about this. Yes, when you think about what some of these children go through because adults refuse to just do the right thing. It's painful when you think that a woman will sit down and hear your child crying out in pain because your husband, her father is molesting that child. There's a case of a woman who had 3 children, and she knows that her husband has molested these 3 children.
She's scared to speak up.
She was scared to, because in her words, when the guy was eventually caught, it wasn't even her that reported the case. It was somebody else that reported the case. But in her excuse was, where am I going to go? For God's sake, did you fall from the sky? Didn't you have a home before you got married to the man? But and so how do you sleep at night when you sit and you're listening to your children crying and begging their father to stop?
This is sad.
And you would still wake up and you would still...
I had no idea this was going to switch to an emotional show because I can be really emotional, you know, it's really disheartening and it's really devastating because we talked intensively about gender-based violence on the show and we touched a different angle and we're bringing it back and it's really emotional. So let's switch back. Okay, you're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Nita, and I just want you to advise people who are in, you know, abusive relationship. What would be your advice to them?
Just get out.
I like that.
Just get out. There's no need for
yourself.
See, like I said somewhere, I said we enable nonsense. There is absolutely no reason for you to sit. Here, I would share my story.
Okay.
I was married at 22, 23. At 24, I had my daughter. At 26, I was separated. And my husband then was, what, 29 or so. I was separated. And why did I separate? He was drinking. And I've found on different platforms where when they ask you, oh, what happened? And you say he was drinking. They go like, so what's the real reason you left? And I'm like, he was drinking. Yes, so what was the real reason he left? And I'm like, what part of he was drinking?
You don't understand.
Don't you understand?
He's not just drinking a glass, he's drinking heavily.
Somebody comes home drunk at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, and your work is alcohol. And for me, the one that the deal breaker for me was he came home one night, he put mincemeat on fire, and he crashed, he just passed out.
Whoa.
And the mincemeat got so burnt, it caught fire. And the kitchen caught fire, and the house caught fire.
Whoa.
And I only woke up to my daughter coughing. Then she was like 1 year and 2 months. And she was coughing. And when, you know, the AC was full blast, but she was coughing. So I put the light on to see what it was. That was when I realized the whole house was on fire. And so I was able to rescue
him.
Well, you know, I had to open the window, start shouting at the cook to come from the boys' quarter to come and open because I couldn't find the keys. I couldn't find nothing. Everything was padlocked. You know.
Yes, I know how that thing can be.
Yeah. So I started screaming, and then the cook came and opened the doors, and that's how we dragged him out. And everybody came out. Fire brigade came and blah. And a week after, I was like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I'm done because if anything, I don't want my child to grow up knowing a father that drinks, that comes home drunk. I don't want my child to grow up seeing a family that are fighting. I don't want that for my child. And I feel, and I will say to every woman out there, if you truly love your children, like you people claim you do, and when you're asked, you say it is because of the children. If you truly claim you love those children, live for their sake. Because if anything, you're doing them more harm than good by staying in any abuse relationship. You're doing them more harm than good by staying in there. So if you know what is good for yourself and your children, you leave. Today, my child is very confident.
Wonderful. And she's a beautiful
Glory be
artist.
to God. You know, yeah, I mean, you just, when you hold on to fear, the Bible says what? I've given you a spirit not to be afraid.
Yes, of boldness.
Of boldness. Yes, and of sound mind. So how is it that you've gotten sound mind and you cannot think properly?
I like that. I now understand why you said it's important for couples to go through some psychological evaluation before getting married.
Oh yes, because if
you have to understand the nitty-gritty of what you're getting yourself
you
into.
have to understand it. It is beyond Ashebi, it is beyond the slaying and the party, because we are all about party and not on that.
Marriage is another journey of
it is another journey. So if two people are coming together, instead of all these mothers and elders in the church sitting down looking at wedding gowns, whether it is compliant or not, sit down and look whether these two couples, they are compliant or not. Whether they are compatible.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And we have reactions from your fans. You're amazing. Thank you so much for reaching out. And of course, we've learned so much. So if you're finding yourself in an abusive relationship, you know what to do. Love you enough to get out, okay, than to be packed in body bags. We've seen people packed in body bags because of what people will say and all that. So it's high time for you to make the right decision. Okay, we have Udo from Dubai. He says, hey Naija Oprah, hey, how you doing? You mean Zizi Kado will be your guest? Yes, please, because she's beautifully seated. I must set alarm, okay, on Saturday. Make sure you watch it. I love her so much. She's a great inspiration to many. She's one person that has given African designers a global face. Keep up the great work, Mama. You are African queen of fashion. Wow,
thank you.
Wow, that's from Udo from Dubai. And we have Tayo from Ogun State. It says, Nita, I love your show. Oh, thank you. And your confidence. How were you able to catch this big fish? A golden fish has no hiding place. I remember I told our boss the last time that I was bringing you. He was like, whoa, that's a big fish. That's just a golden fish, not just a big one. So he says, how were you able to catch? My net went for the right one this time around, okay? He says, how were you able to catch this big fish? Please, I would like her.
It's called Women Supporting Women.
Yeah, thank you. I love that. Woo, girl power. Okay, please, I would like her to tell me what she eats to keep fit, and she's losing weight so beautifully. I love her looks. I would like to be that young. Okay, yes, already. I would not want to miss this show. I had fun watching the one on Monday. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well done, girl. Plenty kisses. Tayo. So Tayo says you like to know what you do, what you eat basically to stay fit and all that. What's your favorite meal?
My favorite meal will be oha soup.
Oh, okay.
Oha soup with pounded, not pounded yam, with fufu.
Or eba.
Hey, maybe, but with, you know.
I don't know sweet fufu though.
That is my village thing, you know. And oha is my local delicacy, you know.
Abia.
In Abia, that is what we make, you know, when you're having a traditional marriage or something.
Oh, okay. I thought it's the white soup.
No. It's the oha soup.
Oha soup. Lovely. Okay, now you know. We have Uju from Lagos. My gorgeous babe. Hope you're staying safe. Yes, we are. Thank you so much. Wow, that woman Zizi Kado is a global brand. Yes, she is. Oh, please send me a reminder when it will be showing. Of course I will. I'll remember. Please tell her I love her so much.
Oh, I love you too, darling.
Okay. I have passion for fashion. I've done some training in the past. Please, ma, what are the basic tools every fashion designer must have? More grace, girl. I love you, Naija Oprah. We'll call you later. Okay, I'm waiting for that call. Thank you. Okay, she would like to know the basic tools every fashion designer must have, and she's got some trainings.
Well, I think that's the most important thing. Once you have an idea of what you're doing,
you're ready.
You're ready.
Oh.
Once you have an idea, like I said earlier before, it's not enough that you just wake up and say, okay, you have the money to just get a full garage or workshop and then you fill it up with machinists different places and no, you have to have an idea of what you're doing.
Wow. Okay, the next one is actually from our chairman, Prince BC Olatu.
Oh wow.
Biscon Communication. He says, okay, let me get this. Had to say this when I told this. That's a big fish in the fashion industry, a millennium designer. That's what he called you.
Oh wow.
Designer. Yes, he said you're a big fish. Everybody says she's a big fish. Yes, the golden one. Add golden to it. Because the golden fish has no hiding place. And we're able to catch her. Thank you so much. And this is where I love so much because it is time for the quick question. Stick around.
Whoa, it's your boy yesterday, MIC, the dynamic rapper anywhere. Let me just set it clear. Nigerian Oprah, where you at? Let's go there. See, hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Tune in, it's on Biscon TV. Everybody looking clean, really fancy. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. We are celebrating all the record breakers in Africa. Hope you understand that we're really dealing with superstars. Real clean from the head to the toe. Yeah, you're feeling that vibe, and I gotta let you know. Learn from the dynamic icons, where they come on, where they make all the people jump on it. Feel the vibe and the beat. See, we advertise your business, so better get it and get it. You better get it clear. If you have a business anywhere, come and get with us, and we will take you to the next level. So much interesting things, yeah, we keep on balling. Hey, all the motivation and education and anything in relation, you're gonna get it in the cleanest fashion. I'm just freestyling off the top, because it's the MIC and I never drop. What? Achiever's Diary, that's the cocoa, so come, yeah, join me. S to the MIC, can just show me to just drop some freestyles on the daily. Whoa, Nigerian opera, S to the MIC, sign out, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Nita, and of course we're still celebrating the delectable international fashion designer, icon to many, yeah, mentor to many as well. Zizi Kador with us in the studio, and this is the time where we get her to pick 5 different questions here. She will be giving that to me.
Oh wow!
Do the reading. So 5 questions. Your time starts now.
Okay.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
I hope I choose the easy ones.
4. Okay, we have 5. Thank you. Alright, let's do this. Wondering what the first one will be.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. What are 3 things you can never live without?
Oh wow, the 3 things I can never live without. Is it
anything?
The Word of God.
Okay.
My daughter.
Beautiful.
Laughter.
Laughter. Awesome, awesome, wonderful. What's making you laugh these days?
I mean, you can always find things to make you laugh anywhere you look. You know, it's just to be able to know what you're looking for. And I find myself sometimes even tragedy makes you laugh. There is some kind of, I mean, if you see the for everything now, I've learned to look at the positive side of it. Because if you decide to focus on the negative side of things, you find your blood level is going up.
Okay, here's a quick question, and this one I love it so much. It says, at a karaoke, what 3 songs will you pick? Oh, she likes dancing too.
Oh my goodness. 3 songs will be oh dear, I never thought about this. It would be a Beatles.
Whoa! Okay.
And then another one would be Marvin Gaye.
Oh my goodness, which of his song?
Let's Get It On.
Woo! Okay, you guys. Awesome. The third one.
Would be
in Africa.
In Africa, it would be Angelique Kidjo. Yes.
Oh, awesome, Angelina Kidjo. Angelique Kidjo. Wonderful, wonderful. Which of her song? Can you remember anyone? Is it
Wombo?
Awesome, awesome. And there was a remix with Yemi Alade. Okay, beautiful choice there. How do you spend your downtimes?
Listening to chill outs, classicals, glass of red wine.
It calms you.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's just, you know, and sometimes just listening to sermons.
Okay. And if you are to text someone right now for an advice, who would that person be?
Top of my head, first on my list, my daughter.
Whoa, you call her for an advice. That's
Yes.
lovely. That's lovely. And on that note, want to say a very big thank you to you for coming on the show.
Oh, wow.
This package.
Oh, wow.
Well
Thank
put together
you.
by my girl Wendy.
Wendy, I love you. Thank you.
That's not all.
Oh my goodness, with all the pom-poms and everything.
Yes,
Oh, Lord.
it's amazing with DIY.
Thank you, darling. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Please, what's your favorite DIY thing to do?
Sewing aside.
Anything.
Sewing aside would be
Things you like to recycle and all.
that would be furnitures.
Wow.
I love to recycle furnitures. I love to dismantle and redo it. And,
Oh my goodness.
You know?
Dismantling. Invite me. Let's do the dismantling together. And this is from Giver's Designer Classic. We're going to unwrap it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I am so overwhelmed right now. Okay, can I open this?
Yeah.
No, I'll open it when I get home.
Yes, please.
Oh, wow.
Giver's Designer to you, man.
Oh my goodness. And oh wow. And I love nature.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I think it's upside down. Let's put it this way. So.
Alright.
Oh dear. Oh, what does this say? Achiever's Diary. Wait. Oh, lovely. Thank you, sweetie. I could give you a kiss now, but you know, social distance.
I know.
Oh, thank you, darling.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Oh, thank you. This, I would say, is my first present. It's my first painting.
Oh, wow.
I mean, given to me as a gift.
Oh my God! I'm so glad it's coming from us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate.
Thank you. I'm really honored. Thank you.
Shout out to Giver's Designer for this wonderful, wonderful painting. Thank you so much for supporting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you want to support Achiever's Diary in any way, hit me up. Okay. Call the numbers showing on your screen, and of course, voila, you get to me and let's talk. Let's talk. Thank you so much for coming on the show. What's your last word for everybody watching? Your advice, basically, to the young ones.
It will be to stay out of trouble. Stay your lane. Don't get fluttered by all the noise on social media. All that glitters is not gold. You know, so most times a lot of people get overwhelmed with all the things they see out there, and they think, you know, their life is it's stagnant or standstill. But trust me, it's not. All those things you see, a lot of the times it's all wash, as they say. It's all fake. You know, so just stay on your lane, focus on what it is you want, and then, you know, just go for it. Learn to be content. I think that's the most important thing. A lot of us are not, we just want. But you find that really, if you narrow down the basic in life, you find that every other thing, all this thing we are going crazy about, it's all by the way. It's all by the way. You can do without so many things. So many things we can do without.
Wow.
But the greed, the want doesn't allow us to focus. So for you, the young folks, I think I'll go out on a limb here and say, I'm sorry that a lot of the young ones have been misled by our elders. Who are supposed to be leading us, and so they've made a lot of the young ones lose track and focus of where they're going. But we can always retract ourselves.
I love that. On that note, I want to say a very big thank you to you. I love you guys. I need to hug her. She's beautiful. Okay. I really had a wonderful time with this amazing icon. I'm sure everybody enjoyed the show. And a very big thank you to designer,
for these guys for coming on board. Okay, last week they blessed our guest too with a beautiful design. I mean, wonderful, wonderful. I'm so excited. Giver's designer, he's indeed a giver, and I got a gift from him too. So Giver designer, hook him up on socials. Okay, he's Giver designer classic on all his socials. On Instagram, I think there's an underscore, Giver designer underscore classic. Hit him up, call him for whatever it is you want him to, you know, get done for you, associate your clothes, your interiors. He is amazing and very creative. And of course, I'll be leaving you with the health tips. Remember to keep your dreams alive and don't let it die. Wendy, take it away. I love you. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Health Tips on Achiever's Diary with Nita. Today I'll be sharing with you some natural remedies for cough. A lot of times when we come down with cough, we hurriedly visit the closest pharmacy to us to get synthetic drugs, whereas without hassles, cough can be naturally dealt with. Religiously make do with any of this to treat cough naturally. Honey tea, ginger, hot water or beverage, salt water gargle, thyme, or inhale steam with eucalyptus or other essential oils. Remember, health is wealth. I am Wendy Bethel Koge.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, EFCC seizes suspended Humanitarian Affairs Minister Edu Umar Farouk passports. Governor Fubara yet to present budget to Rivers Assembly, says Speaker. On the business scene, 15 multinationals exit Nigeria in 3 years, says NECA. Foreign, gunmen storm Ecuador television studio live on air. Sports, NTA secures exclusive right to broadcast all 52 AFCON matches. And now the news in full. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has seized the passports of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu, and her predecessor, Sadia Umar Farouk, over the ongoing investigations into scandals in the ministry. As the EFCC interrogated the suspended minister over the 44 billion naira fraud uncovered in the ministry, it was learnt that managing directors of 3 commercial banks were also questioned over the fraud. The scandal involving Edu came to limelight after a leaked memo revealed that the suspended minister directed the Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Madin, to transfer 585 million naira to a private account owned by one Oniyelu Bridget, who the ministry claimed currently serves as a project accountant, grants for vulnerable groups. It was learned that her personal and official passports were taken away by detectives and she was barred from traveling out of the country. Her predecessor, Umar Farouk, had been quizzed by investigators for 12 hours on Monday in connection with the probe into the 37.1 billion naira allegedly laundered during her tenure in office through a contractor, James Okwete. The ex-minister's passport was also seized as part of her bail conditions before she was subsequently released late Monday night. The crisis rocking Rivers State took a new twist as the lawmakers accused the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, of not presenting the medium-term expenditure framework and the 2024 appropriation bill to the lawmakers. The Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martin Amehule, stated this during the first plenary of the Assembly, even as 2 bills which appear to weaken the governor and strengthen the Assembly scaled first reading on the floor of the House. Fubara had initially presented a budget of 800 billion naira for 2024 to a 4-man House of Assembly for approval on December 13, 2023. The governor swiftly signed the budget into law on December 14th, merely 24 hours after its presentation to the lawmakers. However, as part of the conditions to end the political crisis in the state under a peace accord facilitated by President Bola Tinubu, Fubara is expected to represent the budget. Amehule leads the 25 members of the House of Assembly who are loyal to the immediate past governor Nyesom Wike, who now serves as the FCT minister under President Tinubu's administration. Meanwhile, the governor is yet to respond to the lawmakers' demands. Police authorities in Kaduna State have debunked reports of the abduction of scores of persons by suspected bandits along the Kaduna-Abuja highway. Debunking the story in a statement, the spokesman of the Kaduna State Police Command, Mansur Hassan, admitted that there was a heavy gun duel between security operatives and bandits who attempted to cross the Kaduna-Abuja highway at Dogonfili area heading towards Jere axis on January 6th, during which some of the bandits escaped with bullet wounds. He explained that in the course of the gun battle, 6 persons plying the highway sustained varying degrees of injuries and were rushed to the hospital for medical attention. But he said nobody was kidnapped by the bandits. The police spokesman identified the victims as Jibrin Tasiu, Jumai Abubakar, Zafira Abubakar, Abdul Karim Nuruddin, Lance Corporal Chinedu Moneke, and Ayo James. The police spokesman also assured that the Kaduna-Abuja highway has been fortified for the use of commuters. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back with business news. Do join us again. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, the umbrella body for employers, has disclosed that at least 15 multinationals have either divested or partially closed operations in the country in the last 3 years. In an interview with newsmen, the Director General of NECA, Adewale Oyerinde, warned that the consequences of massive job losses across sectors would continue to create insecurity challenges and increase the occurrence of child labor, amongst others. NECA also expressed concerns about rising unemployment in the country due to global business divestment and local closures. He noted that when NECA examined the exits of prominent companies like GSK, Sanofi, Procter & Gamble and others that had been doing business in Nigeria for decades and were huge employers of labor, it was worried about the ripple effect on the broader business ecosystem. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is foreign news. Please stay tuned. On the foreign scene, masked gunmen have broken into a live television studio in Ecuador and threatened terrified staff. Employees were forced onto the floor during the broadcast by the public television channel TC in the city of Guayaquil before the live feed cut out. Police say they later freed all the staff and made 13 arrests. The station said 2 employees were injured. At least 10 people have been killed since a 60-day state of emergency began in Ecuador on Monday. The emergency was declared after a notorious gangster vanished from his prison cell. It is unclear whether the incident at the TV studio in Guayaquil was related to the disappearance from a prison in the same city of the boss of the Choneros gang, Adolfo Macias Villamar, or Fito as he is better known. In neighboring Peru, the government ordered the immediate deployment of a police force to the border to prevent any instability crossing into the country. The U.S. has said it condemns the brazen attacks in Ecuador and is coordinating closely with President Daniel Noboa and his Ecuadorian government and stands ready to provide assistance. Up next is sports news. Do join us again. The National Television Authority, NTA, has announced that it has secured the exclusive rights to broadcast all 52 matches of the 2023 African Cup of Nations, AFCON. This is coming after MultiChoice, owners of cable platform DSTV, announced that it will not broadcast the tournament on SuperSports. In a groundbreaking move, the NTA and Afro Sports have inked a game-changing memorandum of understanding to broadcast 52 thrilling matches of the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. NTA posted on its social media page, the 2023 AFCON will begin with the Group A match between host nation Ivory Coast and Guinea-Bissau at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium, Abidjan, on January 13, 2024. Nigeria's Super Eagles are also in Group A alongside Ivory Coast, Equatorial Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. Nigeria's opening game is against Equatorial Guinea at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium, Abidjan on Sunday, January 14, 2024. The Super Eagles will hope to win the AFCON tournament for the 4th time, having previously done so at Nigeria 1980, Tunisia 1994 and South Africa 2013. Coming up next is entertainment news. Please stay tuned. The Lagos State Police Command has confirmed the receipt of the petition by Nigerian singer and songwriter Tiwa Savage over alleged bullying and threats to her life by Grammy nominee David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido. The State Police Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hundeyin, while responding to an inquiry by newsmen, said investigation had begun into the allegations. Savage, in the petition currently in circulation, accused Davido of uttering disrespectful words in reaction to a post which included herself and the singer's baby mama, Sophia Momodu's Instagram story. The singer explained how she expressed disappointment at Davido's threats and reminded him of how she stood by his family, especially when he lost his son, Ifeanyi. She, however, claimed to have thereafter received calls from mutual connections seeking to know what she did to upset Davido and also questioning her relationship with Sophia. Davido and Savage were known to have had a cordial relationship over the years, with their children Imade Adeleke and Jamil Balogun following in their parents' footsteps. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anazie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Stay with us.
The chairman of Vanguard National Economic Discourse 2023, Mrs. Ibukun Awushika. Madam, they have never added this chief to this name. Our keynote speaker, every panelists and discussants, Uncle Sam, Chairman Vanguard Newspapers, our special guests and invitees, including the young ones, tomorrow belongs to you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 2023 edition of the annual Vanguard National Economic Discourse, the sixth in the series since 2017, taming inflation and stimulating growth, the place of fiscal and monetary policies. The annual Vanguard Economic Discourse has gained traction over the years as a major public-private sector platform for public economic policy reviews and interrogations of policy outcomes, as well as cross-fertilization of ideas for socio-economic development. Essentially, the platform seeks to profile solutions while making recommendations for alternative policy strategies that could best achieve the nation's desired economic objectives while inspiring inclusive growth across economic sectors and segments of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, since our last edition in April 2022, several macroeconomic developments have taken place, almost all in the negative directions, and more to the consternation of most people across all strata of our society. Needless to say, that the population at the bottom of the pyramid have borne most of the brunt. A few of these adverse developments are worth mentioning in this brief address. They include the sluggish GDP figures, spiraling inflation numbers, especially food inflation, external sector pressures resulting in external reserves decline, and foreign exchange supply and rate crisis, just to mention a few. These were coming at the backdrop of legacy issues bedeviling the operating environment, which includes infrastructure decay, energy crisis, security nightmare, among others. Now that Nigeria is on the verge of a transition to yet another political dispensation. Almost all these economic albatross may become the hallmark of the handover notes. Our core task at the national economic discourse over the years is to assemble subject matter experts to shed light on all the issues involved and give informed positions for the attention of public policy executives. Consequently, in the 2023 edition of the discourse, we have invited the fiscal and monetary policy authorities as well as private sector counterparts to do justice to the subject of taming inflation and stimulating growth, the place of fiscal and monetary policies. The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, together with the Monetary Policy Authority, the Central Bank of Nigeria, we are slated to headline this policy discourse. Unfortunately, the minister had excused herself due to the Federal Executive Council meeting holding today, while our representative couldn't make it at the last minute. However, the governor of CBN also will be fully represented by the CBN branch controller, Lagos, Mr. Koyo. I think he's on his way. While Mr. Ben Akaboise, the DG Budget Office of the Federation, who is out of the country, is joining us virtually. The late content will be presented by Mr. Niyi Yusuf as the keynote speaker for this year's discourse. Mr. Yusuf, a person of repute in Nigeria's development discourse, is also the chairman of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, a non-profit, non-partisan private sector organization with a mandate to promote and champion the reform of the Nigerian economy into an open, private sector-led, globally competitive economy. Mr. Yusuf, as the managing partner at Veraki Partners, lead the firm in its mission to transform African enterprises and government via smart, future-focused solutions and business insights. He has served as the country managing director for Accenture in Nigeria and was responsible for all aspects of the firm's strategy, team, and operations. Prior to Veraki, he had worked at Atto Anderson and JKK in a career spanning over 30 years. Mr. Yusuf has played critical roles in the establishment of infrastructure for the Nigerian banking industry, including the establishment of InterSwitch, CRC Credit Bureau, and shared services platforms. Distinguished participants, we also have an array of discussants and panelists that are well experienced in the private sector, playing lead roles in the very important organized private sector entities in Nigeria. One of them is Engineer Shola Obadimu, the DG, Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA. Before NASIMA, Mr. Obadimu had a rich background in the management of membership-based institutions as the Director General of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, NACC. He had also served previously as the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He was Director General of Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, founding Executive Secretary of the Nigerian South African Chamber of Commerce, and Acting Director General with the Institute of Nigerian Directors of Nigeria, IOD. He's a fellow of IOD, Nigerian Institute of Management, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, among others. We also have in the team of discussants Otumba Francis Meshioye, who was elected as the 11th president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, in the year 2022. Experience in the industries and finance, Otumba Mesioye served as chairman, Man Ikeja branch, chairman, Finance and Establishment Committee, and vice chairman, Lagos Zone of the association, and is currently a council member, Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. He has so many other things I think I should abridge, otherwise that will be the lecture for the day. We also have in the team Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani, an African investment banker, lawyer, chartered secretary, and stockbroker, and author. She's the group chief executive at the leading investment banking house, the United Capital PLC. And later became the founder and group chief executive of Emerging African Capital. So I was told. She's the chairperson of Women in Finance in Nigeria, a non-for-profit organization focused on advocacy for Nigerian women in the finance sector. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now proceed to introduce the chairperson who will shepherd the team and indeed the entire proceedings of today. She's no other person other than Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. The chairman and founder, the Chair Center Group, and a director in several companies and institutions. A woman of excellence, she's passionate about building the nation and her people. Mrs. Awoshika is an alumna of world's major business schools. Through her projects, she inspires young entrepreneurs to create jobs for the large unemployed youthful population. This team, you will agree with me, is the best we can assemble as of today, especially in view of what is going to happen in the next few weeks when we appoint new political economy managers for Nigeria. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to a stimulating session, a session I hope we all remember. Thank you and good night.
The founder and the publisher of Vanguard, for all the work over God knows how many decades now, we need to count. And to all the men and women in the house who have come. I am looking forward to an interesting session because the pedigree of the discussants in terms of the panelists, I know. Toyin, I know I'm absolutely confident of what she would talk about. One of the reasons I decided to do this was because I know that Nii will tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. And from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, as a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, I know that these matters are real and we will say it as it is. And I trust that when you have the DG of NASIMA, all the members of NASIMA, which my company group is part, we leave the problems of Nigeria every day in the course of running our organizations. And the manufacturing sector, more than any other group, has borne the brunt of what is going on within the economy in terms of resources, materials, cost of everything, labor, capital market cost, everything and anything is affecting what we're doing. And you have flight of labor because so many younger people are discouraged as to where we are. So every day you're looking, you know you're going to get one more request for a meeting with you, asking to explain to you why they are migrating. You know, yesterday I had a phone call from a young man that in my time as chairman at First Bank, I had worked, because he deserved it, to ensure that he got his rightful appointment to be managing director of one of our African subsidiaries. Brilliant, young, simple guy. And he obviously served there for 5 years and did an amazing job. I had left. And yesterday he sent me a message, just a thank you for all your support for the years kind of message. And I thought, okay, let me just call him and check on him. And I did. I'm like, how are you? Where are you now? Are you back from Gambia, back to Nigeria? You know, what's your new posting? And he smiled behind the phone and said, I'm sorry, ma, but I'm in Canada. And I thought, how are you in Canada? Did you abandon the bank? He said, well, once I finished my 5 years, I looked at my wife, I looked at my children, and I decided, you know, for them and for the future, I will make the sacrifice. And for someone even at that level, he chose to make that move. And I cannot count how many of those conversations, the jackpot conversation, as the young people call it, we're having. It sounds like good news for people that had never traveled before. Apart from what you know will be the mental, the economic, the psychological impact on the citizens who are migrating, you also realize that it will have its own impact on our ability to have the right kind of manpower for the development that we need. There's a second leg to that. I looked at some numbers in the last few days as I had to facilitate a session at the retreat of one of the major agencies of government for our investment activities. And I saw that if you ask the central bank to give you numbers, that in just a few months of a year, we have over $200 and something million that's been requested for school fees payment in other countries. Now, if we had that money retained within our economy, being driven in multiple cycles through our productive sector, what we will achieve will be unimaginable. But you know, if we consider it as an investment in the education of our citizens, that might be a good thing. Like our parents went to England. They all went to school in their early days. They got good education, and they came back to try and build a country. But the sad part for us right now is we all work so hard to raise money here, to send our children to have a good education because they deserve it. And every parent deserves to have that kind of aspiration for their children because our system, educational system, is failing in many ways. The sad part is after we have used our money to pay the countries for the education of our children, we then leave our children behind to serve them to build their own economy, even though we paid for that education. So I want you to dimension the impact of that. It means every penny we pay for education, for every child that chooses not to come back, it was not an investment for our nation. It was a total export of resources for which we might never get any return on capital investment. And then I think about, I have been in manufacturing for about 33, going to 34 years. And I know, starting from my 20s, what it costs to build a manufacturing company in Nigeria. And I watch my factories and I see the pain. And I see the people. And I wonder why I need to bid endlessly. And when I say endlessly, it means bid endlessly for months, weeks on end, trying to meet the need for one LC in order to get raw material for the factory to work. I tell my workers, I said, this is not for me anymore, this is for you. Because I can shut down the factory, sell everything and go home and I will eat. But in reality, there are real people at the end of every system that does not allow our efforts to produce the right result. And there's a lot of discouragement in the land in terms of asking, what's the point? Because you can't sustain any quotation for any length of time because of changes that are going on. And customers do not have endless pockets, so they cannot afford everything into perpetuity. So there's a point at which you are just taking the heat, and there's a point at which you're going to decide if it's worth it or not. And there's so many people across the land dealing with those things. Oh, there are new opportunities as well. So let's not just look at the sad parts of it. There are also new kinds of industries that are thriving, especially the service sector, in the midst of all of this. But no matter how we're thriving, there are many factors that impact every industry, no matter where we come from and what we do. So will these conversations end? No. Can we stop discussing them? No. Are we tired of talking? Yes, I am. But can we sincerely just stop talking? No. Because we have to keep at it so that hopefully somewhere in the midst of the political system and the leadership system, they will hear the cry of the people and realize at the end of every policy, at the end of every action, at the end of every inaction, at the end of every selfish agenda or people agenda, there are real people that suffer for it. At the end of every truth told, and at the end of every lie told, there are real people that suffer for it. And I challenge the vanguards of this world as media houses. Your responsibility is beyond publishing a paper. You are the conscience and the voice of the people, and that should never be for sale. Your paper can be for sale, but your conscience and your responsibility to tell the people the truth always cannot be tradable, because it's really important in building a society that the trust that is given to the media, that is handled as such trust. Why? Because everything that you write, there are many that believe it, whether it's true or not. And you must have a sense of responsibility that there are consequences for the things that you do. And therefore, at this point, what can anyone do to you if you do what is right? I know there's a price for doing what is right in this country. But until we all get to the point where we decide we can pay that price no matter what, we will not have the country that we want. And there must be enough of us that are willing to pay the price to do what is right so we can change the country. For this generation of young people in the room and the generation of our children to have a hope. Many countries can go wrong, but 220 million people in one country cannot afford to go wrong. A country that is the largest black nation in the world and that God has given everything that it needs has no excuse for going wrong. I hope we all have our conversation today, but that when we're done, we all go home and make up our mind that no matter how little your part is in this, we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We will be of all men foolish. But we, the people, can make the choice to do things differently. And don't worry about your neighbor, worry about you as an individual, whether in the office you occupy, on the power you have, or no matter how small. Just make up your mind, I will use this to do what I can in the space that I occupy to make Nigeria better. Just do your bit. I'm a firm believer in doing your bit and watch the system follow you at whatever point they wake up to it. There's a cost, but there's also a lot of joy that money cannot buy when you know you're standing for the right things. I know the speakers will do their job, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Welcome to this discussion.
And thank you for the opportunity. Madam Chairperson, His Royal Highness, the publisher, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the organizers can load my presentation. All right, good. All right, thanks. So it's an interesting topic, and I think the opening remarks of Mrs. Awoshika has laid the essence of what we are here today. So I'll be speaking to how we can stimulate growth, how we can tame inflation from both a fiscal and monetary policy point of view. If you move to the next slide. So 4 areas I'll delve into quickly within the 20 or 25 minutes that have been allotted. First is really just to understand the macroeconomic objectives that most authorities are focused on. And second, it's what's happening globally and of course within our own country. And thirdly, we look at how fiscal and monetary policies could be used to stimulate growth to tame inflation. And we then share a few recommendations in terms of way forward for us to consider as different actors in the economy. Next slide. And so for most officials, there are few objectives in terms of macroeconomic objectives that we all focus on. First is really around low inflation, price stability, or if you take the US Fed, it's about jobs and low unemployment. And for us in Nigeria, it's also around maintaining the FX reserves and maintaining the stability of the currency rate. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, to drive economic growth in a sustainable, stable manner that can then cater for the different needs of the actors. So these are the 4, I'll call it 4 main essence of any macroeconomic official or observer. And so the question we'll ask ourselves is, how are we doing? Next slide. And I think we all know how we are doing. So if you look at 2022, from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, we think there are 6 major themes that characterize the way the Nigerian economy performed last year. Global supply disruptions from the Ukraine war has led to global inflation, but we also have our own local inflation. So inflation was a big issue. And because of inflation, the Monetary Authority, the CBN, increased the MPR, the monetary policy rate, I think 4 times last year, and was increased again yesterday to 17.5%. So trying to use interest rate to tame inflation. And what that has done is increase in the prices of goods and of course of services. As a nation, we have a huge debt burden, and some say we are now at the cliff of a debt crisis. So the Ministry of Finance believes it's a revenue issue, but in states where we spend over 80% of our revenue to service debt is really not sustainable. And so that was what happened last year. Low economic growth, we probably will land at 3%, which is almost the same as population growth. Population is about 2.8. So the economy is growing, but at a very slow pace, and we're a nation in a hurry. To feed 220 million, we need to be having double-digit growth in the economy. Next slide. And so that's 2022. But 2023 will not be any different if you don't make drastic changes, if you don't take tough decisions. Most authorities have projected a 3% economic growth. At the Economic Summit Group, we think it will be slightly below 3%. But whether it's 3% or 2.9 or 3.2, that's not where we need to be. Because inflation this year is also projected to remain double digits. And so it's clear that we need to find ways to reduce inflation and also find ways to propel growth. And of course, that speaks to the essence of the topic for today. Next slide. And the CBN itself has recognized that inflation below 12%, higher than 12% is not good for economic growth. So I think all authorities are aligned on the need to reduce inflation rate to single digits. Because if we don't do that, the prices of goods and services will continue to get out of hand. And so inflation eats everything, including eating profits. And that is quite concerning. Next slide. So a bit of inflation is needed, but we don't need double-digit inflation growth. So I'll spend some minutes talking about what's happening globally. If you move to the next slide. There are, beyond economic issues, there are also political issues to worry about. And that's why some economists talk about the political economy. Because the economy operates within certain political factors. And so there are areas of high risk, of which Africa, Asia are smartly in the middle of those high risks, whether it's political risk, economic risk, or it's just the Russia-Ukraine war. And so those risks will also affect the choices that we need to make, and will also affect the economic decisions that our authorities need to make this year. Next slide. So the global risk will affect where people will invest their capital, where talents will migrate to, as we're saying now in Nigeria. And if you look at the structure of the economy last year, in the last 2-3 years, it's been a bit tough globally. We've all had COVID-19, and just as we thought we were getting out of it, there's a new one happening in China. We hope that won't be exported to the world. But COVID-19, the Russian-Ukraine war, those two factors have impacted the global economy severely. And last year, we've seen close to $1 trillion impact of Omicron COVID-19, and we've also seen more than 1.2 trillion. That's the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war. If that war continues to extend, it's going to be another 0.6 trillion in terms of its impact on the economy. And so those are external factors that we need to be mindful of, in addition to the internal factors that Nigeria as a nation also needs to worry about. Next slide. Next slide. So from a Nigerian point of view, first it's around food inflation. Food inflation continues to be high. And for us, we are affected by a number of factors. It's flood last year, and there's prediction of flood again this year. And last year we had flood in over 33 of the 36 states. And there's prediction there will be flood again this year. Of course, we have the insecurity that has affected farmers, and of course, herdsmen, those in animal production and crop production. Now, if you look at the growth of sectors of the economy, we realize that the big sectors, the sectors that are big, that employ people, are the ones that are recording very slow growth. So take agriculture. Agricultural growth less than 3% in the first 3 quarters of last year. And so increasingly we're getting more growth from services and less from agriculture, less from manufacturing. But a nation that can't feed itself, a nation that can't produce basic things, and we will not live on services alone. And so inflation needs to be tamed to allow good growth. And what we've seen in 2022 is that growth came from sectors that are of less job impact, and there are also smaller sectors of the economy. Next slide. And inflation, if you had 1,000 naira by the beginning of last year, you end up with less than 900, less than 850 naira, purely from an inflationary point of view. The average food basket increased from 17 to 18.8% last year. And so the average person is directly impacted by the inflation, whether it is cost push or is demand pull. Next slide. And so wherever you look, things have gone up. Imported foods went up by 17.8%, non-alcoholic beverages by 20.1%, recreation and culture 15.5%. Perhaps the only thing that didn't increase is probably the cost of data. I think beyond that, every other thing that you look at has increased, including PMS. Next slide. And so from all sectors of the economy, we are being affected. So in 2019, we increased the minimum wage to 30,000. In dollar term, that would be like $82. But if you move to 2022, or by the end of 2022, that your $82 has reduced. And of course, looking at the twin impact of inflation and FX rates, your 30K will not buy the same thing in 2019 as of today. We'll probably spend less than 20,000 worth. And of course, from a dollar point of view, moves from $82 to less than $30. So either way, things are not as good. Next slide. And what that has meant is that more Nigerians have moved into poverty, either multidimensional poverty, looking at access to health, access to education, access to capital. Last year, well over 5 million Nigerians moved into poverty, and now we have a situation where 6 out of every 10 Nigerians is facing multidimensional poverty, and over 95 million Nigerians are said to be multidimensionally poor. That's almost 40% of us. And so, inflation, taming inflation, and accelerating growth are two important topics to ensure that more people can be lifted out of poverty. Next slide. And so, how can we use fiscal and monetary policies to promote growth and to curb inflation? Next slide. If only just to ensure that less people are in poverty, because the more impoverished people are, the less hope they have, the more jackpot we will have, the more insecurity we will have. And so for our own self-interest, it's important that we battle inflation and we seek to promote growth. So fiscal authorities will use tax, will use government spending as ways to drive growth or to reduce inflation. While the monetary authorities will use cash reserve requirements, will use monetary policy rates as ways to tame inflation and also to redistribute wealth in some form. So how are we doing? Next slide. So how well has Nigeria fared? I think the fact that we're talking about it today suggests that we're not satisfied with what has been done. Inflation still double digit and rising. Next slide. So from a fiscal policy point of view, the government is not earning enough money. We always earn less than budgeted. Second, the money we spend more on recurrent, on overheads, and less on capital. And so we are not spending right. We are also not earning right anyway. And so because we are not earning enough, we are running a huge deficit. We're taking loans, including loans from what you call the ways and means by the CBN in an unsustainable manner. Next slide. And so the ways and means, the printing of money is also part of what is fueling the inflation, because when you have too much money chasing too little goods, prices will continue to go up. So what have the monetary authorities done? CBN itself keeps increasing the interest, the MPR rate. Yesterday was 17.5%, even though savings rate is quite low. And so those who save are punished, because the money you save will be eaten up by inflation. And so the incentive to save is not there. The incentive to invest is not there. And most people would better just dollarize and keep their money in dollar, knowing that it will move from 450 to whatever. Next slide. The CR at 32% means banks need to keep almost a third of their cash sterilized with the banking authorities. And then we spend on subsidies. And subsidies is not wrong if it's spent in a targeted manner. You know, if you spend subsidy on health, if you subsidize on education, through scholarship schemes, health through the health insurance scheme for universal health coverage, that is targeted. But last year we spent well over 6 trillion or so on PMS, more than 4 trillion, 5 trillion on PMS. As opposed to spending on education, less than 1 trillion, spending on health, less than 1 trillion by the federal government. And so the spending on human development or human capital is far less than what we spend on petrol. Now, whether that is actual spending or is diverted, it's something to talk about. Next slide. And so, monetary policy says the monetary authorities keep increasing rates to curb the flow of money in the economy. And so whether you look at NPR rate keeps increasing, or you look at the prime lending rate, maximum lending rate, they keep increasing, or you look at the exchange rate, the gap between the official and the non-official now is well over 60%. And a wise man knows in which market to trade. Next slide. But again, everybody wants to maximize their investment. Last year, the average price of crude oil was well above $100, yet our FS reserves did not move materially. For several reasons, low production, etc. The times we had huge movement in the FS reserves were when the I&A window was created, or when you had the SDR drawings last year. Next slide. And so we're at that place where it's difficult to see movement in reserves, even though the price of our major product, oil and gas, has gone up, and we're not benefiting from it. So as a roundup, a few thoughts on the way forward for us to consider. Next slide. From a fiscal policy point of view, I think it's time we all agreed to remove the petrol subsidies and spend that money on health, on education, on infrastructure, on things that benefit the average person. Second is we must continue to drive efficiency in the way government spends. To remove subsidies, reduce tax waivers, reduce discretionary waivers, to ensure we provide a level playing field and we improve the efficiency of government spending. Non-oil revenue has continued to be the saving grace for the last 2 years or so, and we should continue with that. More of widening the tax net as opposed to increasing taxes. There was a suggestion by us that the education tax should move to 10%. We don't need increased tax. What we need is more tax efficiency in the way we collect our taxes to ensure that more of us pay. And that's what a value-added tax will help do. Tax from consumption, and that cuts across everyone. We also need to think of innovative ways to attract capital as opposed to borrowing. Private capital will go to where it is coveted. And Nigeria is a nation that requires huge capital to build infrastructure, to build hospitals, to build schools. And so government must think through PPP schemes, tax incentives, and other things that will encourage private capital to come into the country. But those private investors will also be assured that when they are repatriating capital or their dividend, they will have easy access to FX for them to repatriate their capital. Next slide. And when we do the hard work of inviting private capital, the government doesn't then need to tap into the ways and means of the CBN. The call for a unified exchange rate remains critical so that everybody have equal access to FX at the same rate, but more importantly, the stability of the rate. So an investor knows that if I invest today and I need to take out my dividend or my capital next year, there will not be stories and I will not run into FX losses. We also need to have more collaboration between the fiscal and the monetary authorities. Also the trade authorities, the investment authorities, we all need to be on the same page. We cannot be promoting trade and listing some 41 items as not eligible for FX. We can't be promoting trade and shutting down our borders. Things need to work together. For years, authorities have talked about the need to reduce the number of agencies at the ports. Instead of reducing, those numbers keep increasing. So it makes it difficult for exporters or for importers. In the mid-90s, Indonesia undertook a strategic reform of its customs and trade process. And that has led to the growth that we've witnessed in Indonesia. And so the fiscal authorities need to look at how to ensure customs process, clearing, those are aligned to promote trade and not just to drive revenue. Next slide. And so that speaks to working together on the same page. Our policy development must be coordinated to ensure that policies affecting fiscal, monetary, trade, investment are all aligned and working in the same direction. But beyond policy development is also the policy implementation. We also must then ensure that what we've said we'll do, those things are done. An example is the number of agencies in the ports that I mentioned about earlier. We must have clear, measurable, and quantifiable targets in terms of increasing productivity, in terms of increasing job creation or reducing unemployment, such that whatever growth we have is inclusive and not just focus on a few sectors of the economy. As we're having growth in Lagos, we must have growth in other geographical locations in the country. We also must ensure we build and we promote competition. Competition is what leads to price reduction, is what leads to excellent customer service that we are seeing today in the telecoms industry and probably in the banking industry. And so when we drive competition, either through fintechs that are eating and also competing with the big banks, or the telecom players that are competing with the OTP players, the customer ultimately benefits. And so in different sectors of the economy, we must find ways to drive true competition that will lead to high productivity and ultimately reduce costs. And lastly, power, energy, security. Legacy issues, but those issues must be resolved such that the cost of production reduces for the average manufacturer, and of course, productivity overall can increase. And so, taming inflation and boosting growth will require new ideas, bold decisions, and coordination between the fiscal, monetary authorities, the trade authorities, investment, and different sectors of the economy. It's possible.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, EFCC seizes suspended Humanitarian Affairs Minister Edu Umar Farouk passports. Governor Fubara yet to present budget to Rivers Assembly, says Speaker. On the business scene, 15 multinationals exit Nigeria in 3 years, says NECA. Foreign, gunmen storm Ecuador television studio live on air. Sports, NTA secures exclusive right to broadcast all 52 AFCON matches. And now the news in full. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has seized the passports of the suspended Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu, and her predecessor, Sadia Umar Farouk, over the ongoing investigations into scandals in the ministry. As the EFCC interrogated the suspended minister over the 44 billion naira fraud uncovered in the ministry, it was learnt that managing directors of 3 commercial banks were also questioned over the fraud. The scandal involving Edu came to limelight after a leaked memo revealed that the suspended minister directed the Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Madin, to transfer 585 million naira to a private account owned by one Oniyelu Bridget, who the ministry claimed currently serves as a project accountant, grants for vulnerable groups. It was learned that her personal and official passports were taken away by detectives and she was barred from traveling out of the country. Her predecessor, Umar Farouk, had been quizzed by investigators for 12 hours on Monday in connection with the probe into the 37.1 billion naira allegedly laundered during her tenure in office through a contractor, James Okwete. The ex-minister's passport was also seized as part of her bail conditions before she was subsequently released late Monday night. The crisis rocking Rivers State took a new twist as the lawmakers accused the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, of not presenting the medium-term expenditure framework and the 2024 appropriation bill to the lawmakers. The Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martin Amehule, stated this during the first plenary of the Assembly, even as 2 bills which appear to weaken the governor and strengthen the Assembly scaled first reading on the floor of the House. Fubara had initially presented a budget of 800 billion naira for 2024 to a 4-man House of Assembly for approval on December 13, 2023. The governor swiftly signed the budget into law on December 14th, merely 24 hours after its presentation to the lawmakers. However, as part of the conditions to end the political crisis in the state under a peace accord facilitated by President Bola Tinubu, Fubara is expected to represent the budget. Amehule leads the 25 members of the House of Assembly who are loyal to the immediate past governor Nyesom Wike, who now serves as the FCT minister under President Tinubu's administration. Meanwhile, the governor is yet to respond to the lawmakers' demands. Police authorities in Kaduna State have debunked reports of the abduction of scores of persons by suspected bandits along the Kaduna-Abuja highway. Debunking the story in a statement, the spokesman of the Kaduna State Police Command, Mansir Hassan, admitted that there was a heavy gun duel between security operatives and bandits who attempted to cross the Kaduna-Abuja highway at Dogonfili area, heading towards Jere axis on January 6th, during which some of the bandits escaped with bullet wounds. He explained that in the course of the gun battle, 6 persons plying the highway sustained varying degrees of injuries and were rushed to the hospital for medical attention. But he said nobody was kidnapped by the bandits. The police spokesman identified the victims as Jibrin Tasiu, Jumai Abubakar, Zafira Abubakar, Abdul Karim Nuruddin, Lance Corporal Chinedu Moneke, and Ayo James. The police spokesman also assured that the Kaduna-Abuja highway has been fortified for the use of commuters. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back with business news. Do join us again. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, the umbrella body for employers, has disclosed that at least 15 multinationals have either divested or partially closed operations in the country in the last 3 years. In an interview with newsmen, the Director General of NECA, Adewale Oyerinde, warned that the consequences of massive job losses across sectors would continue to create insecurity challenges and increase the occurrence of child labor, amongst others. NECA also expressed concerns about rising unemployment in the country due to global business divestment and local closures. He noted that when NECA examined the exits of prominent companies like GSK, Sanofi, Procter & Gamble and others that had been doing business in Nigeria for decades and were huge employers of labor, it was worried about the ripple effect on the broader business ecosystem. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is foreign news. Please stay tuned. On the foreign scene, masked gunmen have broken into a live television studio in Ecuador and threatened terrified staff. Employees were forced onto the floor during the broadcast by the public television channel TC in the city of Guayaquil before the live feed cut out. Police say they later freed all the staff and made 13 arrests. The station said 2 employees were injured. At least 10 people have been killed since a 60-day state of emergency began in Ecuador on Monday. The emergency was declared after a notorious gangster vanished from his prison cell. It is unclear whether the incident at the TV studio in Guayaquil was related to the disappearance from a prison in the same city of the boss of the Choneros gang, Adolfo Macias Villamar, or Fito as he is better known. In neighboring Peru, the government ordered the immediate deployment of a police force to the border to prevent any instability crossing into the country. The U.S. has said it condemns the brazen attacks in Ecuador and is coordinating closely with President Daniel Noboa and his Ecuadorian government and stands ready to provide assistance. Up next is sports news. Do join us again. The National Television Authority, NTA, has announced that it has secured the exclusive rights to broadcast all 52 matches of the 2023 African Cup of Nations, AFCON. This is coming after MultiChoice, owners of cable platform DSTV, announced that it will not broadcast the tournament on SuperSports. In a groundbreaking move, the NTA and Afro Sports have inked a game-changing memorandum of understanding to broadcast 52 thrilling matches of the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. NTA posted on its social media page, the 2023 AFCON will begin with the Group A match between host nation Ivory Coast and Guinea-Bissau at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium, Abidjan, on January 13, 2024. Nigeria's Super Eagles are also in Group A alongside Ivory Coast, Equatorial Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. Nigeria's opening game is against Equatorial Guinea at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium, Abidjan on Sunday, January 14, 2024. The Super Eagles will hope to win the AFCON tournament for the 4th time, having previously done so at Nigeria 1980, Tunisia 1994 and South Africa 2013. Coming up next is entertainment news. Please stay tuned. The Lagos State Police Command has confirmed the receipt of the petition by Nigerian singer and songwriter Tiwa Savage over alleged bullying and threats to her life by Grammy nominee David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido. The State Police Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hundeyin, while responding to an inquiry by newsmen, said investigation had begun into the allegations. Savage, in the petition currently in circulation, accused Davido of uttering disrespectful words in reaction to a post which included herself and the singer's baby mama, Sophia Momodu's Instagram story. The singer explained how she expressed disappointment at Davido's threats and reminded him of how she stood by his family, especially when he lost his son, Ifeanyi. She, however, claimed to have thereafter received calls from mutual connections seeking to know what she did to upset Davido and also questioning her relationship with Sophia. Davido and Savage were known to have had a cordial relationship over the years, with their children Imade Adeleke and Jamil Balogun following in their parents' footsteps. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anazie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Stay with us.
Inflation, like we know, at the moment is, it's a little bit on the high side, but we are taking policies and stands to moderate it. So, be it the election, we are already taking actions that will help in the money supply, and we believe that with the cooperation of Nigerians, we were able to regulate the money supply. Like we know that the inflation depends on the quantum of money pursuing the goods and services and the dollars and the rest of it all. So we have noted that there are a lot of funds that are outside the banking system, which, if it is made available, it will give banks the ability to be able to lend to the needy sector, so that we will have a kind of balance in the circulation and the distribution of the currency, and that's the essence of the redesigning of the currency, and to be able to address some of the issues that have to do with counterfeits that have been predominant, because some of us, we're having the naira in our pockets, but we may not be very sure that they are genuine ones until they are brought back, and then we subject them to the necessary test and the control. So people will continue to spend money, be it for the election, be it for the census, and other activities that the government will have. But that's why we're there from the central bank side, to look at the money supply, the money distribution, and we are also looking at the indices, the data that affects other business activities and the inflation eventually. So I assure you that all Nigerians should have rest of mind. We're doing our best to regulate and to make sure that the inflation is stemmed to the best of our ability. So that's much we want to say now. Thank you.
Well, I will come to you on that, because there are issues of pertinent concerns to a lot of Nigerians here. Some of them got on the road this morning as early as 6 because they knew the CBN was going to be here, because they will need clarity on these redesign issues. They need clarity on actual actions that government is, through the CBN, intending to take concerning inflation. You know, the digits are not encouraging. And people are asking, we've been tweaking interest rates, we've been doing all manner of monetary policies and fiscal policies, The issue is, why is it that it's not having any impact? Or the desired impact that we want? We'll come to that. We're coming to that. Because I need to give room to other people who are here, who may agree or disagree with you. You know, industry players here, Tony is here, Nasima is here, Man is here. In fact, I don't envy Nasima and Man, in fact, because they will be speaking on behalf of different industries. Tony is going to talk about the capital market a lot more, because she deals with a lot of investors, and she's also looking at how this money is going to be moving in. We also want you to also look at the issue of the regulation in terms of Forex. Now, Nigerian banks can't do transactions with Naira-denominated cards. We've not finished that discourse. The CBN is introducing a card system again from its own self. Is the CBN now going to intend it to become a player or a regulator? Because some policies are making the CBN look as if it's a player within the sector is supposed to regulate. So we'll come to that. But I want Tony to also make her own input in terms of taming inflation from the paper presented so far.
Thank you. I have a handful of slides, which I will make.
Please put on Tony's slide.
There are very few, but let me start by saying I honor Your Royal Highness. The chairman of the day and my sister, a wonderful and excellent leader, a global leader, Mrs. Biscon Tv. I honor you, editor and the rest of the team at Vanguard. Thank you for the opportunity to be there. I was trying to make room while I was waiting for my slides. The slides are on. So I want to really appreciate Lee for that excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And I just want to highlight the points that I think are important for me to talk about on behalf of the market. Obviously, what are the causes of inflation in Nigeria? The first one is the sustained sustained reduction in the value of the naira. And it has led to higher import prices, not just for the end products, and of course we know that Nigeria, unfortunately, is still a net importer of goods. And if I were to take a survey around the world now, 50% of everything that we're using that is on us, that is in this room, or perhaps 80% to 90% is imported. Now, the challenge with the cost of imported goods is not just the final goods that we use, but also with the inputs that goes into the production process, which is why, of course, Mark is here and rightly agitated in terms of what has happened with inflation. Secondly, increase in fuel and energy costs. Again, despite the fact that we produce the crude, unfortunately, the end products, the manufactured products, including the fuel that goes into our vehicles, are not produced in Nigeria, they're imported. That will drive and has been driving inflation. Now, monetary policy choices sometimes, and I respect central bank, and I have a couple of institutions in my group that are central bank regulated, so I hope this is a safe space.
You have immunity.
To express my views.
You have immunity.
Yes, to express my views. But I guess in terms of our choices, if we, don't have a firm grip on credit growth and we continue to print money, obviously that will drive inflation up. Now, increased insecurity in certain areas of the country has affected production of food. So the agricultural industry, for example, the entire agricultural ecosystem has been affected. So we're talking about not just in terms of production, but also in terms of getting these goods to the market. Now, all that is driving the increase in food costs, and of course is driving inflation. And then other supply side factors, such as climate change itself, which is climate change-induced disasters. I mean, we had a situation in the last couple of months in which practically all the 36 states of Nigeria were flooded. What is the impact of this on our GDP? And this, I think I'm just going to skip this part, this slide, because I think an excellent job has been done by the lead speaker, and I'm trying to save time. But what I will say is that in the absence of a major reform initiative of the Nigerian economy, total overhaul, I would say, we will not be able to achieve the growth that we desire. There is an expectation of further rate hikes. And I think that expectation has already been manifested because we have the increase from 16.5% to 17.5% in the monetary policy rate. We understand because the whole idea is, to target inflation and reduce the quantum of money in supply, but it appears to be like a vicious cycle that is further, leading to difficulties in terms of growth and output, manufacturing, and at the end of the day, we all lose. So, what are the effects of this high inflation on Nigeria's economic growth? The first one is reduced purchasing power. Now, if you interview 7 out of 10 Nigerians who are on the many times it's not in certain areas. So no matter what you pay them, it's in also the or towards sustainability, which I am a firm believer in. But we talk about a just transition because, again, the global superpowers, the countries, they have reached a stage and then they have pulled, or they are pulling the ladder from under our feet. I've been having some conversations with some internationals, and they're talking about wanting to, they're now looking at Nigeria as a very strong market for them to import, or for us to begin to import their AI solutions, because they say that since your people are leaving, you don't have enough people to do the work again. We will give you robots so that you will have 2 robots doing the job of 10 people. And my question is this: if the robots are so good, and if it is so good for your economic productivity, for all the reasons we talked about, reduce savings and by physical measures, and that's where I will stop here. So we need to reduce government spending. We need to widen the tax net and find a way in which government can generate more revenue by way of taxes. There's something interesting. The GDP, yes, it's estimated forecast for the next year at 3%, a reduction from 3.2%, which is where 2022 was. But
push, demand pull, or cost push. Now the CBN over the years has been working on the demand pull, thinking that Nigeria inflation rate, the increase in general price level, is from the demand, not considering the cost push. My member here has spoken about how a day for manufacturers has always been. And if you're a practical manufacturer, someone says it doesn't envy manufacturers, I agree with you. But then we must be in the business for employment to be created, for wealth to be generated. If we are not there, Nigeria will have been worse. So we thank manufacturers for still being in business. Now, if CBN will look around, yes, we have talked more about fiscal and monetary policy alignment, and that's critical. He said it in his paper. Where CBN always focusing on managing the money supply. The issue is not the money supply. The issue is the cost of production. The increase on daily basis on the cost of production. That is the critical issue. If you are able to resolve that, you bring down the cost greatly. Why do I say so? Okay? An average manufacturer, let me just use that illustration. Because some people have been saying, let's increase VAT, let's do this, let's increase tax, because in other economy, other climes, VAT is 20%, this and that. I always ask them, our environment and their environment are not the same. There are hidden taxes and levies that manufacturers pay. that other crime doesn't pay. They don't even know about it. It's silent. It can never talk about it where. Now, take for instance, you bring in your consignment at the port. You deal with the customs, which always hike your duty without reference to you. You have a debit note. Let's just take that apart. Taking the consignment at the port, going through the port access net route is also another hell on its own. Then you will see people taking a roadblock, stopping your consignment, and start demanding over this, over that. By the time you finish paying that and get to your factory, regulatory agencies are on your neck. NAFDAC is not there, SON is there, NESRA is there, a host of them are already on you. What are they doing? Every day they increase their rate. You are trying to solve this problem, another one is coming up. And if you manage producing that and push it on the market, you discover that consumers will prefer imported products. Because your cost will be so much higher than what the importers are paying.
So you are saying we should deal with the cost component of it?
Yes.
Dealing with the inflation.
With the monetary aspect, let's try to see if we can do it with the cost.
Mr. Koyo, you are the receiving end today. Well, I don't envy you also. Nasima deals with commerce. They deal with mines. They deal with agriculture. Mr. Badimu, let's share your experience on how to tackle this matter.
The lead speaker, very articulate as usual. I appreciate my co-panelists. My colleague from MAN started by saying exactly what was in my mind. It's like the CBN assumes that all Nigerians have tons of cash at home, and their primary duty is to mop up all this excess liquidity, as they might see it. And that is why they always see this interest rate, they always say demand pull at all. It's basically cost push. And that's why these measures have not worked, and they will never work the way they've been administered. One doesn't need to be a prophet to know all these things. You cannot sell below your production cost. It's better you just go out of business, as Madam Chairman said. And that's just a fact. Now, when you have this kind of situation where prices of inputs are increasing every day, every business draws out its budget. This is a new year, every responsible business must have drawn out a budget for its business late last year. That is for this year. And then you have to look at some particular costs that you expect for your inputs as against the cost of the outputs that you expect to sell. You have a target for your own margin. Maybe you are servicing some loans. So you have to take care of all these things. How do you plan in this kind of economy, for God's sake? It's difficult because prices change almost on a daily basis. And let me even start by saying that all these 21% that MBS is manufacturing, I have my doubts. I have my arguments about these inflation rates. Is it really 21%? 21% means something that costs 100 naira in January should cost 120 naira by the end of the year. That's 20% for me, except if something has changed in mathematics that I'm not aware of. But from what I can see, most things that I know of as of January last year that cost 100 naira, by December last year or January this year, they are around 150 or 200 naira. So I don't know where that 20% is coming from.
MBS, you are here anyway, so they will help us out.
So to start with, there are doubts about authenticity of all these figures being bandied about. But even if you take it as that, it is quite unmanageable. 20-something percent for a productive facility is quite exorbitant. As Madam Chairman said, we are assuming that the consumer out there His demand level capacity is inelastic. He will buy at any price. It's not in the Bible, the last time I checked. So we should be practical. We should be able to address the reality of divergent interest rates.
At decent rates. Now with 5% reduction in costs. Right? And so the answer to having an accelerated economic growth revolves around multiple actions, multiple actors. And so we need to have better coordination, whether it's trade, it's electricity, it's infrastructure, the roads to move things across. In most northern climes, you move goods either through trucking or through rail. Now, it was only last year that we connected the ports to the rail system in Lagos, which is good. But we need to connect it across all the ports. We need the rail line to get to all the state capitals, such that manufacturers don't have to move items only through roads. Right. So logistics is an issue. The cost of talent, affordable talent, is also an issue. And so it's going to be an holistic and integrated action that looks at different sectors and how different actors can come together to get things going.
Thank you. Let me go now the window of survival in this matter. So, CBS, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will still want to stand on the existing protocol, and I also want to appreciate His Royal Highness for his time. Because I know I sat next to him. I sat next to him when I came, and I didn't have the opportunity to specifically give him the honor, having the privilege to sit close to him than anybody else in this room. So thank you very much. From the CBN perspective, we do not believe in blame games. We see a lot of reactions coming, trying to blame one person or the other, or one institution or the other. No, we do not believe in blame game. We believe that the economy of Nigeria is in our hands, and so all of us will have to work together. The monetary authorities, the fiscal authorities, and all of us as Nigerians, until we begin to take steps ourselves, having faith in our own country and in our own economy, we won't be able to go too far. All the economic policies you are reading in the books, it may not work in Nigeria. We are unique people. We are created specially. Yes. I'm saying this because you are my witnesses, and you can see the effort that the CBN is making. Apart from the monetary policy, which is the traditional role of the CBN has gone far more than that, and you can agree with me that in the recent past, the governor of the central bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, and his team has intervened so much more into the economy. The National Theatre have been there for a very long time, and not much attention was given to it. But through the intervention of the central bank, we have brought back the glory of the National Theatre here in Lagos. And so the road is open to those who are in that sector. You can go down and make use of the facility and develop your talent. Many of the creative people, they are earning dollars across the world, even from their phone, from their music, from their performances and all of that. A lot of people are earning survival and surviving and making ends meet from all of those things. The end of December this year, we have come up with about a 500 billion project. We are looking at the technology village, and we are trying to get a space for maybe about 40 hectares of land. We can have it somewhere around Lagos where we can have a technology village, and so we'll be able to get the people that are into technology, because we know that most of these things are to be driven by technology. Technology is a major income in most of the advanced countries of the world. It's not the manual things we are talking about. We are looking at it here. The RT200 is another initiative that was taken to address the issue of the forest. For those who are in Nigeria, who can export and earn foreign exchange, we have done the first and the second summit about the RT200, and so they can repatriate their forest, and then they get certain percentage and plow it back. Not to talk about most of the decisions and the action that have been taken by the central bank into the agriculture. All of those were meant to address the issue of the cost. So we are not concentrating on the monetary, but we are also looking at the cost aspect. And we all know that the cost is not just from one side. The scarcity of petroleum and all of that outside, all of those things, we're taking steps to address it from our side based on the tools available to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I hope you agree with me. Mr. Koyo will speak off the record after he gets off from this stage. Approach him, he will give you the answer. He has told you what his governor wants you to hear. Right? But if you want to hear the real answers to the things you have asked, right? After we leave this place, approach him. He's a Nigerian. He's a Nigerian. He will speak to you like a Nigerian. Right? You know? So that is public service. He has no clearance to answer certain things. His boss is not here. So if his boss were here, would have gotten the actual answer to some of the questions asked. Well, I'm going to allow the recap because my chairman has some other engagements. So she's going to recap, but before she does that, my chairman, with your kind permission, some persons have been in traffic for about 2-3 hours. They came in to, let me just quickly acknowledge their efforts for making today a success. Let me recognize Development Bank of Nigeria, who...
Thank you. I just wanted to add a word in support of the central bank in terms of we would love the central bank to drive financial inclusion some more, because bottom line is this. Part of the reason why your inflation targeting initiatives do not appear to be effective is also because a lot of what you seek to control is right now outside your ambit. So we need to get more of the informal sector within that system, double down on those initiatives, utilizing technology, and I still think that Kenya is a poster child. If whatever has been done there and has succeeded, we need to look at it. I think that we should have moved at a much faster pace than where we are at now. And then generally, bring more players to the table. If you want to stimulate growth and you want to increase the size of a pie, you have to bring more players to the table. Now, more players, not just operators now, but more players even into our economy. So the women and the youth, how much of their potential, now this is now beyond central bank, this is economic management, but how much of the potential that the youth and the children, the youths and the women represent is on the table, also working to drive this economy. So those are just my own final thoughts.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to call on my chairman.
Thank you very much. Every solution that we need to solve the problem of Nigeria is available. It's in one report or the other that as Nigeria we have produced. So it's not like we lack the ideas or we lack the people. We just lack the cohesiveness to work in a holistic manner, using the solutions that are useful and using the right people in the right places for us to solve our problems. I'll tell you one story as I wrap up. I serve on the IC of one of the global funds, and this one in particular is managed by a company set up between a Nigerian and a South African group, and all their investors are from all around the world. And they're focused on women, growing women businesses. And one of the businesses that was approved to be funded is a very successful business in the UK, set up by Nigeria, who then, using this fund, wanted to do backward integration into Nigeria to start producing for the global market from here, because she already sells across the global market. And this is for the gentleman from Central Bank to take back as part of how do we look at things holistically without destroying value. So, in paying the investment, we have to pay into the country of investing, which is Nigeria, and not to the UK part of that business. So these millions of dollars that was then released to this company as investment from this fund came into a Nigerian bank for the benefit of this company. Obviously, once you do certificate of capital importation and all of that, the money will be booked at CBN rate, which it should be. And CBN will tell you that by policy, investment for machinery and everything is priority, and you should be able to get funding for letter of credit to be able to buy the machines. All good. So money booked, money transferred, Nigerian bank takes. This is a real matter that we have to deal with on this international fund that I work with. And it came. But then, book the LC, factory is built, book the LC to book the machinery for the factory. That becomes a nightmare. And it becomes a nightmare losing 18 months on the project without any chance. And when you know the kind of process that this takes and money is involved, eventually, what did we have to do on the front? In order not to lose the millions of dollars that was already approved and invested in, which is an investment that that company would have to pay at some point in the future, we had to make a hard decision, which created a lot of problems, because the Oyinbo people didn't care. They thought the African people involved were playing some games. They weren't playing any games. It was a Nigerian economic system that played the games on them, because eventually we had to request for additional millions of dollars to be approved to pay for that machinery. And this time, we had to give the exceptional approval for that money not to come into Nigeria, but for the money to go to the UK branch of that company, so they could pay for that machinery to come into Nigeria to hope to produce. I just told you a real life story, but some of the things we talked about is foreign direct investment and how do we attract them into Nigeria. We also talked about getting our entrepreneurs to increase productivity so that we can create jobs and solve some of the problems that we seek. Our problems can be solved. We have the minds, we have the people, we have the ability to solve our problems. We just need to have the sincerity of purpose, the commitment, and the courage to be able to speak the truth, put the right people in place to do the right thing, and when they do the wrong thing, say they are doing the wrong thing. And stop, all of us stop playing games and stop playing politics around it. And the media stop being a partner in destroying our country by misuse of the media for the things that are done. I salute Vanguard for the courage to have an honest conversation like this today. Hopefully, we haven't just had a talk shop. Hopefully, the words will get back somewhere. and something would change. But remember, elections are coming. Use your card. Use it well. Thank you.
Given the fact that in the last 2 years that, okay, my name is Biscon Ekong from Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. Given the fact that in the last 2 years that we've had serious economic downturn in the country, 2020, when we went into recession due to COVID, and
Wrap up.
the capital market has been the sole bright spark in the economy. Will it make sense if the Central Bank of Nigeria begins to focus a lot more, or even a little bit more, on the capital market in your MPC meetings? Thank you very much.
And the fiscal authority is embarking on expansionary fiscal policy through deficit budgeting. Isn't there a conflict arising from this mismatch in policies? Thank you.
All right. Number 4, the lady.
Play. Good for those who understand technology, which is why the youths are pushing crypto. So my view is there will be possibilities for crypto, but there are certain factors we first need to address. And second, let's focus on broad access to financial markets and also the underlying technology, DLT. What else can we do with DLT? So for instance, I know the CBN is about doing a project where they will do KYC, know your customer, using DLT, digital ledger technology. So everything doesn't have to be about crypto. Should MPC include a focus on capital market? And the capital market is different from what's it called? Banking, right? And so there is SEC. SEC is the authority, regulatory authority for the capital market, and there's a coordinating committee that involves SEC, NDIC, CBN, NICOM for insurance, where they look at all the financial markets together. All right. Yes, there's a misalignment of fiscal and monetary authorities, and I thought I made that point in my presentation. There is a misalignment, and one of the things we need to do is to find a better way to coordinate, align, and integrate not only fiscal and monetary, but also trade and investment programs, so that they are all working in sync. BDC, there's a retail market for FX, but in most markets you won't have 3,000 BDCs licensed as we have in Nigeria, right? You will have few that are licensed, but I think CBN is best positioned to really speak to why do we have BDCs.
Okay, Mrs. Sani has 1 or 2 contributions.
About CBN looking at the capital markets. What I would just say in summary is CBN is charged to look at the money market, the SEC is charged to look at the capital market, but they must not work in silos. They must work together, and one of the effects of when they work in silos is you find a situation in which you hike interest rates so high in the money market that it doesn't make sense for anybody again to invest in the capital market. Meanwhile, the capital market is a market for long-term funds which can aid development and investments for businesses. So they must sing from the same hymn book. Otherwise, in the long run, we all lose out. I think that's all I'll just say.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished panel, I want to thank you. I want to thank the keynote speaker, our chairman that just left. On behalf of Vanguard, management of Vanguard, I want to thank, and as a journalist, I want to thank Mr. Biodu Sobanjo for coming. Thank you, sir. Distinguished rep of Governor Emefiele, thank you very much. Thank you. This is the way we organize our events, to set the tone for our economy, or the direction of our economy. And on the verge of another election, we hope that discussions here today will give direction for the next government. Thank you very much. See you next year.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. Today I am Olapejo Ajidagba, and today on Newspaper Review I am with...
My name is Sarah Abiodun.
And I'll begin with Nigerian Tribune. Today, Wednesday, 10th January 2024, and I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. We're not owing MTN interconnect charges, Globalcom, and that's on page 7 to read on the story. Better Edo, EFCC extends probe to banks, CEOs and over-document. Commission grills Edu for hours, and that's on page 4. Moving on to the next headline. Tinubu slashes entourage for foreign, local trips by 60%. President entourage not more than 25 officials for local trips, 20 for foreign trips. VP entourage not more than 15 officials for local trips, 5 for foreign trips. Wife of the president entourage not more than 10 officials for local trips, 5 for foreign trips. Ministers only 4 accompanying officials, and that's on page 2. Rivers Assembly asks for Barra to represent 2024 budget, and that's on page 11. Supreme Court reserves judgment in Plateau Delta Guber appeals. You can read the story on page 8. Court declares Anyanwu as valid PDP National Secretary, and you can read that story on page 13. Suspected cultists murder head of vigilante group in Ogun, and that's on page 28. Federal government set up panel to probe private varsities, foreign institutions, and you can read that on page 4. Why forex inflow into Nigeria decreased year-on-year, reports, and that's on page 6. And for the last and final story for Nigerian Tribune, NPA workers kick over post no debit placed on agency's account, says move will cripple port operations, and that's on page 7.
And in Daily Trust newspaper today, 10th of January 2024, the headline says, Agric Ministry not in charge of rice palliative distribution, says spokesman. 8 motorists killed in Borno landmine explosion, and that's on page 25 of the newspaper. Tinubu orders reduction of officials on FG trips by 60%. EFCC grills Zenith, Jais, Providence Bank's CEOs. And the writer says it's a routine invitation, say bank officials. PDP demands suspension of Tunji Ojo over 428 million naira contract. That's on page 4 of the newspaper. Tension in Plateau as Supreme Court reserves judgment on governorship dispute. That's on page 10 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Nigeria's per capita income to reach pre-pandemic level in 2025, says World Bank. Page 20 of the newspaper. Bandits place 50 million naira ransom on kidnapped FCT district head. 5 others. Page 17 of the newspaper. And in the last headline on Daily Trust newspaper, we have Niger Jota releases Bazoum's son 167 days after. The writer says Kopis needs to do more. Diplomats. And that's on page 4 of the Daily Trust newspaper.
And I'll be moving on to Daily Sun newspaper today, and for my first headline for Daily Sun. Tinubu slashes international domestic travel delegation by 60%. That's on page 6 to read on that story. Degree bizarre. Federal government probes private varsities. Others. Inaugurates 6-man investigative panel. Vows not to spare corporates. And that's on page 6 to read about the degree bizarre. That's on page 6. Court declares Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. You can read that story on page 29. Supreme Court reserves judgment on Muftwang, Omoagege, Bagi. That's on page 26. Carlo drums support for Tinubu, donate security vans to police, and that's on page 29. Fubara promises to continue with Wike's Eche Igbodo Road project. Don't listen to psychopaths. Reconcile with Wike Bailiff tells governor. That's on page 27. Tiwa Savage petitions police, says Davido should be held responsible if anything happens to her. That's on page 4. EFCC quizzes detains Betta Edo as suspension not enough. Article. That's on page 28. Gunmen kill traditional chief in Ogun. That's the last and final story for Daily Sun, and that's on page 4.
And on this day newspaper, the headline says, FCCPC Act shows Tinubu may have breached law in removal of Irukera. The writer says, Falano, ex-EVC deserves commendation for getting tobacco company to pay $110 million fine to Nigeria. Argues use of dismissal to describe his removal rebellious. FG, Irukera, Oko relieved of their duties, not dismissed. Stock market gains 1.6 trillion naira in one day. That's on page 5 of the newspaper. In move to reduce cost of governance, Tinubu slashes government officials' entourage for local, international trips by 60%. Moving on, nobody is above law in Nigeria, say EFCC. ICPC as interrogators grill Edu. And the writers say, they will probe anyone not playing by the rules. Anti-graft agency quizzes bank chiefs. Tunji Ojo in Villa affirms no cause for alarm. Afenifere seeks open, fair investigation. Suspension not enough. Atiku hates declares. And in the last headline here with me, Tiwa Savage petitions police, alleges stress to life by Davido. And the story can be found on page 15 of the This Day newspaper.
And I'll be moving on to Vanguard newspaper, and from my first headline for Vanguard newspaper. Cadbury Nigeria to sell 402 million shares over inability to pay $7.7 million debt. That's on page 20. Removal of fuel subsidy untimely, Governor Makinde. That's on page 8. Degree Mills. Federal government sets up 12-member investigation panel. That's on page 2. To read about the Degree Mills, you can read that on page 2. Hold Davido, Abraham befores me, Tiwa Savage, and that's on page 6. That's according to Tiwa Savage, Queen of Afrobeat, and you can read the story on page 6. Moving on, 585 million naira graft. EFCC quizzes Betta Edu for hours. No bank MD was arrested or detained, as Edu Sadiya Alima clear air on their roles. Edu suspension commendable, but not enough. Article. Why Tinubu moved swiftly against Betta Edu. That's according to APC, and that's on page 5. Cost of governance. Tinubu slashes delegation for federal government trips by 60%. That's on page 9. Federal government shuts Third Mainland Bridge for 8 weeks repair, and that's on page 8. And according to Afe Babalola, there are many cases where executive immunity had been used to shield the executives from punishment, and that's on page 22. And for the sport section, AFCON telecast to Nigeria uncertain as NBC blocks Star Times bid, and that's on page 31. And also the last and final story for Vanguard newspaper.
And in the Nation newspaper, the headline says, Short Third Mainland Bridge worsens gridlock. That's on page 2 of the newspaper. Police rescue hotelier held after payment of 25 million naira ransom. The story can be found on page 6 of the newspaper. Rivers Assembly awaits Fubara's 2024 budgets. Others. That's on page 5 of the newspaper. Soldier in trouble for insulting Sanwo-Olu. That's on page 6 of the Nation's newspaper. And in another headline, police parade suspects in Plateau killings. Others. Tinubu orders cult of presidents, vice presidents traveling teams. On another headline, World Bank, Global economy set for weakest performance in 3 decades. That's on page 7 of the Nation's newspaper. And in this headline I have right here, 37 billion naira, 585 million naira probe. Sadia Edu barred from traveling. And the writer says, EFCC impounds international passports. 3 bank MDs quizzed. Interior Minister at the Aso Villa. No sacred cow in anti-graft battle, says Ulu Koyede. And in the last headline for the Nation's newspaper, Supreme Court reserves judgment for Motfang appeal against SAC. That's on page 5 of the Nation's newspaper.
And then moving on to the Punch newspaper, I'll begin with the first headline for the Punch. NNPCL posts over 2 trillion naira profit. That's on page 21. Fake degrees. Federal government probes 107 private varsities. You can read that story on page 8. Nigerians hail Tinubu as president, trims foreign trips entourage, and that's on page 7. And moving on to the next story. Humanitarian Ministry scandals. EFCC seizes Edo former minister's passport. Bank MDs grilled. Suspended minister barred from traveling. To read about the story, you can read that on page 2. Police parade 3 suspects linked to Plateau killings, and that's on page 30. 85 abducted as bandits returned to Kaduna Abuja Expressway. That's on page 7. Lagos police look into Tiwa Service petition against Davido. That's on pages 4 and 5 to read about the Davido and Tiwa Savage saga. That's on pages 4 and 5. And for the last story for the Punch newspaper, TB Joshua, SCOAN fault BBC report. Ex-disciple knocks late prophets, and that's on page 7.
And in the last newspaper with me today, the New Telegraph newspaper. Headline says, World Bank, more Nigerians, others will become poorer by year end. Oil prices rise over 2% on Middle East crisis. Libya outage. That's on page 8 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Oil prices rise over 2% on Middle East crisis. Libya outage. That's on page 8 of the newspaper. One way. We've arrested soldier who insulted Sanwo-Olu, says Army Chief. The story is on page 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Court declares Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. Supreme Court reserves judgment on Plateau gubernatorial poll. That's on page 29 of the newspaper. Edo Deputy Governor denied of official vehicle. That's on page 28 and 29 of the newspaper. Federal government to address disparity in military retirees pension, debarment allowance. That's on page 2 of the newspaper. Economic realities. Tinubu pegs foreign trips entourage at 20. The story can be found on page 3 and 5 of the newspaper. The writer says, Order affects Vice President, First Lady, VP's wife, all MDAs. Federal government to formalize 1 million businesses at discounted rates, says President bent on eliminating bottlenecks affecting MSMEs. And another headline, scores flee as bandits slaughter 7 farmers in Benue villages. That's on page 6 of the newspaper. APC sues Adeleke for allegedly pointing PDP member as there. The story can be found on page 28 of the newspaper. 2024 Arch Fair won't be uniform, says Nakon Chair. The story is on page 29 of the newspaper. On another headline here, 585 million naira scandal. EFCC grills suspended. 3 must move at same pace. The story is on page 3 of the newspaper. And the last headline for New Telegraph newspaper, study. 250,000 Microplastics abound in a liter of bottled water. That's on page 7 of the newspaper.
And for the last newspaper for today's newspaper review, which is The Guardian newspaper, I begin with the first headline for The Guardian. 585 million humanitarian scandal. Nigerians want probe expanded to other poverty alleviation schemes, and that's on page 6. Tinubu slashes official trip expenses, entourage by 60%. That's on page 3. Supreme Court reserves judgment in Delta, Plateau Guber appeals. And you can read the story on page 3. Nigeria's economy to grow at 3.3% in 2024, World Bank projects. And that's according to the business page, and that's on page 15. APC sues a delegate for appointing PDP member as OSIEC chairman, and that's on page 7. Federal government probes private varsities over fake degrees. You can read the story on page 3. Nigeria's coup leaders free President Bazoum's son. You can read that on page 2. And for the last story for The Guardian, federal government pledged to end insecurity, and that's on page 12. And also the last story for The Guardian newspaper. We've come to the end of newspaper review today. I am Olakpeju Ajidagba.
And I am Sarah Abiodun.
Thank you for watching and thank you for joining us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. And you can also check out our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need on our YouTube channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time for another exciting episode of Newspaper Review. Have a nice day.
Ogun State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphates, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, kola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels. Tobacco, cotton, and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you.
Welcome to Biscon TV. I am your host Emma Charles, and with me today in the studio I have a veteran actor, MC, producer, director, a singer, and a multilingualist. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Jude Chukwuka today on Biscon TV studios. Thank you for honoring our invitation on such notice.
Whoa, I'm honored to be here, honestly.
Please, sir, can you take us on your life journey from your childhood to your teenage years and now your adulthood?
That'll take like 56 years, and I don't think we have that time.
We're ready.
Yeah, I was born to Sunday Dibiamaka Chukwuka and Nora Chukwuka. Both of my parents, both dead now. God bless both of them wherever they are.
Yeah.
I am fifth of 7 children. Susan, Reginald, Michael, Emilia, me, Lucky, then Kim. They are wonderful people. My primary school I started at St. Thomas Aquinas Primary School at Unwashe Street, Surulere. From there I went to Bishop Age Memorial Secondary School, Mushi. From there, Federal Polytechnic in Laro when I got my national diploma in accountancy.
Okay.
From there to Yaba College of Technology when I obtained my higher national diploma in accountancy. That's where it stops with me with accountancy. Okay. So from there, I took on to acting and all that. So at the last year of my course as an accountant, we had a course in auditing, a topic called fraud. That was when I realized I'm not an accountant.
Okay.
Because by character, everything an accountant is not supposed to be is what I am. I'm too trusting. An accountant, if you give an accountant 2,000 naira 10 times a day, he will count it 10 times a day. But I am too trusting. You give me, I'll just you, I put on my back. Understand? So that is the ordinariness of the character. But if one begins to amplify it, it may put me in serious trouble as an accountant. So I'd rather be who I am than when I have studied to become. So that's how
you decided to take on acting.
Yeah.
Okay, now what do you do?
I'm an actor
and
a film producer, director. I also do songs. I know that's the part you want to go to, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know. I also, not that I have a good voice to sing, but I have this capacity to retain lyrics and deliver them. Okay, my voice is not one of melodious ones.
You're going to sing for us, but we'll get to that.
In fact, I could lullaby you to sing with my voice, you know, but then I have this gift to hear songs and grasp the lyrics as fast as, you know, and deliver them, you know. That's part of my training as an actor anyway.
Okay, so you're known on social media for two things. One is your impeccable knowledge of the Yoruba language, even though you're from Delta State. And how did this happen?
Yeah, my parents, my father was born or grew up in Itoko, Abeokuta.
Oh, wow.
My mother had her early years in Lagos Island. She grew up, she has this Tokumbo gist, Itafaji, Shackleford, Cow Lane, Lafiaji, you know, those were her gists growing up. Okay, so when both of them met, you know, they can't but deliver somebody like me, you know.
Yes.
But that is not just it, you know. I took special interest in the language beyond what my parents' DNA may deliver to me, you know. Because what my parents' DNA delivered to me, they also delivered to my siblings. But I took special interest in the language. Why? I don't know. But I just found myself gravitating towards Yoruba language, Yoruba culture, and Yoruba people, to the extent that my wife is a Yoruba person. Yeah, she's royalty in Idori. She doesn't like publicity, so I won't do. you do that one. Pardon me. You know.
Yes.
So at that level, to that extent, I'll just leave it at that. You know. So that is how it is. And I'm a grandpop now.
So
how to say grandfather?
So how many languages can you speak, sir?
I can speak 3 very well.
Which?
But I can dabble in other languages. You
Tell
know,
us the languages you can speak and the ones you can dabble in.
Okay, I can speak Yoruba very well.
Okay.
I can speak my local Igbo very well, my local dialect.
Are you from Delta Igbo?
I'm from Delta Igbo,
What
yes.
village?
I'm from Idumujuboko in Anyocha North local government area of Delta State.
Okay.
My mother is from Ubuluku. That's why when she died, she was the oldest surviving daughter of her Obiofulwe, because we've had 2 Obiofulwes after that. You know, her Obiofulwe, she was the oldest surviving daughter of Obiofulwe, her Obiofulwe. And that's why I can speak. And my father made it a point of duty that you don't speak anything apart from our local dialect in our house. He catches you speaking Yoruba or English, you are in serious trouble. He will bust your brain, he will grab your stomach. That's what we call nwaya fiafo. Pia, you will know. So we were compelled to learn to speak our local dialect in that setting, so to speak.
Okay, so on to my next question.
Okay.
We all know that you have a passion for music. You're always giving us back-to-back covers on Instagram for different Nigerian songs. So how did that start? How did you develop your passion for music?
Yes, with music, I'm eclectic.
Okay.
It is just a stroke of luck that I got this thing about contemporary music.
Okay.
With music, I'm eclectic. I listen to Alhaji Mamman Shatta, I listen to Damaraya Joss, I listen to Ayla Omawura, Yusuf Olatunji, Pasuma, I listen to Handel, I listen to Bach, I listen to Beethoven, I listen to Sadao Watanabe, I listen to music.
Everything. Okay.
I listen to Sassafras, I listen to Tipa Irie, music is just me.
As long as it's music, you listen.
My motto is if you can sing it, then I can listen to it.
Okay.
So I do it. I do music, and this time was just this. My friend here introduced me to Q Dots.
Okay.
That one by Winnie B.
Is that not Olamide?
No, that's Q Dot's version.
Oh, okay.
One by Winnie B. Malama for Biokolo. Malama Yobiogbono.
Okay.
Yeah. I started with that.
Okay.
And when I threw it out there, I was just having fun, so I threw it on my page. And in 24 hours, I found that Dele Momodu had reposted it. And thing went viral, and I said, what? And the comments and the feedbacks I was getting was that, brother, if not that you sang this song, I won't spend time to listen to it.
Yes.
And I said, okay, there's a window opening here.
Okay.
A window of a transgenerational connect.
Okay.
Where I can actually bring the music of the younger people to people of my contemporaries.
Yes.
And pass the adages of my contemporary to the young people.
Yes.
So it became an opportunity to exchange this. When young people look forward to my everyday adage, Ella Loro, you understand, they look forward to it.
Yes.
And every Friday, my contemporaries wait for what is it going to drop again. So my page became that kind of where people come and the elderly ones will say, okay, what is going to drop?
Yes.
And the younger ones say, okay, what has Baba got to tell us this morning? So, so that is how that started. But after QDot, I've done a lot of, go to my Instagram TV page.
I know. I follow you.
I've done a lot.
Okay.
I've done Olamide. I've done, what's his name? Da Green.
Yes.
I've done Enugbe by Dotsman. I've done Pito by what's the name? Oluwakowit. Pardon me. Oluwakowit. I've done Pito by Oluwakowit. I've done nice photocopy.
Okay.
So this issue of Olamide, I see as an accident of occasion because it's not what I planned to do. I just wanted to do what I do normally, and Mafo is not the first of Olamide's songs that I've done.
So, to quickly cut you short, are you a Malian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go into that.
To the extent
that
I have to get in there to see how Malians can really be re-engineered to becoming a viable group for us as Nigerians. Because when you say Malians, people tend to say, okay, are you the sagging type? Are you this?
Oh, yes.
The dentist who did my teeth, I went to his, and he was playing Naira Mali, and I asked him, are you a Malian? He said, fair coup. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Being a Malian doesn't mean the sagging, weed smoking in the street and all that. No.
Okay, so you're going to sing a song, your favorite Naira Mali song for us when we come back. Okay? What song are you going to sing for us?
Are you?
Okay, so we're going on a break now. When we come back, we're going to dive into this topic. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, I have Mr. Jude Chukwuka here, and he's going to dive in now and sing his favorite Naira Marley song, okay?
làwa ń fọ́ fún wọn pé kàn má wàá lò wá tì í jáde àwọn nísìnyí àwa tán bá wá lọ́sàn tán bá wá lò torí pé àwa gbẹ níbẹ̀ àwòdẹ̀ lè sá fún wọn torí pé àwa ti ń ga sá àwòdẹ̀ lè fọ́ fún wọn. ayé yìí ò lé o ayé yìí ò lé ayé ló máa yé lé nínú ayé yìí ló ti jí fáyé ayé ló máa yé lé ó ń pẹ́ òkú yá yín ni ẹ̀yin lẹ máa sì yá yín òkú yóò mọ̀dá o ẹ̀yin lẹ máa sì yá yín òkú mọ́ sí yín ilẹ̀ máa sì yá yín òkú yóò mọ̀dá o ẹ̀yin lẹ máa sì yá yín ìgbà tí ń jáde tí mo bá tẹnìkan jẹ tí mo ní tirẹ̀ máa dá wọn kàn bínú orí lásán orí máa mú wọn ọ̀wọ̀ máa bà wọ́n tọ̀lọ́n bá ti ń gbàdúrà ní bùkátà ní àfúyẹ́ ayé ilé o ẹni tá wà ń tàn bẹ́ẹ̀
Okay, now so to my own personal favorite, so you help me sing Mafo.
Egodo máa bọ̀ ní. Tó bá ti lówó lápò.
Come on.
Àjàbí tó ta dọ́là. Àwọn bàdí rẹ̀ náà ṣe wáyà.
Èkó dúdú láìlọ. Come on.
Àwọn àbí náà mọ̀ wọn pẹ́ sá lọ.
Owó àlékò. Come on, àwọn kan wà òkè. Wà lọ fọ́ bí àwọn. Àwọn ò lè sá lọ fún wọn.
Wọ́n bá dé àmọ́ kí wọ́n káàbọ̀. Àwa la lè tó
ìwọ Mafo inside life. Oya, we'll settle that place. Mafo, come on, Mafo. Come on, Mafo.
Mafo, oje náà ló jọ ìwọ Mafo. Ọlọ́bí Sọlá, Sọlá Ìwọlá.
Kí n tún jí ibi títí Bọ́lá.
Ó ń pẹ́ kọ́nà bọ̀dájú. Bọ̀dádé tí ò ń sanwó ayé. Àwọn kàchẹ̀ nínú ayé, àwọn kàchẹ̀, àwọn ẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ̀fun ayé.
Kọ́mọ́ ṣé mo guilty ni?
Mo smart, mo ń powó ní tèmi. Ṣé mo yẹ time to do things tí mo lè tọ owó lọ́wọ́ owó tì mí? But now everything is changed. I send them shop, I don't know the change. My Yahoo boy know where we get it.
I'm going to change. Yes, Mafo, come on. Thank you, sir. This was entertaining. When they say you're an entertainer, this was really entertaining.
Really.
Okay.
I'm glad.
So, sir,
now you've heard your Mafo.
Yes, I have. And I'm impressed. You even know the song more than me.
Yeah, really.
Yes, you do. Please, can you tell us a little bit about your family, your wife, your children? Are they also, linguists like you?
I will not want to talk about my life on air.
Okay.
She doesn't like it.
Okay, no problem.
But my children, God blessed me with 3 children.
Okay.
Presta, then Cream, then 40. Cream, very peculiar name. Christ runs everything about me.
Okay.
So my son is 40. I had him when I was 40 years. And after 40 days fasting, that day, so I named him 40.
But how do you spell that? Like normal
the same
40?
Normal 40.
Oh, okay.
So apparently my children don't have namesakes. You can't run into them and say I met 40 and someone asks you which 40. When it's not as common as John, Paul, things you can't understand.
Yes.
So I met 40. You say, whoa, I met Cream. You can't forget. I met Presta. You can't forget.
Yes.
So I have those special children, as special as their names are, so they also are. Okay. But my best friend is the one that is doing dramatic arts. yeah, she's doing dramatic Ife.
Okay.
The second, my second child, and that's what the relationship I have with them. They are all special to me.
Okay.
Well, except for my son. The first 2 call me by my first name. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. They grew up in the house where everybody calls me by my first name.
Yeah.
You understand? When they say, hey, Jude Bawuni, and I say, hey, Bawuni, and they're like, but that doesn't mean if I tell them, Kilonshire or Mukerozin, there'll be that response,
Yes. Yes.
So I have that special relationship with my 2 girls, except for my son, who was brought up knowing that I am daddy. I'm 40 years older than him anyway.
Okay.
So it's like, Daddy, daddy. When I did that math, it was the middle one that was telling me, you are not ashamed. Your mates are becoming president. You are doing. Then 2 days later, I said,
That's my daddy.
Paddy Motiya, Allah Motiya. You know, Paddy, Otiya. She could call me anything that drops in her mouth. Allah negotiate. No, well, 2 days earlier, she was saying I wasn't ashamed. My mates are contesting governor. It was a funny thing, and I enjoy it. You know, I've had that relationship with all of them.
Okay.
Let me say this.
Okay.
Not that I'm blowing my horns, but for my children from pregnancy, they've become special to me because I never missed one antenatal.
Okay.
On the 3 of them, I never missed one antenatal. Their mother goes there. When the doctor is talking, I'm keeping the notes, and the doctor will be laughing.
Yeah.
Who is the pregnant one? I said, no, who made her pregnant is the question, not who is the pregnant one. Who is the owner of the pregnancy? It's me. She's just delivering email to me, so I will just be keeping records. So that's the kind of relationship I have with my children. They are all athletic. They are all art inclined. My first daughter can write you out of your seat.
Wow.
My second daughter can do the same, but she is more art inclined in that she's in school. She wants to start creating content, and I say, okay, that's one thing I didn't think of. And I said, okay. No, I never thought of that in school.
Yeah.
And here she was saying she wants to do content and all that. I said, okay, let's do it. But my son is the athletic type, but not as. He's a very physically strong person. So
Okay.
he doesn't have the kind of lancing heart that I have. Like, you understand? He doesn't have capacity for that. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So on a final note, sir, you know, people like us give us hope that we can actually go back to the good old days, you know, where you don't have to differentiate among Nigerians. You know, there's no Igbo, there's no Yoruba, we're all the same. Message do you have to Nigerians out there based on the knowledge and experience that you have gathered from relating with different tribes and ethnic groups?
That's a very deep one, but quite simple. It is what you consider when you are addressing people that matters. I know, and I am convinced that there are only 2 tribes of people in this world: good people and bad people.
Yes.
They cut across tribe, profession, anything. Even in your family, there are bad people. If you like, accept it. If you like, don't. Even when you are 3 in the family, there is one person who is less good than the others.
Yeah.
If you don't want to use the word bad.
Yeah.
Okay. However, in its strict sense, good people so. And what do you consider good? It's also how good your heart is. Because if a thief goes to steal, his boss will tell him he has done a good job. But in actual fact, he has caused people harm and damage. So what you consider good also influences how you respond to what society calls good and what society calls bad. So I tell you, just deal with people on the basis of who they are, not on the basis of where they are from. Nigeria has won World Cup under 17 level. And if you check, most of those kids were from one region. But when they score, it is all of Nigeria that will shout, it is a goal. They will not say, okay, because it was Igbinoba, is Benin that scored. Only Benin will shout it's a goal. You understand? So let us begin to see, let us begin to deal with people on the basis of who they are, not on the basis of where they are from. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir. I had a good laugh and I learned so much.
I enjoyed this too, you know, and when Big Bros called me, there was no way I could say no.
Yes.
And he knows I'm evil. So he grabbed me with evil. I can't argue with him now, you understand. Yes. He's a wonderful person. I appreciate his openness too. And before I got into the studio, we had a tete-a-tete, and he's a wonderful person who is willing to push whoever meets his views about issues. You know? And the first thing he said about was, Jude, You are something else.
Yes. So that's it today on Biscon TV. Join us on the next episode. I'm going to hand over to Agape now. Bye for now.
About social to have the microphone and speak English when the next person I'm going to introduce could be a misnomer. Because this is an advertising guru. These are the masters of the craft of English language, grammatical presentation, scholarly erudition, and oratorical prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, a pride to the Highland Club, former chairman Highland Club, and trustee of the Highland Club.
Join me in welcoming Chief Adeli Williams, the most finest boy.
I'm a Marine Basa. And ladies and gentlemen, honor of a lifetime for me, or vice, when you want to introduce this man, you have to dig deep into history. Because he's past Assistant Social Secretary of the Highland Club, he's past Social Secretary, he's past Vice Chairman, and by the grace of God, 3-time past 7 Chairman. And as we speak today, ladies and gentlemen, is a trustee of the Highland Club who helps, ladies and gentlemen, but the Soko of the source. Like I often like to say, he should have been in Spain, he should have been in Japan, talking to investors, but he loves the Highland Club so dearly. Ladies and gentlemen, he had to move forward his ticket to be with us at this intellectual colloquium. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's jam our hands together for the Soko of the Source, Prince Ademola Dada. Eshegonisa, we appreciate your sacrifice of time, opportunity cost. Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also with us, a fantastic human being that has distinguished himself in terms of his meritorious service to the Highland Club. If you like to listen to Olori Omoba of Ijebuland, Abi, King Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, this is the man he popularly referred to as Legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, past Social Secretary of the Highland Club, Sheni, past Chairman Highland Club, Sheji, and by the grace of God, Toribashiri Genesis, ni Revelation Mawa. The revelation is coming soon after AGM. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together. He has distinguished himself so well in the private sector. He has gone ahead at the international space to be a fantastic member of the International Olympic Committee. He became the Secretary General. He's almost a deputy president, ITTF, Kilo Day. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why when he stands up, you're going to see written all over him is an embodiment, a personification of a sportsman. Ladies and gentlemen, my pride and my honor to introduce to you the Lisha of Ondo land. Bebami, oh yeah. Thank you so much. We're blessed to have you here with us. Legal luminary. My past vice, legal luminary. I would like to introduce.
Atudaladepe alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti máa ṣe ọgọ́rin ọdún tí ọdún ẹgbẹ́ Highland Club wá sáyé. gbogbo wa tí a ní àǹfààní láti máa wà ń bí tá a dẹ̀ ṣàárẹ̀ láti wá ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀ fún wa ní okun àti àlàáfíà. Bàbá tán ní 85 years fún wọn, bàbá yẹn ó máa ń wá bí níjọ́ Tuesday kò jẹ́ kí n pàjẹ́, bá tún níjọ́ Wednesday ó ń bọ̀ bí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá tẹ̀ lórí rẹ̀ wá bílẹ̀ ní màá nírọ̀ ni. Then chairman wa àti gbogbo management committee member àti gbogbo members tí wọ́n wá láti gbé ọjọ́ ìbí Island Club lárugẹ ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kó ṣe wá sí o. 80, 85, 90, 95, 100 tí bàbá 85 bá dẹ̀ ń rojọ́ tó bá ń ṣàdúrà á ní lẹ́yìn 100 èyí tó kù yẹn ẹ̀yin lè mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ ní orúkọ ọlọ́run tí èyí dẹ̀ jẹ́ ọjímọ̀ àní rọ̀bánà láti sí olówó banú bàdà ìtẹ́ alẹ́ ìtànà wàhábù lànà mi làdún kàrà mọ́ta ìnáka hàn tẹ̀lé wàhábù rọ̀bánà áfíríkà alẹ́ náà sábàrán wẹ̀tẹ́ ibi tí akéyàmọ̀ náà wọ́n sórí náà alàdé káwọn ìkọ́ fèrè rọ̀bánà áfíríkà alẹ́ náà sábàrán wẹ̀tẹ́ ibi tí akéyàmọ̀ náà wọ́n sórí náà alàdé káwọn ìkọ́ fèrè rọ̀bánà áfíríkà alẹ́ náà sábàrán وثابت أقدامنا وانصرنا على الكامل الكافرين يا بسم الله الذي لا يضر ما اسمه في الحرج ولا في سماه وهو سميع العليم بسم الله الذي لا يضر ما اسمه في الحرج ولا في سماه وهو سميع العليم بسم الله الذي لا يضر ما اسمه في الحرج ولا في سماه وهو سميع العليم يا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم اهدنا صراط المستقيم اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Mine is to welcome our elders, because we want to listen to history. And there's nothing I can say unless I don't want elders to say, perhaps what I'm saying is not right. They will have from the horse's mouth from them. They are our elders. You could remember about 2 or 3 days ago when we were having Baba Jebu, normal Tuesdays, second Tuesday. Our guy was saying he's 50-year-old in the club. If somebody is 50-year-old plus his initial age, I mean, you could 50 years of, at least half of people who are here are not up to 50 years. So, in Conlani. So, we welcome them to this colloquium to tell us exactly what we don't know before. They will tell you. Some of you know what Island Club entails in those good old days. Man, of the history of the club, if at the end of the year, December 24th and 31st, if you don't reach Island Club, you feel you make something in those good old days. You always look forward to that particular 2 days. And that is Island Club. You are still keeping on, still kicking. But it's not easy for us to match the status of those good. When they started to mention names now, you know who and who, the founders and those who really moved Nigeria in those good days. So on behalf of the generality of people here, I'd like to welcome our elders to this colloquium. And we pray God is in infinite mercy will continue to strengthen you, favor you, and give you the strength to continue, like what the secretary said earlier. If you don't see him here on Tuesday and Wednesday, no, it's either out of the. If I said it's no more traveling, he has done enough. But it might be at Inisha. For those 2 days, it's always here. And we always pray that God will continue to give that longevity and strength. Because we are looking forward to see you. We are looking forward, especially when the club was in turmoil. What do we see? It's Olufalamo and Babadu Duyeme in those good days. Later, it was Olufalamo. Chief Femi Williams, Yes, they came occasionally, but Olufalomo will not miss those 2 days in a week. So we thank you for coming today. We are going to listen to you. We are going to learn from you today. To the entire members of the Lion Club, we say you are welcome to this colloquium. Thank you for coming. His Lordship is always here. We had a very big, more or less misunderstanding yesterday, and we are happy he's here today. That's to show our more banner. Once you might say, nobody build about it, they want that, they want, it might be, you know, I don't buy no maribe, Peloriba, you call Nishiwa, I'm about to see why one lutiti, one not to pada, I call it you up, and he said, Ori no longer business, or they see, or not they work for. The history is there, nobody can rubbish that history as far as our war is concerned. So we love you to come in. God bless you. Thank you for coming. The legacy himself, Chief Demola Dada, Soko. People say when you want to talk about Island Club, always remember Dada. Here is Dada himself. We see all his journeys as far as Island Club is concerned. Thank you for coming. So on behalf of the members of Island Club, we say thank you for coming. God be with you. Secretary.
To be here once again, after 10 years, to speak on the history of Island Club. Exactly 10 years ago, when I was appointed as the secretary of the History Committee, this is my letter. I kept it. And to God be the glory, I'm here again. This was under the chairmanship of Prince Ademola Dada, when we had our 70th anniversary. And all glory belongs to God Almighty. Today, again, I've been asked, selected again once again, to speak on the history of Island Club. Today is a different dimension, because I'm having our fathers here who have been here 50 years, 60 years. Who am I to speak on the history of Island Club when our fathers are here? But there's something in the Bible. The Lord told Samuel, he said, go to the house of Jesse and anoint me a king. And everything fell in line. I thank God Almighty for sparing my life, for making sure I'm here today. And I'm also grateful for the opportunity done me by members of Island Club and the management team. Mr. Chairman, sir, I greet you, Prince Rabiu Adiulua. Up here, I also greet our father, a king in his own right, the Lord of himself, a trustee, Chief Olufalomo. You're welcome, sir. I also greet Chief Adeni Williams, the MD of OBM, Ogive Benson and Mata, a highly respected advertising guru in his own right. I greet you, sir. I also greet Prince Ademola Dada, a trustee in his own right, who gave me the opportunity to excel and show myself when he said, Andy, you are going to be the secretary of the History Committee. I really appreciate you. Thank you. The Vice Chairman, I greet you. Before coming to that, I also greet the leader himself, Omoba Oladapo. Banjo Oladapo, I greet you. May God continue to bless you as well. And also the chairman of the Igwe Club, who is my friend, Tavazibri, I also greet you. Let me also greet a highly respected past General Secretary of Island Club, Omoba in himself, in his own right. Let me greet a past Judge of the High Court, Justice Olateru Olagbe. You are welcome, sir. The history of Island Club. Island Club was founded in 1943 October 29th, on a Friday to be precise. As you all know, there was high discrimination at this high level by the British to the blacks in those days. And then we had a lot of highly educated elites, responsible men of timber and caliber then, just a few of them, who decided to disagree with the behavior of the British in those days. If you look at, let me go back a little bit. In those days, they had two different hospitals. The Greek hospital there and the General Hospital. The Greek hospital was meant for the whites. You can't go there as a black person. And these things, all this discrimination did not go out down there with our founding fathers. And so they started converging at number 22, Taiwo Lowo Street, behind Mandela's, the House of Pa Odusi, membership number 3. They started converging, discussing of how to break the jinx, of how this discrimination will be put to rest. And those present then that were coming together were the likes of F.A. Bowen, who was membership number 1. He was a lecturer in King's College. And it might interest you to know that when the man enters the school, he was a lecturer. He will play with the whites will play with him. But when that Baba gets out of the gate of King's College, discrimination starts. They will humiliate him. He will be intimidated. And so he was reporting these things to his friends, like Sir Adeyemo Alakija, membership number 13. Mr. Denton, membership number 2. Pa Odumeju Oduku, membership number 8. Even our past president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, membership number 29. Mr. J.F. Winter, membership number 34. These were the colleagues who were the founders of Island Club. We have J.K. Rando, membership number 24. We had Isaac John, membership number 22. We had W.H. Baini, who was the first treasurer of Island Club, membership number 23. Avasati, membership number 50. And we have a lot of them like that. Pa Elijah Ayo Elijah, membership number 44. And the rest of them like that. Sao Okoro, membership number 11. And many of them like that. They came together to break that ice. And they confronted the British. When they went to the British, they started negotiating. How are we going to have our home place? The British they were so trickish, cunningly. After a lot of pressure, they gave them this place. This place was like an officer's mess, like a police officer's mess. They call it the British Frontier Force. They started here. Well, you see, when they came here, it's just like a landlord that gave a tenant a house. He did not collect rent. You can drive that tenant away anytime. There was no commitment. By the grace of God, we have our high judge here because there's no evidence. And the foundation of law is evidence in itself. That's prima facie. Nothing to show for it. And so, it continued. And it was Mr. Denton, membership number 2, who went to the office of Mr. Hunter. Hunter was working in the lands ministry around Moloney Street. He now told them, I said, look, gentlemen, it's just like when we were small in those days, when they send off food. There's what we call, you know, that kind of trickish play. I mean, the Kolulebe. And so he said, look, you have to commit these British people to do something. And so the likes of Alakija, Okoro, Pa Ojuku, in fact, Pa Odumogi Ojukwu was the one who gave Queen Elizabeth his Rolls Royce to ride on when Queen Elizabeth came to Nigeria, membership number 8. And so they gathered together and went back to the British and told them, no, although you have given us this place, but please, we want a kind of commitment. They discussed, and after a a long discussion. Reluctantly, the British said, okay, our founding fathers should pay some amount, like house rent, I mean, the kind of land use rent. And they said, how much? And Island Club decided to pay a sum of £124, 16 shillings and 10 pence. That was how they got this place. Our founding fathers paid £124, 16 shillings and 10 pence. And after they continued, they said, look, let's insure this place so that it will be our own. At least let's have a grip of it. And the person that insured this place was Mr. J.F. Winter, membership number 34, and he paid a sum of £9 for the insurance of Island Club. And so they started like that. And as they are getting themselves together, after everything has been put in place, they started appointing chairman from chairman. And the first chairman of Island Club was Sir Adeyemo Alakija, membership number 13, who was chairman from 1943 to 1950. After that, we have Dr. Molulu. From Dr. Momolu, we have Pa J.K. Rando. Pa J.K. Rando up to Dr. Akirele. Dr. Akirele, it was during his tenure, his regime, that we had the first Miss Nigeria in Nigeria. Miss Nigeria competition here in Island Club in 1957. After Dr. Molulu, we had M. Ogun, Pa M. Ogun. After Pa M. Ogun, we had Dr. Alakija. After Dr. Alakija, we have Pa Fidi, the father of the trustee of Yoruba Tennis Club. After that, we have Prince Adeleke Adedoyin. After Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, we have Chief I.S. Adewale. After Chief I.S. Adewale, we have Pa Odulano. After Pa Odulano, we have Pa Refu, who was General Secretary of Island Club for over 13 years. And that's why we call him Consensus Chairman, because the Island Club then came together to honor him with that office. And after that, we have George Iditi. After George Iditi, we went on to have Chief Molade Okoya Thomas, who was former chairman board of trustees of Island Club. After Chief Molade Okoya Thomas, we have T.A.B. Oki Ọmọ Balógun, Tọ̀fẹ́lá ń jagun, tàbí akẹ́rùntàn àfihàn Ọmọ Balógun, ó iná jẹ́ tẹ̀yìn àgbà. After that, after T.A.B. Oki, we went on to Pa Anibaba, who just left the world some months ago. From Pa Anibaba, we have Pa Faleye, from Pa Faleye to Adejumo to Akinleye, Dr. Akinleye. From Dr. Akinleye, we have Chief Shueton. From Chief Shueton, we had the Chief Ilario Babsakele. From Babsakele, went on to my father here. Babawa, Ijesha Modu Akpanoda. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni àtẹ̀ká, ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni ẹlẹ́, Chief Olufalomo. After Chief Olufalomo, Chief Aluko. After Chief Aluko, we now have Chief Folami. From Folami, Chief Folami, we have Chief Dende Lucas, Baba Agbele Kale of the Peacock Hall. From Chief Dende Lucas, we have Chief Akintola. From Chief Akintola, the advertising guru himself, Chief Adeni Williams. After Chief Adeni Williams, we have Akimawe. After Chief Akimawe, we have the dollar himself, dollar ruler, Prince Demola. After Prince Demola, we have Opesheyi, senior advocate of Nigeria. After him, we have the leader himself, Mr. Banjo Oladapo. Long life and prosperity. I greet you. After Banjo Oladapo, we have àwọn àgbáyé tá a bá dé àásọ náà ni wọ́n lé gbogbo gbé rámbàdàn tó balẹ̀ lÓgbómọ̀ṣọ́ tó bá lọ́rọ̀ yóò ní ẹja àfò Abúmérì. After that, we have Alhaji Shita from Alaji Shita. Without the Akosa himself, Omo Elegba Metala Papa, Omo Akosa Bakugunba. It might interest you to know that our chairman here, Prince Rabi Oluwa, is the grandson of Pa Chief Tijani Amudu, the Oluwa of Lagos, who fought the British to a standstill and won them in London in 1920 when they took over the Apapa port, and he made sure he got it back. He was friends to Abamakoli and Egade Shingul and the likes. Mr. Chairman, sir, my fathers, my elders, it's an honor done me. I don't have, in fact, I'm too junior to say the history of Island Club before you people. But like I said, there's no leaf that falls from the tree without the knowledge of God Almighty. The Lord said, go to the house of Jesse and anoint me again. May God continue to bless each and every one of you, sirs. May God continue to prosper you. Olúfọlọ́ máa máa rí yín bí àtúmọ̀ rí yín bá o. Gbogbo oníṣe yín o. Àwọn bàbá wa dá fún yín o. Èmi náà lágbára Ọlọ́run á dá fún gbogbo wa o. Àti vice o, gbogbo wa àṣoríire o. Members of Island Club, thank you for the opportunity. May God bless you. Àti Jensec, wà tún ti táyì tó bá rẹ̀. Thank you all, sirs. Thank you all, sirs.
Join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us today our veteran.
The Vice Chairman, past Vice Chairman, officers of this great club, past and present, we recognize all of you. Thank you very much for organizing this colloquium and for asking us to talk about the history of the Island Club. Somebody has revealed the fact that in January, next January, I will have been 60 years in this club. And I know that in my time, it was on the form that if you were not earning up to £1,000 per annum, you should not apply. £1,000 per annum is probably about 10 million naira of today at that time. So many of us were eager to join the Island Club, but we couldn't join until we were earning more than £1,000. And the day I got promoted, and I had evidence in writing that there was already over £1,000, I decided to join the Island Club. It's a long story, but we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about Island Club. Let me thank the historian of Island Club. Because what I see you have done is you have rehashed what our historian has done over the years. In fact, up till the 21st of July, during the Eid al-Fitr and Easter dance, the history of the Island Club, as known by him, is here. But that is not even the history of Island Club, because the history you are publishing in the programs of Island Club did not go beyond the first 10 years of Island Club. And we're now talking of 80 years. What has happened in 70 years? A lot has gone on. And we must sit down and document this thing meticulously. Let me just say that, as I said, in those days when we were joining Island Club, it was on the form that do not bother to fill the form if you were not earning £1,000 per annum. And let me also make some corrections, or additions, not corrections. I think Chief Arthur Press was number 5. Please look into your program and you'll discover that. And you kept talking about Sir Okoro. Okoro was not a Sir or anything. I tell you the history of Okoro. Baba Okoro died when I was Honorary General Secretary. And his family came here and said they would like to have him lie in state in the Island Club. Like, who was he? And then, so I decided to find out. And the first person I asked was Papa Rukosu. I said, they said when Okoro died and his family would like him to lie in state in the Island Club. And Papa Rukosu said, Okoro. Come to think of it, there was an Okoro who was a big businessman. He was one of those, he was a prison contractor. That is, he supplied food to the prisons and made a lot of money. And when he made this money, he came to Island Club and spent it. He said, but go and check. Number 11. So we then went and checked number 11. And the road died. And he said, no, he didn't die. He hasn't come to the club for a long time. And somebody just assumed that he had died and put died there. And so we checked, and lo and behold, the Papa Okoro was number 11. And at that time, you couldn't lie anybody in state according to our rules if you were not a member of the management committee. Now, if you are number 11 in a club, even if they say you hadn't served in the management committee, something must have gone wrong. So we assumed that if he was number 11, then he must have served at one time or the other. And so we arranged for him to lie in state here, and we accorded him all the honor. All we say about the Island Club history is the early days of the Island Club. We should not be ashamed to say all we know about ourselves. And I'm talking about the good, the bad, and the very ugly. Once upon a time, the expatriates were very much here in large number. When I was joining the club, the history of the tradition of the club was that when you come for interview, the club will entertain you. But the day you are being admitted into the club, you will entertain the club. And so in my days, there were so many diplomats. And so, you know, the diplomats controlled all the drinks. So we didn't, whatever I put down was very negligible compared with what the diplomats brought. And so we were able to entertain the club. And this continued until later. One, the center of activities moved from Island Club somewhere else. The expatriates were no longer coming here. I remember in those early days, Lagos was still the capital of Nigeria. All the civil servants came here. At that time, we worked on Saturdays. So the civil servants worked on Saturdays. So after work on Saturdays, you were sure to find here all the permanent secretaries, all the high court judges. Everybody was here. And it was a good time. I remember, and I'm not going to mention him, some famous person had a manslaughter case. And because he was such a famous person, many people did not want him to suffer for it. And the judge was here. So, people were always lobbying to see what will happen. And so, a few days before the judgment, the person came here. He was well known. He was well known to members of the Island Club. And the judge was also here. I don't know how it filtered out to say that his case has been favorably considered and he will go for only 6 months. So the culprit knew days before that he was going to go for 6 months, and he went for 6 months, and we all lived happily ever after, although all the people concerned are now late. But that was how very powerful and how influential Island Club was in those days. We've had our very ugly moments too. You were talking about how the expatriates were drifting away. And it got to a stage that if you saw an expatriate here, it probably wasn't somebody who had made it in life. And our constitution at the time said the expatriate must be the first vice chairman, and the Nigerian will be the second vice chairman. And so I remember it was Chief Tony Shueto who was the vice chairman, and it felt very uncomfortable being told that he was vice chairman, second vice chairman to an expatriate. So he raised a dust, and we sympathized with him. And after that, we decided to cancel the post of the first vice chairman. And so ever since the days of Anthony Mugbodubola Shueto, we've only had vice chairman. Once upon a time, it was the secretariat that ran the elections in the Island Club. Long live the secretariat. Long live the secretariat. But it just happened one day. Chief Babsakerele, may his soul rest in perfect peace, was the honorary general secretary. And late Ayo Sholake was the assistant general secretary. But Chief Akerele was so involved in politics, you hardly saw him in the club. So Ayo Sholake took over naturally as secretary. Whatever it was that happened, we still did not unravel until today. But on this day of the election, I just happened to be one of the contestants. And I was contesting for the post of the honorary general secretary. And we were waiting for the ballot papers to come. And we waited and waited and waited. And the ballot papers never came. They contacted the printer, and the printer said, somebody told me that you had postponed the elections. Anyway, you can understand what it meant to us for the election of Island Club not to hold. That was a turning point in the Island Club. The secretariat was no longer running the elections. We had to have that was the birth of an electoral committee. Before then, the secretariat ran the election, and I'm trying to remember this, our Papa, who... No. Eh? No, not monitor. No. and Ijebu man. He was always the returning officer. He was everything until that thing happened. No. Professor just came into Island Club from Ibadan. Anyway, that was the birth of an electoral committee. And I still remember that Bayo Kende was the chairman of the electoral committee and I was his secretary. And so we were the only two people who knew where the ballot papers were printed. And a lot happened. I mean, I'm trying to say that there were ugly moments too. Those early days were very rosy. And what I see printed in our papers as history of the Island Club were things that happened in those very early days. Some of them were exaggerated too, I can tell you that. Because some of us were also very contemporary with the events of those days. But what I'm trying to say is that this club has seen a lot. And we will continue to see. So, my chairman said, happy 80th anniversary. God will continue to bless this great club. We will continue to move from strength to strength. But those who are writing the history of the Island Club, please take time to sit down and chronicle some of these things properly. Don't just... it is there, the history of the Island Club. It doesn't contain anything that happened after 20 years. We should be talking about all those major developments that took place in this club. And maybe I should comment to the chairman that a committee, rather than a one person, a committee should be set up to chronicle and document the history of this club. Anything I may have forgotten as we move on may come to the fore. God bless you. Happy anniversary, everybody. Thank you very much.
Eulogizing and pouring encomiums and accolades on him. Now, sir, I think, haven't shared with us how beautiful, how glorious it was in the past. How indeed, sir, when His Excellency Governor BRF came around, he was able to challenge us. Notwithstanding our glorious past, how do we reinvent ourselves? Sir, your people would like to know. This is our age-long heritage, cherished tradition that has brought us this far. How do we marry that now as we project into the future to even deliver a better club than those coming behind us? Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put a hand together for his UK train. You will love his texture of English language. Emma Binusimisa.
Thank you that you allowed past chairman Olufalomo to speak before me. So I don't want to sound like a record stuck with a, you know, when you're playing gramophone record and there's a hole and keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. So this issue of how the Island Club came about is not dead yet in the world. And I will tell you why I say that. Another thing I want to say is, how did I become a member of the Island Club? Because it might help to find out why other people joined the Island Club. When I came back to this country, the likes of Chief Falomo and the late Chief Bola Marquis, I keep repeating this, they didn't go abroad when we went abroad. They were on ground. So all the mudumudu that was in Nigeria, in fact, there was no advantage for us who had been abroad, because when we came back, they've made so much progress. That's how he had joined the Island Club. And he was telling you he's going to be almost 60 years a member. I joined in 1967, so I think I'm about 4 years behind. I think 4 years behind. Now, how I came about it, I got employed by a company, and part of my perks was that I would join 2 social clubs, because they believed that joining that club would enable you to make contacts with people in the industry where you can pick up clients and all the rest of it. And that the company paid for your membership and asked you to decide which clubs you wanted to join. Of course, the first club I mentioned was the one which had been a household name everywhere. It was Island Club. And also I knew that because as a boy, before I even went anywhere, I used to attend children's party here because my father was a member and he was number 288. So Island Club was a household name. And they asked me which other club I wanted to join. I said, Ikoyi Club. And that's as far back as when I joined this club in 1967. I think I joined the Ikoyi Club in 1983. Anyway, it was a pride at the time for you to be a member of the Island Club. Because anybody who mattered was a member of the Island Club. Chief Olufalomo touched slightly on it, because if you came back from England and you were a member of the Island Club, you couldn't even become a member of the Island Club if you didn't have a job. But because my father had been a member, I was in a position people could help. If you came back from England and your father was a member of the Island Club and you couldn't be unemployed for more than 6 months, they would have found you a job. That was what Island Club was. And you see this business about telling you you had to earn so much, it was for your own good, because if you join a club, you cannot pay your bills. You're just going to run up debts. And they're going to be chasing you around as a debtor member of the club. So it was to do you a favor. That's why it was put as part of the conditions that you had to earn a minimum amount for them to admit you into membership of the Island Club. And you also had to state what job you were doing. You to have your profession had to be mentioned as well. So, coming back to talk about racism, this thing, it's unfortunate, but it's still in existence. Those of us who have phones and we're on WhatsApp, there were 2 glaring examples of it. One in Ireland, where a schoolgirl, 10-year-old schoolgirl, she was a gymnast, and she took part in a competition. And she was this black girl in front of about 10 or 15 girls. And they were giving each one of them a medal. And they got to the black girl, they jumped her, and went on to give the others medals. Also, I saw something of the Pope or somebody kissing some people. They were kissing them on the cheek. Each one. When it came to the black clergy, he jumped him and went to the next person. So, he chatted with him. But then I also saw the one of the black man who was greeting an array of white people. And he was shaking their hands. When he came to the black man, he embraced him. So, having said all that, even in Africa today, those who were practicing racism in those days are still practicing it today. Somebody told me, said the day Obama became president of America, okay, he was a black man. He said, but the day he entered the White House, he became a white man. He had to comply with the rules and regulations of the White House, otherwise they would have found a way to kick him out. That's, I mean, just to expand on the problem this club had when it was being set up. So we're still fighting it. It's still on. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think Island Club has a problem right now. And I don't know how we're going about it, but we should not give up. The reputation we have is not ideal. I belong to many other clubs. I belong to Metropolitan Club. I belong to Yoruba Tennis Club, Ikoyi Club. And the things that some people say about Island Club is really not what one would like to have. I want to say at the same time that the present management committee, headed by Prince Olua, I want to say that they're doing a Herculean job. They're doing a Herculean job because what they took over from was a situation which didn't help this club at all. But despite it all, you have kept the place going. And like he said, whenever I can, I come and join in whatever the club is doing. Prince Olua, I congratulate you. You know, I told you when you first came to the club and you were campaigning, I told you when I entered St. Gregory's in 1951, one senior Rasaki Olua was in Form 6. He was your brother. That is how far back I have known Rafiu Olua. He was a fantastic sportsman. Without Ogundade and Ebe Olowu, they were the same group. And so when I saw him, I said, this is somebody I have had contact with and interacted with. Sir, but you have done a good job. What you have done, you have kept this club afloat. You have worked ceaselessly and tirelessly, but somebody is suggesting that we have to come to take over from what he has been doing. And I don't know whether he wants to do a third term. I don't think he does, because I know him. He's not one of these sit-tight people. He's done his best, and the job we have now is to look for somebody who is going to take the mantle from this man and continue to move this club forward. I know I'm speaking now after Chief Olufalomo, but I'm sure it's a colloquium. If there's a need for me to come back, I will only very willingly do so. Thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Challenges. Now, my distinct personal honor now to call on past chairman and present trustee now. That is, there are so many common challenges that is challenging our commonwealth. What do you think, solution-oriented, in terms of the pathway forward? How do you think, sir, that we can get out of this mess and emerge even as a better brand? Thank you, sir. Let's put our hands together for Prince
Olua and all members of the Island Club here present. I say congratulations. The 10th anniversary of a club is not a joke. I joined this club in 1982. I am proud to say that I have gained tremendously from this club. And I'm ready to continue to contribute my quota to this club. Well, even in any gathering, you can never have it 100%. In the mosque, you can't have it 100%. In the church, you can't have it 100%. Even in your home, there are some of your children that will be against you. So Island Club, what is happening now in the Island Club is a common thing that happens here and there. But how do we improve it? We cannot eliminate it, but we can only improve on it. And how to improve it is for you to love this club. It's for you to be devoted to this club. If you put yourself forward to contest for any election, do it without just having it as a stamp that, oh, I'm now I'm a member of the committee, or I'm a secretary, I'm the secretary of the club. No. For you to hold any position in this club, consider it to be an honor. And if you have it, work for it. Let people know that you've worked for it. Then thereafter, you can enjoy the fruit of your labor. I started from the beginning, first as Assistant Social Secretary. The first ever in the history of the Island Club. There were people at that time contesting for social, but I want to begin from the beginning. I want to understand the club I love so much to serve. That was why I put in as Assistant Social. First ever, under Prince Wale Oshiemi, who was then the Social Secretary of the club. And then the chairman was Chief Olushola Faleye, the Bajik of Yoruba land. Thereafter, Chief Tunde Aluko. Then, to contest as assistant, I was not allowed, it was not just unopposed. I contested among 4 candidates. And they were saying, how can somebody living in a cartoon be Assistant Social Secretary in the Island Club? He will not have time. And I tried to tell them, yes, I have the love of this club. I can sleep in this club to serve the club. And to the glory of God Almighty, it was successful. And when the post of the Social Secretary came out, I also offered myself. Not unopposed, I contested with about 4 people in this club. There is no member in this club that I don't know his house. I know their home, I know when they are about to sleep, and I know when they are about to wake up. Just because I'm contesting for the Island Club. I won that election. That was in 1993. I joined this club in 1982. And when the position of the vice chairman came up, I offered myself. It was not even unopposed. About 3 people. And I have behind me suddenly at that time, Chief Olufalomo, Chief Babsakirili of the Blessed Memory. Then Femi Adeni Williams, the Bajipi of Yoruba land, was also behind me. But there are so many other people who are not behind me. But then I won the election. And when the post of the chairman came up, I offered myself. It was not for free. I have to work for it. It's not money. Even if you are the billionaire, that does not make you to be the chairman of Island Club. You must love the club. You must be humble within the club. People will watch you, they will understand you, they will know the type of person you are. And to God be the glory, I won the election. So because of all that, I believe that this club is a club of where you should love if you want to serve it. And in our club anthem, we say the club is for fellowship, is for comradeship. The comradeship I gained from it. When I was in trouble in England, I bought a house in England in 1997 on mortgage. They were about to auction it because I was not paying regularly. I came to this club, to the cool room, where we have elders of the club seated. A past chairman of the club was seated. That was Chief T.A.B. Oki, Bankole Oki. I mentioned to him that, sir, I think I have a problem. Oh. I have to go to London to go and borrow money in Barclays to be able to pay my mortgage. He said, how much? What is the remaining amount? I said, well, just £7,500. Oh, he said, Demola, don't worry. Come and meet me tomorrow in the evening in my house. And he gave me a check, 7,500. I flew to England. Majestically, I pay off the mortgage. That is the benefit of the Island Club. But you may not have it if you don't devote your time for this club. There are so many nice people in this club. Many of them don't come regularly. And there are some bad ones, but we are gradually turning the bad one to good ones. That was why I said, in any gathering, you can never have it 100%. But you don't have to run away from it. You have to, it will gradually change. It cannot change 100%, but if you are able to make 70%, 80%, you are moving. So we should continue to do our best. If you want to serve this club, it will be a privilege for you to serve the club, but don't think you want to serve this club because you just want to stamp, you want a record to, I mean, you want to have it in your record as a chairman or as a past something. You have to devote yourself. You have to have the this the club in mind and serve the club without any doubt. I don't say somebody anything you do for this club, you are not doing it for anybody. You are doing it for the improvement of the Island Club. I would like to stop on that and say congratulations, my chairman, for being the person to celebrate the 80th birthday of the Island Club. Thank you.
See, President Oladada, we deeply appreciate your insight, sir. Now, we need to manage time better, and my personal privilege now, the man I served under, if I speak in English today, he tutored me very well as a management committee member under his regime. Sir, taking off from where he left, and Chief Olufalomo espoused that idea very well. We used to have an expatriate as the vice chairman of the Island Club. We used to have highly placed professionals in the Island Club. Diplomats used to be members of this space. How, sir, can we recruit, how indeed can we attract the best talents and retain them within the Island Club system, so that indeed we can go back to the old days of glory, that we have that intellectual space in the Island Club? Lisa, Babami, the microphone is all yours, sir.
To the entire membership of the Island Club. Mr. Chairman, I congratulate you. In particular, I did 75th anniversary, and I knew what it takes to actually go through the anniversary proper. I want to just approach my own area from what we should do to move the club forward. I don't want to compete on the historical level because I have all my seniors. The one thing I want to say tonight, I also want to congratulate the Island Club. For the first time, we have 3 people that have worked together about 3 decades ago. But this evening, they came again to speak on the same issue and having the same view. I have the privilege of working with Chief Olufalomo and Chief Adeni Williams. It's a big honor for me to be with them this evening. I think one of our major problems that I want us to look at when we are talking of what do we do, I put it in a very simple way. Regeneration of Island Club. We need to regenerate what it was to make Island Club tick so that we can presently benefit from it. I think one of the major problems that we have is the fact that, gentlemen, can we have your attention, please? If you come for discussion, please go downstairs. If you come for the colloquium, please stay. Major problem that we have, and it's a very easy thing. Democracy itself has its own problem. Like the American would say, democracy that produced Clinton was the democracy that produced Bush. Bush finished American budget within 2 weeks. It took Clinton about 3 months to get American budget right. But we knew the difference. Giving that example, I think our major issue is that we badmouth our club. The problem is ourselves. We badmouth our club. We badmouth it. You will go outside to talk about Island Club in a funny way. The club in which you are, they are also aping and looking forward to become of the same side with the Island Club, I mean to match the image of the Island Club. But when you are badmouthing it, you are creating problem for yourself, which will fall back all of us again. And that's one of the major problems that we have. Instead of accepting the fact that this is right, there are so many things you cannot do in any other club that you want to do it here. Because we take advantage of the democratic principles at the Island Club. You will come and beg me during the election. If we want the club to move forward, one, the generational gap has changed. We must appreciate one thing, that the young men of nowadays are not like us. We believe in loyalty. Young men of nowadays don't believe in loyalty. One of the things that started having problems here was the fact that we cancelled the carnival-like election that we normally do here. I have more than 15 people that have spoken to me that one of the reasons why they came to the club, they always want to come around anywhere they are to witness Island Club election. But because of our limited exposure, and that's the problem with us, because of our limited exposure, when we get to the club, we cannot stand the heat in the club. We now want to change things around. This is the club in which you want to look at the eye of the chairman. You can't look at the eye of the chairman in other clubs. And you want to be forgiving. So there are so many things that we do in this club. That's why I use the word, we badmouth the club, and we want the club to now look good. We want people to come to the club. When you badmouth the club, either a cousin or uncle or brother, they will tell their kids or their cousins, don't go there. When I was chairman of Island Club, I have 5 women. In fact, one of the members that I admitted did his 40th birthday here, that came to me and said, when we finished the presentation, he said, Mr. Chairman, can I see you? I said, fine, no problem, any problem. He said, he would like his son to join this club, mainly because of this traditional presentation that you do. But here, somebody turned around and said, the presentation is not necessary. Together and say, you've done the wrong thing. We will go at our back and start cutting corners and start saying, this is my friend, this time. We are not factual. We are not very straightforward with ourselves. The way to go forward is to make sure that we get things done in the positive way. We put the club in the right perspective. We put the club in the positivity, so that people will like the club. And from Island Club, millions of people still want to join Island Club. But when you get there, you see Island Club is not the same again. Again, we need to respect ourselves. No matter whom you are, when I joined this club in 1985, respect to the authority. When the chairman enters the club from that gate, everybody stands up. When the chairman is passing through your side, no matter how old you are, you should respect the chairman. Now, in fact, trustee, you don't go there. Just take care, because we are not as common as this. But if you lose that respect, we are losing the respect. The respect we have the club, we are losing it. So when we are complaining that the club is not being respected, the values of the club is not being respected, it is because we are not doing the right thing. So first and foremost, we must regenerate the Island Club values. We also need to harmonize the group activities. The group cannot honestly compete among themselves. The competition must be subtle, but we need to harmonize it. No matter your feelings, no matter if you, I will disagree with you, I always say something. I might not like your face, but when we have to work together, we will work. And once we enjoy our work, we will eventually like our faces later. So it is important that we do things the right way. No matter what, 10 people cannot be in a place and all of them like themselves. There will be issues, particularly when you have democratic elections. There will be issues. I don't like it. But when it finishes, that is it. It is our exposure. The background of so many people that joined this club created problems. The way you will behave when you are in your house is different from the way you behave when you are at the club. So it is important to let us look at it. I think we should also look at this election. Let members feel that if you don't have the money, don't contest. That's it. Chief said that you have to be earning £1,000 before you join this club. That means from day one, they knew that before you come to this club, there's a status to meet. So if you don't have this, don't bother. I think I'll just stop with only one. Let us please try and don't erode our values. Our values, greeting each other, greeting the chairman, standing up for the officers, bringing our kids here, those are things that are very, very useful for this club. I knew people that they met, the younger ones they met during our Christmas party, during our students' party, that they became friends up to today. My kids met some people in this club that they are still their best friends today. I was lucky because what I achieved from the club, they are enormous. I want to lay claim that it was being a member of this club that I was able to get my kids into the pre-secondary schools. So, gentlemen, I will leave us with that because I know that people are signaling to me that the time is going. But fundamentally, we need to reorientate ourselves, and we need to ensure that we change our value, we reorientate our value, regenerate that Island Club value that people see in us, that make people want to join the club. Let us, through our attitude, through our character, through the way we actually talk about the club outside, let us do those things. Thank you very much.
Bless the grace of the Lord that the chairman is sitting in this capacity as chairman in the 80th year of the founding of this club. So, Prince Rabiu Oluwa, I congratulate you. Every time that we celebrate the Island Club, undoubtedly it is to pay tribute to the 50 gentlemen who founded the club. So those 50 gentlemen, they started it, and the membership number now is in excess of 7,000. So the membership has grown like the mustard card. So I hope that members all join me in paying tribute to the memories and legacies of Sir Adeyemo Alakija and his other compatriots. May they continue to rest in the bosom of the Lord wherever they are now. It's my great delight and pleasure to be sharing platform with my Egmos and my friends here. For Chief Olufalomo, we come way back. I first served the club 34 years ago as Assistant Secretary, and served as Honorary General Secretary from 32 years ago. I joined the club October 1979, not as long as Chief Olufalomo, but our paths crossed because in my first year as Honorary General Secretary, he was the Vice Chairman, and he had himself been the most distinguished Honorary General Secretary. And I benefited a lot from having to work with him. Chief Adeleye, Chief Dr. E.A. Adeleye was at the time the chairman, and Akinleye, I beg your pardon. He was the chairman at the time. He was a very easygoing gentleman, and he had absolute trust in me and gave me the leeway that any general secretary would want, particularly because by virtues of issue as secretary, I was also chairman of the membership subcommittee at the time, which really was and still remains one of the most critical subcommittees in this club. And if occasionally they thought that I was overdoing it, well, Chief Alomo would give me, he would wink at me at the table when I present the recommendations of the membership subcommittee, because we went in there with a big scissors, and if we had any doubts about the credentials of particular applicants, we recommended rejection. But sometimes the chairman and Chief Olufamo, they might say, well, okay, let us ask for more information. But I had a wonderful relationship with him. I continue to do so. He is an evergreen in this place. He's an alawiye of the club. He has kept faith with the club, and he continues to use the club, and I wish him many more years of service to this club. So it's my great honor to be here on this platform with you, Chief Olufamo. When others were still on analog, he had already computerized. In those days, he will come in from work in suit, of course. The minute he goes through the door is a bar, and things will be ready on the table. I used to think that it was because of Vijay Shakparakwa with the Mama Muiwa, but I found that I could also benefit from the style. So before I got in here, I would speak to Christopher. This is what I want. I wanted to get back to Chambers, and I was enjoying the same benefits of Yamuiwa at the time. Chief Olufamo. And Alafini, my big brother, I had said that I was Assistant Secretary and also Secretary. And when I thought that I had paid my dues and wanted to stay.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the high points of the news. On the national scene, removal of fuel subsidy untimely, says Governor Makinde. Expedite review of penalties against drug counterfeiting, NAFDAC tells NAS. In business news, Supreme Court upholds NIWA as nation's waterways regulator. On the foreign scene, Melania Trump's mother, Amalija Nams, dies at 78. And in the weather sports, Nigerians need AFCON victory, Sanwo-Olu tells Super Eagles. Now the news in full. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State empathized with Nigerians, saying the removal of fuel subsidy was untimely. He said this at the 2024 annual Interfaith Thanksgiving service held at the open space of the House of Assembly complex Secretariat in Ibadan. Speaking at the program, the governor encouraged civil servants to be more productive. The governor stressed the need to attend to projects and those things that will make life more meaningful for the people, which will unleash creativity so as to have a prosperous state. He also promised complete openness that will serve the best interests of all. Now, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, yesterday appealed to the National Assembly to expedite the review of penalties against counterfeiting. It also vowed to reduce fake drugs and make illicit trade unattractive in the country. Despite the numerous life-threatening encounters and attacks on NAFDAC officers, the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christiana Adeyeye, reaffirmed the agency's commitment to eradicating the menace of counterfeit drugs and unwholesome products from the Nigerian markets. On recent negative press concerning the activities of fake drug manufacturers and sellers of substandard food and beverages, the NAFDAC boss said the agency was intensifying efforts to ensure the safety of drugs and food consumed by Nigerians. NAFDAC brought the activities of these nefarious individuals to public attention to safeguard citizens during the Yuletide festivities, cautioning against consuming potentially harmful substances disguised as cheap wines and soft drinks. She emphasized that the agency would not be deterred by unfounded allegations and urged the public to be vigilant and report any suspicious activities. Now, following the suspension of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, the ministry's permanent secretary, Abel Olumuyiwa Eniton, has assumed responsibility for the ministry. This move is in line with the directive of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who suspended Edu on Monday over the alleged payment of public funds into private accounts. Eniton assumed responsibility after a letter to that effect from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation was given to him Monday night. Recall that President Tinubu, through his special advisor, Media and Publicity Ajurin Gelali, had directed the suspended minister to hand over to the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. The president has tasked a panel that is headed by the coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance to, among other functions, conduct a comprehensive diagnostic on the financial architecture and framework of the social investment programs. In another development, Nigerians have hailed President Bola Tinubu for slashing his entourage size for domestic and international travels by 60%, in a decisive step to cut excessive travel spending. The austerity measures apply to all federal ministries, departments and agencies, the Office of the President, Office of the Vice President and the wives of the President and the Vice President. In an interview with newsmen, the Director, Commonwealth Institute of Advanced and Professional Studies, Anthony Killer, acknowledged the move by the President in what he described as morally and popularly right. According to him, the government understands the current challenges in the country, and this move shows it is making sacrifices to cut down on profligacy.
Three dimensions to these. One is that without any doubt, the president has made a move that is morally and, as it were, popularly right. Generally, there's been a general feeling in the country that the government needs to act to cut profligacy, wastage, and indeed to show that the government is also making sacrifice, given that the whole the whole town, or the whole country or the town to use it, where there's a new sheriff, is being asked to make sacrifice. That is a good move. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that people will soon see that if you look at figures itself, this cut will not actually turn the economy around. It just sends the good message. Well, it sends the right message to people to know that the government understands that these are tough times and they cannot keep going as if nothing is happening. The third side to this are those people who before the government has made this commonsensical popular move, have been defending the government blindly. You see, it's good to call them out, to remind them that while some people were saying, look, the government needs to move in this direction, those fanatics and blind defenders for whom the government can do no wrong, they need to look at themselves now and realize that as citizens, maybe sometimes we ought to say what is right and not act as if it is not possible, it's not necessary until the government does it. So I think, 1 for the people, 0 for government defenders.
Welcome back. You're watching Biscon TV News. We'll bring you business news after the short break. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. After years of legal battle between the federal government and Lagos state government on who has regulatory right over the nation's waterways, the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the federal government and its Inland Waterways Regulatory Agency, the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA. This is even as the Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Bashir Jamo, described the judgment as a reaffirmation of the authority of the federal government through NIWA and NIMASA to control activities in Nigerian inland waterways as a win-win judgment. The Supreme Court's ruling will go a long way in the federal government's effort to exploit potential of the over 10,000 kilometers of inland waters in the country. Jamo advised all parties concerned, particularly the state governments, to embrace the judgment and collaborate with NIWA and NIMASA. This, he said, will help to better harness Nigeria's maritime potential for the benefit of all Nigerians. We'll take a short break again. When we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Amalia Knowles, the mother of former First Lady Melania Trump, has died. Trump posted on her social media accounts. Trump noted that Amalia Knowles was a strong woman who always carried herself with grace, warmth, and dignity. She was entirely devoted to her husband, daughters, grandson, and son-in-law. A campaign advisor for former President Donald Trump confirmed Knowles' death. According to a report, Melania Trump missed her family's annual Christmas photo to be at Knowles' side in the hospital. Melania Trump's parents were sworn in 2018 as American citizens. Victor and Amalia Knowles took the naturalization oath in a private ceremony in Lower Manhattan. The Slovenian couple were granted permanent residency through sponsorship by Melania Trump, who is an American citizen. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is sports news. Join us again. Welcome back. Now to the world of sports. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu urged the men's football team, Super Eagles, to win the upcoming Total Energies CAF African Cup of Nations tournament, stating that the triumph of the Eagles would bring soccer to the citizens. The governor noted that the victory would help reinvigorate the people who have had to face economic crisis, particularly the effects of the fuel subsidy removal. Sanwo-Olu also encouraged the players not to rest on their oars, as it takes determination and team spirit to win competitions. The governor gave the charge when he hosted the team to a special dinner at the Lagos House Marina before the team's departure to Cote d'Ivoire for the AFCON tournament, which is slated to commence on Saturday, January 13. While he prayed for strength for the Eagles to achieve victory, Sanwo-Olu charged the players not to give up. Up next is entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back. Now to entertainment news. Reality star T-Boss of Big Brother Niger has taken to her Instagram story to share her opinions about how fans see their role models as perfect. T-Boss asserted that these celebrities who double as role models are fallible human beings who make mistakes, just like everyone else. According to her, some of these role models commit awful and shameful mistakes in their lives. However, the mistakes they make don't take away the fact that these role models were once good and showed consideration. She posted this message on her Instagram story, sharing her views. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Olakweju Ajidagba. Now we leave you with this last line. Failure is nature's plan to prepare you for more responsibility. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. Today I am Olakweju Ajidagba, and today on Newspaper Review I am with...
My name is Sarah Abiodun.
And I'll begin with Nigerian Tribune. Today, Wednesday, 10th January 2024, and I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. We're not owing MTN interconnect charges, Globalcom, and that's on page 7 to read on the story. Better Edo, EFCC extends probe to banks, CEOs and over document. Commission grills Edu for hours, and that's on page 4. Moving on to the next headline. Tinubu slashes entourage for foreign, local trips by 60%. President, entourage not more than 25 officials for local trips, 20 for foreign trips. VP, entourage not more than 15 officials for local trips, 5 for foreign trips. Wife of the President, entourage not more than 10 officials for local trips, 5 for foreign trips. Ministers, only 4 accompanying officials, and that's on page 2. Rivers Assembly asks for Barra to represent 2024 budget, and that's on page 11. Supreme Court reserves judgment in Plateau, Delta Guber appeals. You can read the story on page 8. Court declares Anyanwu as valid PDP National Secretary, and you can read that story on page 13. Suspected cultists murder head of vigilante group in Ogun, and that's on page 28. Federal government set up panel to probe private varsities, foreign institutions, and you can read that on page 4. Why forex inflow into Nigeria decreased year-on-year, report, and that's on page 6. And for the last and final story for Nigerian Tribune, NPA workers kick over post no debit placed on agency's account, says move will cripple port operations, and that's on page 7.
And in Daily Trust newspaper today, 10th of January 2024, the headline says, Agric Ministry not in charge of rice palliative distribution, says spokesman. 8 motorists killed in Borno landmine explosion, and that's on page 25 of the newspaper. Tinubu orders reduction of officials on FG trips by 60%. EFCC grills Zenith, Jais, Providence Bank's CEOs. And the writer says it's a routine invitation, say bank officials. PDP demands suspension of Tunji Ojo over 428 million naira contract. That's on page 4 of the newspaper. Tension in Plateau as Supreme Court reserves judgment on governorship dispute. That's on page 10 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Nigeria's per capita income to reach pre-pandemic level in 2025, says World Bank. Page 20 of the newspaper. Bandits place 50 million naira ransom on kidnapped FCT district head. 5 others. Page 17 of the newspaper. And in the last headline on Daily Trust newspaper, we have Niger Jota releases Bazoum's son 167 days after. The writer says Kopis needs to do more. Diplomats. And that's on page 4 of the Daily Trust newspaper.
And I'll be moving on to Daily Sun newspaper today, and for my first headline for Daily Sun, Tinubu slashes international domestic travel delegation by 60%. That's on page 6 to read on that story. Degree bizarre. Federal government probes private varsities. Others. Inaugurates 6-man investigative panel. Vows not to spare corporates. And that's on page 6 to read about the degree bizarre. That's on page 6. Court declares Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. You can read that story on page 29. Supreme Court reserves judgment on Muftwang Omwagege Bagi. That's on page 26. Carlo drums support for Tinubu. Donate security vans to police. And that's on page 29. Fubara promises to continue with Wike's Eche Igbodo Road project. Don't listen to psychopaths. Reconcile with Wike by love, tells governor. That's on page 27. Tiwa Savage petitions police, says Davido should be held responsible if anything happens to her. And that's on page 4. EFCC quizzes detains Beta Edo as suspension not enough. Article. That's on page 28. Gunmen kill traditional chief in Ogun. That's the last and final story for Daily Sun, and that's on page 4.
And on this day newspaper, the headline says, FCCPC Act shows Tinubu may have breached law in removal of Irukera. The writer said the company to pay $110 million fine to Nigeria. Argues use of dismissal to describe his removal rebellious. FG Irukera, Oko relieved of their duties, not dismissed. Stock market gains 1.6 trillion naira in one day. That's on page 5 of the newspaper. In move to reduce cost of governance, Tinubu slashes government officials' entourage for local, international trips by 60%. Moving on. Nobody is above law in Nigeria, say EFCC. ICPC as interrogators grill Edu. And the writers say they will probe anyone not playing by the rules. Anti-graft agency quizzes bank chiefs. Tunji Ojo in Villa affirms no cause for alarm. Afenifere seeks open, fair investigation. Suspension not enough. Afiku hates declares. And in the last headline here with me, Tiwa Savage petitions police, alleges stress to life by Davido. And the story can be found on page 15 of the This Day newspaper.
And I'll be moving on to Vanguard newspaper, and from my first headline for Vanguard newspaper. Cadbury Nigeria to sell 402 million shares over inability to pay $7.7 million debt. That's on page 20. Removal of fuel subsidy untimely, Governor Makinde. That's on page 8. degree mills. Federal government sets up 12-member investigation panel. That's on page 2. To read about the degree mills, you can read that on page 2. Hold Davido, Abraham befores me, Tiwa Savage, and that's on page 6. That's according to Tiwa Savage, Queen of Afrobeat, and you can read the story on page 6. Moving on, 585 million naira graft. EFCC quizzes Beta Edu for hours. No bank MD was arrested or detained, as Edu, Sadia, Alima clear air on their roles. Edu suspension commendable, but not enough. Article: Why Tinubu moved swiftly against Beta Edu. That's according to APC, and that's on page 5. Cost of governance: Tinubu slashes delegation for federal government trips by 60%. That's on page 9. Federal government shuts Third Mainland Bridge for 8 weeks repair, and that's on page 8. And according to Afe Babalola, there are many cases where executive immunity had been used to shield the executives from punishment, and that's on page 22. And for the sport section, AFCON telecast to Nigeria uncertain as NBC blocks Star Times bid, and that's on page 31. And also the last and final story for Vanguard newspaper.
And in the Nation newspaper, the headline says, Short Third Mainland Bridge worsens gridlock. That's on page 2 of the newspaper. Police rescue hotelier held after payment of 25 million naira ransom. The story can be found on page 6 of the newspaper. Rivers Assembly awaits Fubara's 2024 budgets. Others. That's on page 5 of the newspaper. Soldier in trouble for insulting Sanwo-Olu. That's on page 6 of the Nation's newspaper. And in another headline, police parade suspects in Plateau killings. Others. Tinubu orders court of presidents, vice presidents traveling teams. On another headline, World Bank, global economy set for weakest performance in 3 decades. That's on page 7 of the Nation's newspaper. And in this headline I have right here, 37 billion naira, 585 million naira probe. Sadia Edu barred from traveling. And the writer says, EFCC impounds international passports. 3 bank MDs quizzed. Interior Minister at the Aso Villa. No sacred cow in anti-graft battle, says Olu Koyede. And in the last headline for the Nation's newspaper, Supreme Court reserves judgment for Motfang appeal against SAC. That's on page 5 of the Nation's newspaper.
And then moving on to the Punch newspaper, I begin with the first headline for the Punch. NNPCL posts over 2 trillion naira profit. That's on page 21. Fake degrees. Federal government probes 107 private varsities. You can read that story on page 8. Nigerians hail Tinubu as president trims foreign trips entourage, and that's on page 7. And moving on to the next story. Humanitarian Ministry scandals. EFCC seizes Edo former minister's passport. Bank MDs grilled. Suspended minister barred from traveling. To read about the story, you can read that on page 2. Police parade 3 suspects linked to Plateau killings, and that's on page 30. 85 abducted as bandits returned to Kaduna Abuja Expressway. That's on page 7. Lagos police look into Tiwa Savage's petition against Davido. That's on pages 4 and 5. To read about the Davido and Tiwa Savage saga, that's on pages 4 and 5. And for the last story for the Punch newspaper, TB Joshua, SCOAN fault BBC report. Ex-disciple knocks late prophets, and that's on page 7.
And in the last newspaper with me today, the New Telegraph newspaper. Headline says, World Bank, more Nigerians, others will become poorer by year end. Oil prices rise over 2% on Middle East crisis. Libya outage. That's on page 8 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Oil prices rise over 2% on Middle East crisis. Libya outage. That's on page 8 of the newspaper. One way. We've arrested soldier who insulted Sanwo-Olu, says Army Chief. The story is on page 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Court declares Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. Supreme Court reserves judgment on Plateau gubernatorial poll. That's on page 29 of the newspaper. Edo Deputy Governor denied of official vehicle. That's on page 28 and 29 of the newspaper. Federal government to address disparity in military retirees' pension, debarment allowance. That's on page 2 of the newspaper. Economic realities. Tinubu pegs foreign trips entourage at 20. The story can be found on page 3 and 5 of the newspaper. The writer says, other affects Vice President, First Lady, VP's wife, all MDAs. Federal government to formalize 1 million businesses at discounted rates, says President bent on eliminating bottlenecks affecting MSMEs. And another headline, scores flee as bandits slaughter 7 farmers in Benue villages. That's on page 6 of the newspaper. APC sues Adeleke for allegedly appointing PDP member as OSEC chair. The story can be found on page 28 of the newspaper. 2024 Arch Fair won't be uniform, says NACON chair. The story is on page 29 of the newspaper. On another headline here, 585 million naira scandal. EFCC grills suspended Hedo. That's on page 2 of the newspaper. Federal government rules hassle to ensure strike-free varsity education system. And the writer says to crack down on fake certificate holders. Says country must move at same pace. The story is on page 3 of the newspaper. And the last headline for newspaper, study. 250,000 microplastics abound in a liter of bottled water. That's on page 7 of the newspaper.
And for the last newspaper for today's newspaper review, which is The Guardian newspaper, begin with the first headline for The Guardian. 585 million humanitarian scandal. Nigerians want probe expanded to other poverty alleviation schemes, and that's on page 6. Tinubu slashes official trip expenses, entourage by 60%. That's on page 3. Supreme Court reserved judgment in Delta Plateau Guber appeals. You can read the story on page 3. Nigeria's economy to grow at 3.3% in 2024, World Bank projects, and that's according to the business page 15. APC sues a delegate for appointing PDP member as OSIEC chairman, and that's on page 7. Federal government probes private varsities over fake degrees. You can read the story on page 3. Niger's coup leaders free President Bazoum's son. You can read that on page 2. And for the last story for The Guardian, federal government pledged to end insecurity, and that's on page 12. And also the last story for The Guardian newspaper. We've come to the end of newspaper review today. I am Olakpeju Ajidagwa.
And I am Sarah Abiodun.
Thank you for watching and thank you for joining us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. And you can also check out our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need on our YouTube channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time for another exciting episode of Newspaper Review. Have a nice day.
Checkmated me at that time was Chief Femi Adeni Williams. He has been a wonderful leg of mine. We have had wonderful relationships, and I know that it will continue. He is a perfect gentleman, and I respect him at all times. For the past chairman here, at one time or another, Ms. Demoladada and Chibanji Oladapo, we had been together in one committee or another. So it's my great delight to share platforms with you. Let me begin by saying this. With profound respect to all of you, I think that at a gathering like this, we in fact needed to have had to render the anthem of the Island Club. Not only because it defines us, it tells us who we are, but it is to us like the national anthem. So I'm going to crave the indulgence of the chairman to remind members of the anthem. It will be relevant as I go on. Island Club, Nigeria's premier club, is the club for you and me. Island Club with emblem of the peacock. It's for chaos and unity. Island Club is for fellowship. It's interracial, it's for comradeship. Hail Island Club, hail Island Club, hail Nigeria's premier club. Please sit down. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. Well, I had to do this. When you Google, if you Google as to what the peacock, that is our emblem, as to what it purports or what it means, you will see precisely where the founders of this club, where they are coming from. You see the value system of these gentlemen, even though I'm told that the anthem didn't come in until much later after the founding. But it continues to represent the value system of this place. Let me, with great respect, just read a little excerpt from Google. It says, while representing different meanings to different cultures, the peacock, with its unique beauty, makes it a handy symbol for power, for strength, for confidence, and even divinity, something with which most monarchs throughout history have wanted to be associated. The key ones that appear to me there are power, strength, and confidence. And when you put the founding of the club into its perspective, you will see that our founding fathers came at a time when they refused to be treated as second-hand citizens. And they thought that if the Europeans could do it, they too could do it much better. And it is from that stance that I think we should continue to take a look at the Island Club, a club that provides a platform for the mixture, for the interaction of professionals, of educationists, of various professions, of people of integrity. People of integrity. And that is the way that the club started on. And we continue to ensure that we don't lose focus. What I want to do briefly is to run you through the structure at the Island Club here, just to show and to remind us that coming back right from the time of our fathers, the club had had a perfect understanding of the essence of democracy. They know what is good. And they ensured that in order to accomplish the values which motivated them in the founding, that those who were admitted into this club were men of integrity and men who had the means to be here. That was the view at the time. I think it remains the view now, because as Sonny Ade says, Kishuto Dinyo Agunshulodo, you can't expect that the club will continue to be and remain at the level that it was in 1943 or 44 or 45 unless you are faithful with the basic requirements at the time, and that is one of having in its fold here members of intellect, of the professions, and those with integrity. At our time, if a person applied to be a member of the club, and if you said you were a businessman per se, without stating specifically what kind of business you were in, your application will be recommended for rejection. And in the time that I served, those recommendations will be so assisted. You may be a billionaire, but if you had questionable antecedents, you wouldn't get into the Island Club. So I was saying that our forefathers, they had a great sense of democracy. Let me just fast forward and run you through the structures, the way we run it here. As all of you know, we do have a management committee that is elected by popular vote, and the management committee is headed by the chairman. In my time as secretary, when I shared the platform with new members, I always made it a point of duty to tell them that here at the Island Club, the chairman is supreme. The chairman can do no wrong. The chairman is very, very powerful. You take a look at the Constitution, you will see that the supreme authority is the management committee. But that is the theory of it. The practice of it, anyone who has been chairman knows that the chairman really is ultimately the authority here. And if he knows how to maneuver and knows how to relate with members of the management committee and his officers, there is no good thing that he desires for the club which he would not get. So we have the management committee. The management committee, they do approve the list of subcommittees, and the subcommittees are several. It is more like a devolution of powers from the management committee to subcommittees. So you have subcommittees for membership, you have for the bar and catering, you have for the house, you have for the major activities that we do here. Many times, these subcommittees are the ones that would look into the nitty-gritty of particular issues. Are we being served good food downstairs? Is there any part of the building that requires to be refurbished, etc.? And they pass on their recommendations to the management committee. That's a very, in my view, very democratic manner of doing things. You also have the groups. I lose count now of how many groups we have, but the groups have always been with us. And famous ones have included the upper chambers, the grass lawn, the batu, the center table. Yes, I remember the gentlemen who headed these subcommittees, these groups at that time, they were some of the finest gentlemen that I had ever met. You talk of the center table, and before at the time, Sir Odeleye, he was an encyclopedia of knowledge. He was unobtrusive, easygoing. He was humble. He almost begged people to attend the sittings of these committees. He did very well. Chief Adeola Balogun was upper chambers. Chief Adeola Balogun, he was an ebullient, bubbly gentleman that he was just a great guy. He later became social secretary and vice chairman, I think. And then you had the leader of the grass lawn, Harry Adams. Harry Adams, too, a fine gentleman. That was the way that things were at the time. And the groups, they served at least two purposes at the time. They could originate ideas which will then be passed on to either the subcommittee that they belong to or to the management committee. And that way they assisted in the governance of the club. The other thing they did was that they charged their members with burdens which were not incidental to their normal membership. So if they saw that we needed 4 air conditioners here, they could raise it in their sitting and say we want to raise money for 10 million or 20 million, and they would raise the money and present it to the management committee. I hope that these groups are still doing that. So the group served very good purposes and still continue to serve. And then every member of the Island Club is perfectly entitled to join any group. There is no bar, it's automatic. But when you get into the group, you have to pay the levies or charges and obey the bylaws that they have there at all times. You can't walk in there and have free food and have free drinks and then say goodbye, we'll see you again. No, that's not even the culture of members of the Island Club. So that's the way that it has been. As I said when I started, it shows that we have a very well-structured setting here at the Island Club. And I pay my respects to our forefathers who had all of these devolved on us. Okay, 2 or 3 speakers have spoken about elections. The way that the management committee, including the chairman, gets into office is by elections. And Chief Alomo did say that it used to be organized by the secretariat. The secretariat was very powerful at all times. It was the engine house of this club, and I hope that it remains so in service of the club. Even when they ceased to be the organizers, Chief Bayo Kehinde, many of you would know, himself was a past secretary, general secretary, 1970, 1971, Chief Bayo Kehinde, SAN. And in the beginning, in fact, when I joined, I used this club only for 2 occasions in a year. That was the Christmas Eve dance of Sonny Ade, and then the election night. The election night really was a sight to behold. You met a lot of friends from the industries, from the professions. You had a great time. The elections were very keenly contested, and at the end of it, results are announced, and you have a big party at the lawn there. And Chief Bayo Kehinde, he did it in a way and with a style that no one else could have imitated. It would, after the results have been collated, of course the electoral committee, they will go and have a big dinner, they will drink, then they will come to the garden there, and then he will clear his throat. He will tell you that he has decided that the election results will be postponed for 24 hours, and members will start to plead with him. And then eventually he would announce the results. So it was really a great occasion. And I have not been here to see what it's like for a little while. Now, I brought up this election issue because the nation is witnessing the aftermath of a national election, and witnessed the state whereby several months after a president has been sworn in, after the president has appointed ministers, appointed heads of agencies, that the matter is still before the appellate court, and many of us would wish that the court matters should be concluded in the future by way of amendment of the Constitution. But under this present dispensation, that is the way it is, and the matters that make the front pages of the newspapers, they are not directly related to whether the acclaimed winner actually won the election, whether he scored the highest votes, or whether he secured the votes in the number of required states. It's about certificate. And I'm not a politician. I used to be until I found that it really was not, it wasn't a place that had guided regulations. But I wished that those who are close to them will appeal to them to let go, to let sleeping dogs lie. Many of you remember the election between former Vice President of America, Al Gore, and Bush. You will remember that Al Gore won the popular vote, and the result now came to the votes in Florida. And many thought that if Al Gore had pushed his matter through with Florida court, he would have emerged the president-elect. But at a stage, Al Gore stepped back and said, well, for the sake of the American democracy and for the decency and integrity of the American system, I stop to prosecute this election. That is the kind of value system that I think particularly us in this part of the world should emulate, because whilst others in the world are busy making astronomical giant strides, we are talking about certificates. Anyway, they can learn a thing or two from the Island Club, the way that we do our elections here, and the way that we carry on after the elections. And I remember in particular, you have to permit me to know that I'm speaking now from the circumstances of my own knowledge here at the Island Club. Please, can we have some silence? No one has been timed, so I hope that you are not making faces to me to sign off. All right. So you can't change the music in the middle of the dance. Right. So I participated in very rigorous electioneering, and it was against Chief Bayo Adejumo. And Chief Bayo Adejumo, he was so angry. He called my mother-in-law. I'm married from the Ben Uluoli family, Bola Uluoli, and said, you know, and they had a chat about the matter. Now, the point was that in the end, I was the only member in my camp who was elected that year, and it was as Assistant Secretary. And Chief Bayo Adejumo, he emerged as the chairman. And there were some who said, look, don't work with Chief Adejumo. You can resign the position, and I'll never forget it. Chief Ojora said to me that it's a great honor to you personally that you are the only person in that camp who got elected. He said, go there and serve to the best of your ability. And I went, with the assistance of God, I served that administration to the best of my ability. Our first social outing was to the Alaki of Abeokuta, of Alikwede. When we had completed the formalities, Adejumo called me. He said, Prince, I said, my chair. He said, what are you drinking? I said, I'm taking Mattel. He said, Diano, Otigo Kiagba. He said, come and take EXO. Because of Adejumo, he went to parties with his drinks and ice buckets. With EXO, the best brandies in the world. And that was how our relationship started and lasted throughout that time. The point I'm making is that notwithstanding the conflicts that we heard, the differences in opinion as to who should be elected, we had a wonderful relationship. But Adejumo did not stop there. I took 1 year out to wait for Jibade Fashional Thomas, my predecessor to complete his term of office, and I threw my hat in the ring for the office of Honorary General Secretary. And then we were at the house of Chief Yomi Akintola on the 15th of January every year. He holds a party in memory of his late father. And Oba Adejumo called me, and he said, Prince, he said, well, you want to run for secretary? He said, but I'm told that you are likely to be appointed Attorney General in Ondo State. Well, I said, my chair, it's just campaigning material. No one has told me that I am incoming Attorney General. This was 1991. So he said, you are giving that assurance? I said, yes. So he bided his time. So at an appropriate time, he got the microphone, he took it, he called me by his side, he raised my hands up, and he said, gentlemen of the Island Club, this is the next Honorary General Secretary of the Island Club. I really have never seen any such glorious and such thoughtful, matured treatment before. So that is what we are here at the Island Club. And I hope that those who are fairly new will imbibe this spirit, that elections come and go. If you lose elections, it's not the end of the world. And for those of you who are Christians or Muslims, whatever you want to do, you commit it to the Lord and say, well, Lord, let your will be done in this matter. And whatever the end product, you have to be satisfied with it and to live to do another battle another day. So that is the end of that aspect. Now, I do not think that any of us here will be deceiving ourselves if we take the view that the Island Club of today is the way that it used to be 10 years ago, or the way that it used to be 20 years ago. I am informed that this is an introspective exercise where in the colloquium we speak with ourselves with candor and can make contributions for how we will advance and do things better. So in that light, therefore, I will be making proposals in this regard to say, well, bear in mind that there are many more clubs in Lagos now than there used to be. In fact, there are some members here who belong to so many satellite clubs. When election time comes, we have to go around all these satellite, like the Oredun Club in Mushin and Co. They're powerful members there. So they have a lot of options. Everybody, it's like in a capitalist economy or like in an economy where you have options. If you have options and 5, 6, 7, 8 products are competing for the same set of customers, you have to do something special in order to attract custom. Many of us belong to about 3, 4, or 5 clubs. So we want to ask ourselves, what are the major considerations which prompt people to attend clubs? For some of us, the sporting aspect is the first, and luckily here we have a tennis court, we have table tennis facilities, we used to have darts, I don't know whether we still do, we used to have Ayo game, which used to be by the side of Ayo Raffle in those days. So we also have the ambience, that is to say the comfort of sitting. Nobody wants to leave his home and get into an uncomfortable place. Nobody wants to come to one place when he has options elsewhere that he will be more comfortable. So in rounding up, let me say with great respect that number one, we need to pay attention, some attention to our structures, to the facilities, and to do some audit, and whatever requires to be fixed, to be properly fixed, so that they can be comfortable for the use of members. But beyond this issue of facilities is the aspect of membership that I spoke about earlier on. Many members, including Prince Demola Dada, he said that he received £7,000 from the Alagba of Lagos, Alaji Tebioki SAN. Well, on that occasion, if he was sitting with a person who hardly had any money in foreign exchange, he wouldn't really have run into the luck that he ran into. So you cannot expect people to bring value to the table if they have nothing to offer. There is a Latin maxim that says, nemo dat quod non habet. That is to say, you cannot give what you do not have. So therefore, we have to ensure that the quality of membership is maintained. It may be that either at this forum or some other forum we want to really consider if we should not limit the number of members that come in here. Let me illustrate the disparity in these matters between here and just Yoruba Tennis Club. I joined here in 1979, as I stated earlier on. My membership number is number 4670. I did not join Yoruba Tennis Club until 1990. That's about 15 years later. My membership number there is 1148. It's 1148. And we know now that as I speak, we are well beyond 7,000. So it shows you really that there really have been enormous number of entrants here. It's not so much the issue of the number, but that you have to ensure, you have to really be quite certain that the requirements are met. One reason which used to prompt admission once upon a time, I don't know what it is now, is that the club needed money. You used it as a way of revenue collection. I think that we should begin to look into ways of revenue collection, and if we want this place to be of the quality that our forefathers left us, we must obey the requirements, we must obey the rules, we must really obey all the tenets of the democratic practice and what have you that they left behind for us at the time. It's a colloquium. I know that people now are anxious. As I said, no one was timed until it came to me, but I happily can tell you that I'm coming to the end of it, and I hope that I may have successfully provoked some thoughts. And again, we want to thank the Lord again.
Adúpẹ́ o Jésù níbi tẹ́ mú wa lọ. Níbi tẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹ ṣé níbi tẹ́ bá dé. Adúpẹ́ o Jésù níbi tẹ́ mú wa lọ.
Long live the chairman of the Island Club.
Thank you, sir.
Long live the trustees of the Island Club. Long live the patrons. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much for listening.
You,
have a good one.
God bless you, sir.
Congratulations, 88th birthday. What I want to say is very simple. Island Club, who are we? We do not know whom we are, and we do not know where we are in respect of the position that this club sits on. Please, let's all come together as one. Number two, you, your wife and children. I'm just suggesting, I'm not saying please do it. These are just issues that I can think of. Then I will quickly want to say this. The standard we are creating, how do we uphold it? One challenge that I have with Island Club is simple. our rules and regulations are not being held tightly to. Those are the things that helps and controls us in the Ikoyi Club 1938, whereby I, as the chairman, I can be suspended, which you all know, because somebody wrote a petition. It might be right or wrong, but they must have to prove it that whatever that person wrote was wrong. So please let us stop this, our so-called democratic year. You want to go and talk to somebody to help you. Our rules and regulations must be upheld in the Ikoyi Club. Lastly, I want to say this. Let's show love to each other. Let's preach forgiveness to each other. May the Almighty Father, God bless each and every one of you, and happy 80th celebration. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Happy The Constitution of the So good in black, the something about oh da 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 so cool da 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 Ambassador mi ọlọ́lá ọmọ akínsọ̀yà. Ẹ̀rù mi lọ wá ní. Àyà mi lọ wá ní. Ẹ̀rù mi lọ wá ní. Ambassador àyà mi lọ wá ní. Àwọn ọ̀tún bá ẹ̀ mi ò jù àyè nígbà rárá. Again, my
Mr. Ajagbe Sabikola Ikashawa, Mr. Oya, I wonder. Where are you, sir? Oya, with your friends, your family, your fans, from all the nook and crannies of the global hemisphere.
Let us, he's making history today. He's joining the prestigious and historic Island Club up here. Honorable Mr. Chairman, sir, our trusted Speaker, Lagos State of Assembly, the Koshalari of Lagos, I'd like to present to you Honorable Ajayi Oladele. Yes, Daddy. Yeah, he has saluted the chairman. Yes, he saluted the chairman. Thank you, Honorable. Mr. Chairman, sir, once again, respectfully and joyfully, I'd like to present to you, joining the Island Club today, Honorable Ajayi Oladele, membership number 7907. The chairman will now take up the proceedings to properly induct it. Baba mi, ó wá pẹ̀lú owó àti gbogbo ara lé mi o. Ọlá ti kápá kó àmẹ́sà.
We have another past channel here, so we'll be doing one by one. Sir, may I, sir, request you, sir, to do the needful.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I have a feeling that the gentleman standing in front of me has your express permission to join the Island Club. Honorable Oladele, I'm standing in front of you. I joined this club almost 60 years ago. So I'm not going to ask you where you were 60 years ago. But you are joining the Premier Club of Nigeria. My own number is 2822. Yours is 7907. Well over 5,000 people have been admitted before you joined this club. But your own time is your own time. And by the grace of God, this will be your own time. And the good Lord will be with you. Gbogbo nǹkan tó bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run nígbà tó join Island Club, gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run máa ṣe fún ẹ. Bàtàwà náà join Island Club, ọwọ́ wa ò kan sàlẹ̀ àpò. Ọwọ́ tiẹ̀ náà ò ní kàn sàlẹ̀ àpò. Wàá máa rí ná, wàá máa rí ṣe. God bless you. Please remember today, the day you are joining the Premier Club of Nigeria. Ó máa sọ ẹ́ sí dáadáa ni o. Ojú ò ní tiẹ̀ o. God bless you. God be with you. Before, earlier today we were discussing, I don't know if you heard, the day you are joining the Island Club like this, ìwọ ló yẹ kó máa rántí fún wa, a gbọ́dọ̀ sanwó anything. So, tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, òkè kí a máa lá. Speaker, Olúwa ò ní já wọn lẹ́yìn yìí o, a túbọ̀ máa dá sí ni. Dáadáa ló máa já sí o. God bless you. God be with you. Congratulations.
No, there is a procedure in the club. You can't, Baba cannot take that from you, but you will take it. It is natural. You have to tell us, you see, there's a developmental project going on here. A lot of your people are already dancing. We are there. That's the good day. What did you remember? Speaker of Tigba, where I want it for any. What's that? What's your hand over? So, you and your friends, on your behalf, you have to pledge towards the car park project. Okay. The chairman said the money must be realized here, that you're on ground. Sir, the MHR is with him here. Member Federal House of Reps is also on ground with him. The party, the council chairman is also on ground. Two of them. Chairman Ibejuleki is also on ground. Otito. Oh yeah.
Well, iṣẹ́ wa lélẹ́yìí as a member. Well, my own number is 7511. Well, on behalf of myself and our celebrants, I have 500,000 naira. Iléyá mo yìí ṣe pledge mo kan léyá ta ìṣe lọ yìí náà ó mọ̀ pa ìṣe kan léyá yóò tí ì lọ àìṣe kan léyá yìí àìṣe lọ ṣé wọ́n pé tiwa.
MHR ṣì ní tiléyá tó máa sọ fún wa, but the council chairman is here, honourable member is here, so èmi náà bá lórúkọ speaker sí àbá, we are collecting 1 million from you minimum, and you must pay it before you go today. That is the rule. Wọ́n ní kí n lọ mú gáfù wá fún speaker. Okay, sir. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them.
Up here, sir. Up here, sir. Up here, sir. Our trustee, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Okoye Peter Anija is an executive director of Veritas Glanville, a pension fund. They're ensuring that after working so hard, we'll still have a good life after our paid employment. Mr. Chairman, sir, my honor now to hand over the microphone to you, Mr. Okoye Peter Anija, sir.
Well, with normal practice, sir. May I request the part chairman and trustee of the club, Chief Femi Williams, to please do the induction, please.
Mr. Peter Okoye, today you're being inducted into membership of the Island Club. The Island Club is a prestigious club. It's interracial. You admitted on your own individual merit. You will make yourself feel at home amongst us, and will make you feel at home amongst us. We are all Nigerians, and you're welcome to the membership of the Island Club. I don't know if you know what happened to your predecessor just now, somebody who was admitted just before you. He did not go back to his seat without performing the rightful. And so, you will not be an exception. Or do you want to be an exception? I beg your pardon? You will comply. Chairman, Speaker, what are we going to do with him? Are we going to hear from you? Is that a promise or a threat? But my co-past chairman said they want to hear from you now. No, it's all right. I mean, he looks like a gentleman, and you will abide by your word. You will abide by your word. Okay. So what is it going to be? You can whisper it into the... All right. We shall accept that. He says 200,000. We pray for you that today, from today onwards, whatever you ask for in life, you will not regret becoming a member of the Island Club. You will make friends, you'll make contacts in this club. And whatever business you're engaged in, by God's grace, it will continue to prosper. You will not fail, and you will have no cause to regret joining the club today. Today, on behalf of the chairman of the Island Club and the membership of the Island Club, we welcome you very warmly and warm-heartedly, and we wish you well. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Up here, sir. Benny. Ochina Wataburo Garaya. Yodunke Oluwole. Membership number 7910. Mr. Chairman, Akim, my get here, my district chairman. Move follow Babe. Up here, sir. I respectfully now present to you Mr. Shodunke Oluwole, membership number 7910, as he make history today and join the evidence.
Number 7910. As usual, Mr. Secretary, we have to go to Past Chairman Ganji Oladako to do the induction and presentation.
Past Chairman, Mr. Banjo Oladako, sir. Your honor, sir.
the showman. We will hear you very well tonight. That's what you get. One of us speak to them, then you now come with the offer. You know what's going on. When you speak to them, you now come with the offer. You don't start what you cannot finish. But if you come with an offer that is not acceptable to me, we will go back. So it is better for us to quickly do it and get it. You have seen the faces behind you, and that's why I'm insisting. Former treasurer of the club, former treasurer of the club. So, yeah. Let us hear what you. Okay. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. Mr. Shoduke, God will bless you. God will continue to bless you. Gbogbo ibi tó wó yẹn ti wá, a máa pọ̀ sí i. Ẹ ò ní mọ̀sálẹ̀ àpò ẹ á máa dọ̀tí sí i. Ṣé màdámù yẹn? Ọ̀sẹ̀ tó join Island Club yìí, inú dúdú àtàlàfíà lẹ́wọ̀n yìí. Adarílé adaríta, Ọlọ́run á gbàdúrà gbogbo yín. Gbogbo iṣẹ́ yín náà, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ṣe é ṣe. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Congratulations. Please join the good group. Yes. Thank you.
Double Doctor is supporting this. Babolua. Double Doctor, one lele ma kọjá 7 digits. Well, please, sir.
General Secretary, he has a fine. He has not been conferred, he's putting on our cap.
All Vice, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, sir, I respectfully and reverentially present to you Honorable Abimbola Orekoya Abiodun. There was a setup. Wọ́n fẹ́ gba owó tó pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ máa yìí. Àwọn kan ní kán dé fìlà, àwọn kan ní kán má dé. Yes, sir. But one lele máa wọ 7 digits. Every weight lower and be by sir. Mr. Chairman, sir, I respectfully hand over the microphone to you, Honorable Abimbola Orekoya Abiodun, membership number 7908. Up chair.
Yes, Honorable Orekoya Abiodun. And may I now pass the button to the part chairman and trustee of club, Soko of the Source, to do the presentation.
My honorable, well, let me officially welcome you to the premises of Island Club. And it is my pleasure also to welcome you as a new member. According to my record here, your membership number is 7908. And it is also my pleasure that today, when we are being inducted as members of the notable club in Nigeria known as Island Club, the Right Reverend, the Speaker of Lagos State, is in our midst and is witnessing today's event. Today, 13th October 2023. Well, it is my honor to present to you your plaque. You must hang it in a very good area. So it means I can see our Island Club cap. Until now, you are not supposed to put it on. But where we have to forgive you, the chairman is giving you 2 caps. You may have collected that through Ogundipe, the vice chairman of the Island Club. It's really a setup. So, you know, I'm happy to receive people such as you in the premises of the club. It means we have hope in this club. And I'm very sure if you use this club adequately, you will derive the privilege within this club. Can you spread this for me?